Safety here at the University of California, Riverside. I welcome you. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us. I believe we will have lots of prescient, useful, valuable information we're going to be able to share with you. I get the easiest job, which is I get to introduce people, and then I get to go down. I'll come back.
About lunchtime, I'm sure.
There's the two gentlemen to my right are, I've known them for a long time. They're experts in their field. The guy standing up, Russ Phifer, has the best name in the business when you brought coffee to the table. And has been, he's got his own small business in addition to working two other jobs. And then Harry Elston, also well-known, well-respected, actually runs the Journal of Chemical Health and Safety for the Division of Chemical Health and Safety, part of the American Chemical Society. So you notice I've used chemical like 3 times there. You're going to hear that over and over. This is about how you handle chemicals safely. It's one of the shortcomings that we find in traditional academic education, which these gentlemen will attest to, is that we'll teach you where to push electrons, but we won't teach you what happens once you get there oftentimes.
Or if you push too many of them too fast.
Yeah, exactly. Or kinetics.
Or the wrong direction.
So the second page in your 3-ring binder has got their bios. They're both really great people, and I sincerely appreciate them taking time out of their very busy schedule to join us today and share their knowledge with us. There's a couple of housekeeping things. If you haven't picked up your 3-ring binder and the book, then make sure to do that. Sign in on sign-in sheet. There are bathrooms which we hide, according to my colleagues, very well on our campus.
Or lock them.
There's some on both ends of this hallway. There's some on the other hallway. If you have to let people look at the bathrooms all at once, the ones in the other building are larger. Some of the ones
there's 2 hallways.
we try to hide bathrooms
From everybody. Yeah.
Let me see. Are there any questions? If we have to evacuate, clearly go out the clearest exit, closest exit, and work your way to the large open space. Our assembly areas are the other end in that big parking lot down there, so you want to make your way down there for the muster point. We didn't set up a separate Wi-Fi access, so if you're sitting next to a UCR person, they can log on the Wi-Fi for you, but otherwise, you're out of luck. Or you have to go the old-fashioned route and use the cell phone there. Any questions? Please give these people as hard a time as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Russ Phifer. As Russ said, I have several jobs. So I'll put up the disclaimer here. First of all, one of my jobs is I'm the executive director of the National Registry of Certified Chemists. We certify chemical hygiene officers. Probably a couple of people in here that are either certified or in the process. We have about 60 people in the UC system that are certified. So if you're interested in it, please do visit our website, nrcc6.org. Please do not go to nrcc.org. That's the National Republican Congressional Committee, and they cannot help you. Not with professional certification, anyway. I'm not sure whether I won't go into that. At any rate, the NRCC does certify CHOs. The training we're going to do today is not necessarily designed to help you pass the exam, but it certainly wouldn't hurt. So, with that, I'm going to turn this over to my buddy Harry Elston, who's going to talk about the chemical hygiene officer. Keep in mind, a lot of this is federally based, but what we've tried to do is, and you'll see in the slide, if you see things in different colors, a lot of times they'll be the California reference for the regulations, and you can follow along. Let's go to Harry.
Thanks, Victor.
Thanks, Russ. If you're familiar with the Journal of Chemical Health and Safety, I own page 3 of that. I'm the editor of the publication. Russell pointed out that we're both small chemical businessmen. I own a company as well called Midwest Chemical Safety. I'm a certified industrial hygienist, so don't hold that against me. How many CIHs in here? Okay, there's a couple. All right, I'll try not to offend you too much. Although I've already been told that some of my stories are offensive to CIH. I'll make a disclaimer as well. If I speak of a product today, I'm not endorsing it just because I'm saying the name of it because it works for me. And I'm passing that information on to you. The chemical hygiene officer position, a little bit about me. After my undergraduate work at Hillsdale College, I was a U.S. Navy nuclear engineer, engineering officer for 6.5 years, where I was in charge of chemistry, control, and radiation safety aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt. I pre-commanded that ship as an aircraft carrier, and then I commissioned the ship in October of 1986-ish, and I went through shock trials. All that time, I was the radiation safety officer there. So my safety background began fairly early in my professional career, essentially right after undergraduate work. I was always involved in some aspect of professional safety, whether it be chemical safety or in that case, radiation safety and also chemistry, corrosion control. A little bit about the chemical hygiene officer position. After the Navy, I went to graduate school. Graduate school taught me that I didn't want to do research for a living, so I figured out something else to do. I was with the state of Illinois as a environmental radiation chemist, where I was also the chemical hygiene officer for the agency. So I've got a tremendous amount of experience working in a medium-sized agency dealing with laboratory-based chemistry. The agency was a state agency, but it was not an academic institution. So my experience is going to be both from the state agency side, production laboratory facility, and also industrial facilities. I've consulted in industrial facilities as well. My company started in 1996, and part-time, usually a tax write-off time, and then blossomed into what I do now full-time. The federal standard for a chemical hygiene officer defines the CHO as an employee who is designated by the employer and who is qualified by training or experience to provide technical guidance. You can read that, but the sentence says a lot. It actually says a whole lot more than what you might expect. In my consulting world, I've been asked a number of times, hey, can you be our chemical hygiene officer? No, I cannot. I'm not your employee. Okay, nor do I want to work for you. I just want to be a consultant to you.
Take your money.
I cash your check. Yeah, that's what consultants do best, right, Russ? So it's got to be an employee. In the UC system, we're not too concerned about that, but outside of the academic world, that may be a concern. And you'll see that especially small businesses would rather hire it out part-time or actually give a 1099 worker a part-time gig to be their chemical hygiene officer, and that doesn't fly. It's got to be an employee. Designated by the employer, okay, we got that part. Who's qualified by training or experience. Part of that qualification, part of that training and experience is what we're doing today. This is the training part of it. Experience, can anybody give me a good definition of experience? Go ahead.
Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want.
Exactly. Thank you. Were you a former military guy?
No.
Oh, well.
I just have a lot of it.
You just have a lot of it. Yeah, I sure can. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. And that kind of fits in what we have in the safety world as well. We should use every aspect, everything that we do is a learning experience. Whether it is a bad outcome or whether it's a good outcome, we should use that as an educational experience. If it's a bad outcome, we certainly don't want to repeat our mistakes. So we learn from that. We talk about near misses and things like that. So qualified by training or experience, it can be professional training. What we have here could be training that is given by professional organizations like the American Conference of Government Industrial Hygienists or AIHA. They have PDCs, professional development courses. Anything that you do that will help you do your job is well worth the expense. No amount of education is ever wasted. All right. That was said to me by my undergraduate English 102 teacher, the literature teacher. She was about 150 years old when I had her. Her name was Genevieve Quigley. I will never forget her. We were talking about Dante's Inferno, and here I am. I'm a science major, a physics and chemistry major with a math minor at Hillsdale College, and so I didn't have a lot of love for the arts or English or anything that wasn't science at that point. And I finally got frustrated because we're talking about all the esoteric stuff with Dante's Inferno. I said, why on earth are we doing this? And she got up and she was kind of bricked down like this because she was 150 years old. And Mr. Elston, I just want to let you know that no amount of education is ever wasted. And I said, she's a crazy old bat. You got to be kidding me. And that was interesting. That was in 1981. 1999, I found myself the editor of the Journal of Chemical Health and Safety. Never thinking that I was going to ever write professionally in my life. You know, of course, you're in your graduate career, you write a couple of papers, write a couple of manuscripts, your research and things like that. Not ever thinking that I was going to, the journal was not on my radar. It was not on my professional radar. The moral of that story is exactly what she said. No amount of education is ever wasted. So, anytime you get an opportunity, make sure that you take that. Provide technical guidance in the development and implementation. The person that you don't want to be your chemical hygiene officer is John Smith, MBA, that's living over in the administration department. All right? They're not going to be the person providing technical guidance. They can't. They don't have that ability. When I mention these things that sound really strange or nobody would ever do that, it's because somebody has tried, and I've had to pull them up short. That occurred at a small specialty university in Albany, New York, that they tried to make the chief financial officer the chemical hygiene officer as well. Right? So that's probably not your best choice. Okay. Development and implementation of the provisions of the chemical hygiene plan. So that means that you're going to be involved not only in developing it, which probably should have already been done, and also implementing it at with the employees, the end users of that plan. Training, I've covered a lot of this already, could include formal safety training, a degree in a safety-related field. Although, and this is my jam on certified industrial hygienist. The thing that I get from most, especially from younger certified industrial hygienists, who went to school for 4 years to learn how to say no to people. All right, that's not our job. Our job is to work with the PIs to get their job done safely. And in order to do that, you have to work with them to find out what they're doing and how they're doing it. You don't necessarily have to understand the science of being their science to the depth that they understand it, to the depth that your PI understands it. But you have to have a good idea of the science that they're doing. For instance, if they're doing some kind of synthetic organic organometallic chemistry, you might want to pick up a few of their papers and read them and just get an idea of not only of the language and the vocabulary of the stuff that they're doing, but also of the flow, the reaction flow. What are they doing? How are they doing it? The methodology, the equipment that they're using, the method. Those are important things to get before you get into a researcher's space. Experience, we talked about that. Participation in the safety committee. I know that in the academic world, we like to do everything by committee. All right. I will tell you straight up, and I've said this before on the pages of the journal, when a committee's in charge, no one's in charge. So, if you are in a position of being a chemical hygiene officer, I encourage you to step up and take responsibility for what's going on within your purview. Provide technology. You set the tone for your facility. What happened there? Oh, okay. No, it was it had a big thing come up. I didn't understand what was going on. Chemical hygiene officer, as you as the CHO will set the tone of how things are going to be done. Your facility's response to the requirements of whatever your chemical hygiene plan says, and also how your facility, your research facility or your hazardous waste facility is going to respond to the requirements of the laboratory standard itself. In order to, and I've said this before, you have to be familiar with the hazards of the chemistry and also the processes that your researchers are doing. And in order to be familiar with the processes, that means you have to communicate with the researchers. You have to understand basically what they're doing. Now, that's a little bit of, that may be a paradigm shift for some. That, you know, you're the chemical hygiene officer, or I'm the chemical hygiene officer, and I know about chemical safety. But if I don't know your process, I don't know how you're using those chemicals. And it's the use that we're going to talk about, the process that we're going to talk about, is important to the overall risk assessment of our job. We provide risk assessment instead of just hazard assessment. 2013, there were significant changes to the Laboratory Standards Appendix A. Come on up, we got plenty of room. Significant changes to Lab Standards Appendix A. And here are some of them, and the biggest changes are in terms of responsibilities. The old Appendix A essentially was a two-page summary of proven practices. It was good. It talked a little bit about, about laboratory safety and where to look at things. And it has shifted on the 2013 revisions to personal responsibilities and program or programmatic assessment. And Appendix A is well worth reading. You should really get into that and understand. We're going to talk about these personal responsibilities here in a moment. Talk about risk assessment, safety culture. I'm not quite sure that we in the chemical safety world, at least in the academic world, understand the term safety culture yet. It's been around in industry for quite some time. DuPont's been doing it, and Dow's been doing it for decades. But I don't think that we've really grasped that whole concept of safety culture. Could be a lot of reasons that we haven't grasped it. Could be that we have such a high turnover rate in both our PIs and our researchers that we can't really establish a solid safety culture. I don't know. I don't quite know why we haven't done it yet in the academic world. Obviously, in the CHP physical layout, that's all in the appendix there. In that appendix A, here are some of the CHO responsibilities, and the colored ones are going to be the new, what's new in the 2013 version. Establishes and maintains and revises the chemical hygiene plan. Don't try to be an island here. Make sure you work with your PIs to establish that chemical hygiene plan. In many instances, your CHP has already been written. If it's been written in a vacuum without PI input, you'll find that it's going to fail eventually. It hasn't failed already. Maintain, revise, make sure if you're doing a significant revision, once again, get the end user involved in that revision. Create and revise the safety rules and regulations. As time goes on, best management practices will change. So try to keep abreast of those changes. Monitor procurement, use, and storage. How many folks here are on a central procurement system? Okay. The PI can just order it, and all of a sudden it appears on the PI's desk. Is that pretty much the way it works? Okay. That can be problematic for safety. You know, if you don't know what's coming into your facility, then you really don't know how to handle that material, or you may not know how to handle that material safely once it gets out of DOC packaging. So another reason to understand what your researchers are doing, understand what kind of materials they're handling. Conduct regular inspections of laboratories, prep rooms, chemical storage rooms, and submit detailed laboratory inspection reports to the administration. Russ is going to talk a little bit more about these inspections and their importance in the overall scheme of our job as a chemical hygiene officer. Remember, once you submit a report to the administration, that puts some emphasis on their requirements to find you located discrepancies between, you know, some standard, and what's happening for real. And now you put it on administration to correct the discrepancy and close the loop. So, how many folks are here familiar with the Plan, Do, Check, Act system? That's essentially what that's driving for, is you close the loop. It's a Six Sigma thing of quality management. Maintain inspection, personnel training, and inventory records. Probably that's not going to happen at a large research facility. You're going to have some central administration maintaining those records. But as I've often said many times, you get what you inspect, you don't get what you expect. So you should probably talk to your administration once every 6 months or so and pull a few training records to make sure they're still being updated. Remember, if it's your responsibility and it's been shoved off to somebody else, you're still going to be held accountable for it. All right? Accountability is what we're kind of short of, especially in state institutions. I'm painting that with a very broad brush. Assist laboratory supervisors in developing and maintaining adequate facilities. Seek ways to improve the chemical hygiene plan. Here's some of the new changes right here, because now the lab standard itself, that Appendix A, is starting to delineate responsibilities for department chairs or directors or whatever you want to call them, the next level up from the worker or from the PI. All right, as soon as
this is from the 2013?
2013 change, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, disclaimer, non-mandatory.
Yeah, that was coming up. Because we talked about the non-mandatory things, when you say later on in the slide. Russ mentioned that Appendix A is not a mandatory appendix. In other words, it doesn't have to be followed. But it's a real strong suggestion. It's about the best way that I could describe it. If I were to write a chemical hygiene plan, I would include many of the elements of Appendix A in that, because Appendix A tells us what are the responsibilities of everyone involved in the whole chain. So I would make it my institution or my facility policy and incorporate many of the aspects of Appendix A in there. Let's see. Assumes responsibility for personnel engaged in laboratory use. Okay. Provides the chemical hygiene officer with the necessary support to implement and maintain the chemical hygiene plan. Another way to say necessary support is they give you time, treasure, and talent to do your job. Okay, 3 things: time, treasure, and talent. Is everyone here, their only job description is to be a chemical hygiene officer? Well, that would be not too many. So you all have collateral duties other than being a chemical safety professional as well. All right. So some of those other duties that start to impair your ability to be your chemical hygiene officer. Well, that's the time part of the time, talent, treasure. You need to have time to do your job and to do it well. Talent. Well, you're increasing your talent pool by being here today. You know, you're being supported by your administration to attend this workshop, to attend this training session, so you're broadening your horizons, you're understanding a little bit more. And then treasure is financial support for your program, programmatic support money-wise, whether it be equipment to do your job, monitoring equipment, or provide for some type of consultant to come in and perform exposure monitoring if you need it, things like that. After the receipt of a laboratory inspection form or a report from the CHO, begins the process of closing the loop on discrepancies. That's going to be the job of the director or the department chair. Budgetary arrangements to ensure safety of everyone, including the lab, entering the lab. Department Safety Committee reviews accident reports and make appropriate recommendations. That's essentially their job, is to make recommendations on how to do the job more safely. PIs, or principal investigators, or laboratory supervisors. In the industrial world, the laboratory supervisor would be the frontline supervisor. He'd be the one right above the workers. He'd be the one in charge of that space, that facility. Overall responsibility for the implementation of the chemical hygiene plan and the original lab standard. Something interesting to point out: the original lab standard did not assign any responsibilities at all to the PI. Now it does.
They may be operating from a previous paradigm.
Say again?
PIs may be operating from a previous paradigm.
That is correct.
This guy said to be a pain in the rear when let them know that you're not responsible.
Well, and we'll talk about this later on in the workshop, yesterday when we presented this up. 2008 was a paradigm shift. When felony manslaughter charges were filed against Patrick Hare and the PI, that was kind of a shift in thinking. Hey, I'm going to be held accountable. And the shift in thinking was that Cal OSHA essentially said, we're holding academic institutions at the same level that we're going to hold our industrial counterparts. Because industry already had that. Industry knew their frontline supervisors were going to be held accountable for safety. In good industrial facilities, that vis-a-vis the Dows and DuPonts of the world, their frontline supervisors had a significant line item on their evaluation for safety. And if they fall short, they're gone. The Dows and DuPonts of the world don't put up with that. They want a high quality reputation for safe work. And so you talk about a paradigm shift. It was a huge paradigm shift, especially in the academic world.
Certainly, there are people up above who definitely buy into that. But a lot of principal investigators are really responsible.
That's absolutely true, and it depends on where you go. Some administrations. I did a safety workshop at a fairly large. They were wanting to be an R2 institution, university in the South, and they just redid their entire chemical hygiene plan. I mean, brand new, huge revision, well written. They did a very good job at it. They actually involved the end users, the researchers. And I looked at this and I said, oh, well, can I have a copy of it? Oh, yeah, we want you to review it and tell us what you think. First page, the signature was not the president of the university. It was some 2 levels below VP. And I said, that was a finding. I put that on there. I said, your president didn't sign this off. Well, they didn't want to sign it off. That's not my problem. You asked me for my opinion, and I'm telling you right now, if it doesn't come from the top, then that attitude is going to filter down. PIs, I want to tell you, PIs are like having kids. Right? How many parents do we have? A lot. All right. Will your kid not do everything possible to do an end around on your rules? Okay? All right. And if they see you doing something that you say you shouldn't do, are they not going to follow your lead, follow your example? They will, every time. Well, Same here. What happens if your family situation, that family situation just correlates directly over the work situation. You know, go ahead.
So so who's responsible on these labs where we have multiple PIs and they're dealing with different types of hazards, and not all of them are responsible for necessarily all the people going through the lab at that time?
What I would do is to get some kind of written memorandum of understanding on who's going to be responsible, and if who's going to be responsible for what, make sure that there's overlap, or the PI supervisor is going to be held responsible. But get it in writing. That's how I would work it.
Okay.
Okay. But the idea is you don't want a situation in this case where you have multiple PIs or collaborated research space, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And one guy going, well, that's his problem. And the other guy going, no, that's your problem. All right. So you want to get their boss, which would probably be the department chair, making a decision saying it's going to be either your problem, his problem, or my problem. So there's one person that's going to be held accountable. Okay. If you try to get more than one person accountable for an action, you'll get nobody accountable for an action, just like a committee. And when a committee's in charge, no one's in charge. Laboratory supervisors, PIs, some more stuff here. Ensure the laboratory personnel comply with the departmental chemical hygiene plan. And let's just zip down to D here for a second. Always wear the proper personal protective equipment. Otherwise, set the example for your laboratory. Okay? Don't walk through your lab without a lab coat or glasses, eating a banana, going through, as I saw it, you know, when I was taking my daughter up to Illinois State University. PI coming out of his organic synthesis lab in a Hawaiian t-shirt with a peeled banana and a can of Coke. Coming out of his lab and going, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. You're going to Bradley. Okay. Follow all pertinent safety rules. Once again, set an example. Review laboratory procedures for potential safety problems. Otherwise, go through their they should go through their standard operating procedures and pick out things that could be problematic. Some more. Ensure that visitors to the lab follow the lab safety rules. PPE is available and properly used by each employee and by each visitor. These are the motherhood statements, but they're important. All right, provide regular formal chemical hygiene housekeeping inspections. Otherwise, the PI goes in and looks at things before the CHO or safety the safety folks come in. Make sure that he's on board. He knows he's going to be inspected, and so the PI should understand, I'm going to be inspected by the next guy, but the next guy's the one that counts. Let me clean up my mess before I get hammered. All right. Monitor facilities and the laboratory chemical hoods. We're going to have to change that. I don't like it. Never have.
Chemical hoods?
Laboratory chemical hoods. Okay.
I'll change it right now.
Yeah. To ensure they're maintained and functioning properly. However you define what proper operation is, make sure that everybody understands what that means and that the PI is keeping an eye on their hood. It's mechanical. It's going to break. It's going to fail eventually. So somebody has to be there monitoring and understanding what proper operation is. I believe that California has this mandated in code that it's got to be 100 feet per minute, right? Okay, that's all well and good and worked great for, 1980. All right, and now we have very, very good, high-tech laboratory chemical hoods that do a great job of capture at 75 or 80 feet per minute. So now you're not air conditioning half of Southern California. All right, you're not dumping conditioned air up the stack, or as much. So that's an example of how the codes and regulations cannot keep up with the technology. All right. So, how are the people building labs getting by that 100 feet per minute thing?
They argue every time you build one.
Oh, okay. That didn't answer my question.
Either build it, keep standard, or we don't like to use it.
Wow. Okay. So So essentially you're building the 1980 version of the,
Well, there's not a VAV here. There's a lot of
so you can cut, you can go and cut back and stuff like that for non-use.
Yeah, in fact, in our new facility, we're putting in automatic test conditioners for demos, so people can see what that'll do. That's all cool. And then shut the airflow down, and that are controlling it by closing the tap.
Okay. Laboratory personnel have some responsibilities as well in that appendix A. Read and understand, follow all safety rules. Okay, we knew that. Plan and conduct each operation in accordance with institutional chemical hygiene program. I will guarantee doggone to you that second year graduate student, Bob Smith is not going to read the chemical hygiene plan when he finds some cool procedure in the Journal of Organic Chemistry and wants to implement that procedure in his next research project. Okay. I would bet you a steak dinner at any place that you want to go that he's not going to do that. So encourage when you train those researchers and you're training the graduate student researcher, train them to, hey, look at this for safety as well. Review it. Promote good housekeeping practices. Notify the supervisor of any hazardous conditions or unsafe work practices. Use PPE appropriate for each procedure. Chief Executive Officer, President, Board of Regents, these are the guys on top. All right, on top of the food chain here. Promote a strong safety culture and safety and health culture. Okay, assure a balance of safety and health is incorporated into laboratory practices. They want to encourage an environment where both productivity and research occurs, but it's occurring safely. And I would submit to you that research and safety can go hand in hand, but it cannot. They coexist. But if you're not talking to each other, engaging as professionals, not talking to the researcher, it's going to be like oil and water, eventually. Involvement and buy-in of all members of the workforce. That's from the top down. Establish mutual, meaningful, measurable safety and health improvement goals. All right. Can't go on and say go and be safe, or worse, you cannot mandate zero incidents, because all that's going to do is encourage underreporting. What you want to do is say, hey, I want to measure how many near misses I have. Encourage an environment with that. All right. Are there any questions for me about your role as a chemical hygiene officer, your job? There was a quick 5-minute tour of it.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. None? All right. Russ, you're up.
Yeah, just since a few people came in late, let me just show one thing on the binder. Is all of the slides that we're going over in the morning are in the front of the notebook, and then there's various sections in the back. So, take your time at some point. We'll look through them, and you'll see some of the areas that we're going to acquaint you with. One of the tabs says environmental laws, for example. That covers some of the things I'm going to talk about. One of the responsibilities of the chemical hygiene officer is to know the legal requirements. Right? That's a fundamental responsibility of the CHO. Much of that is Cal OSHA, but it goes well beyond that. In many instances, it covers things that are transportation related, waste related. It's not just what Cal OSHA says is safe behavior. Keep in mind that while you are academic facilities, you're also, according to Cal OSHA or federal OSHA, you're general industry. There's no special laws here for academic laboratories. So you're covered under anything that any industrial facility covered under. So we have laws passed by Congress, passed by California State Legislature. We have then those organizations, those Congress and the legislatures, then direct state agencies or federal agencies to pass regulations based on those laws. In many cases, the enforcement is actually based on the law, not on the regulation. So for example, if you get a Cal OSHA inspection and they find something that's an unsafe situation, but it's not covered by a specific standard, they'll cover it under the federal or the state law under what's called the general duty clause, which we'll talk about. So in fact, 70% of all the enforcement actions are based on this obligation of the employer to provide a safe working environment for all employees. Granted, they don't talk about students, but as you know, students are an important part of the environment, and we're trying to protect them as well. Anytime there are laws or regulations, there are things that aren't clear. We don't know exactly what that means. We don't know how to apply that to our facility. When the lab standard originally came out, one of the fundamental issues was, is this a laboratory? What is it? It's a laboratory. The UC system refers frequently to laboratories and technical areas. Okay, that's their definition, in essence, of a laboratory area. So it could include graphic arts, it could include photo labs or maintenance areas. So the scope of your responsibilities as safety professionals, because I know some of you are each at PH&S, some of you are straight CHOs. That there's a larger universe here than just the laboratory. So it's helpful to know what the legal requirements are, and anytime there's something that's not clear, you can request a clarification, and frequently Cal OSHA or OSHA will issue an interpretation and say, here's what we meant, or here's how this may apply to you. You can usually do that in writing. In the early days, you'd have to write a letter. Now you can just go online and publish it, and within a few days, you'll hopefully get a good answer back. We're going to talk briefly, at least, about OSHA regulations, about transportation. Not really going to cover much in the way of POSCA. If you've got, if you're working with asbestos, or people working with asbestos, or polychlorinated biphenyls, then maybe you have to look at some of these other laws. We'll talk a little bit also about RECRA. Again, the responsibility of the CHO includes, acquiring, using, disposing, storage. I mean, it's pretty much the entire universe. Once a chemical comes onto your campus, somebody's responsible for it, and in many cases, it's going to be you. So the scope goes well beyond just, what's in the laboratory. So we'll talk about it. So here's the federal references are in the center, the California, the Cal OSHA references are in the right. I'm not going to talk about all of these, but I'll try to hit some of the highlights. Access to medical exposure to medical records. Who keeps those? PH&S keeps those, and Human Resources keeps those. I mean, that's something you should know, right? As in your responsibilities, you should know who keeps these records. How long these records have to be kept for? Somebody knows. 30 years. How long? 30 years. 30 years plus the term of employment. Why is that? Why do you have to do that?
Chronic, long-term.
Yeah, let's just say cancer. Okay, as an example, that's one reason. If people were exposed 30 years ago, you wouldn't want to know about it. If all of a sudden now this block of 40 people that all work with the same chemicals all come down with something, then you want to be able to track that back. So that makes sense. The lab standard, which we'll talk about. By the way, there's a complete copy of the lab standard in your notebook, if you want to refer to that. Okay, hazard communication. Why do you care about hazard communication? I mean, what was the predecessor to the laboratory standard? Hazard communication, right? It's still going to apply to most of the employees at on your campus that are not working in the laboratory but work with hazardous materials. So the hazard communication standard is a very important function for any safety professional, particularly if you're PH&S. Hazardous materials, liquids, wood operations, DSLs, regulated, we'll talk about some of those. There are standards for individual chemicals, things like formaldehyde. Anybody use formaldehyde used in any of your labs? Okay, see some hands. So you've done all initial monitoring, right, to verify that the action levels are not exceeded. The action levels for formaldehyde are very low. They're like 0.02 milligrams per cubic meter, something like that. They're real low. So, because of course formaldehyde has a health issue. That's something that you should be aware of, and it's probably part of your responsibility to make sure that that initial monitoring is done. And then if that initial monitoring shows that those action levels are exceeded, you have to do something. You have to provide engineering controls to eliminate that hazard, or you have to stop using it. One way or another, you have to get the action levels down below. So, monitoring is, again, usually an important responsibility of the AHS or the CHP. The medical services and first aid. Who can administer first aid? According to the standard, you must be trained. You have to have training to administer first aid. Yes, we have Good Samaritan laws, and yes, if there's an emergency situation and you respond and you haven't had training, you're probably okay, but from a regulatory standpoint, no, you have to have training to administer first aid. Absolutely.
So what kind of training?
Well,
First aid training.
Yeah, first aid training, but generally it's Red Cross provides it. There are, the other organizations, professional organizations that provide it. It's not, it's pretty reasonably yet. It has to be done every 2 years, is that right?
I think Red Cross is 2 years.
I think it's every 2 years for first aid training. Each one of these different training requirements, and by the way, there's a complete list of all of the OSHA-related training requirements we dealt with as well. It's extensive. There's a lot of requirements for training. For example, fire extinguisher training, you're going to have people use portable fire extinguishers. That has to be done annually. And that should be hands-on. We're not talking about watching a video. It should be hands-on training. You have people that you expect to use portable fire extinguishers in the laboratory. They're supposed to be trained. Again, if there's a fire and somebody uses them and they don't know what they're doing and it's a problem, there's going to be some liability.
You said expect them to use it.
Exactly.
Provide the fire extinguisher by the doorway where they can make a choice, and say no expectation.
Okay, but fire insurance people and inspectors want to see in every laboratory a fire extinguisher. I'm reasonably certain that's a universal fire marshal. It's a fairly universal requirement. But if the regulation says, thou shalt not use a fire extinguisher unless you are properly trained. So if you, when I say expect, you can say, okay, we don't want anybody using fire extinguishers. We're not going to shoot somebody that does, that puts out a small fire. Okay, we get that. The problem is that if people are not properly trained, then they may become overcome with smoke or fire or something, and so there's your liability. If you are hoping or expecting somebody, I'm going to take over, if you're expecting somebody to use a fire extinguisher, then they have to be trained. Got any questions about that? Actually, that's kind
Well,
of
let me interject from a litigious society standpoint. I would argue that if you have the fire extinguishers there, regardless of what your fire marshal says or does not say, you're expecting someone to use it.
Just by virtue of it being.
That's correct.
And there's nothing wrong with having some people trained. It's not like you have to train all your students, for example, but probably your assistants, your teaching assistants probably should have training, and ideally, PIs and professors too. That's probably not going to happen in the universal world. But
Fire extinguisher training.
okay, yeah, that's kind of fun. Putting out fires. But there's hazards there when it comes to real life. Stuff happens. Exactly. It needs to be grasped, how to get in, how to get out. You have to have 72 inches of vertical clearance. You have to have 28 inches of horizontal clearance. If your exits, flow like this, then you've got to maintain that 28 inches. So that's one of the requirements there. Maintenance and access to exit noise. We don't think of laboratories as being very noisy places, but anybody that does pulverizing equipment, the geology where they're breaking up rock, it can be pretty loud. Loud exhaust pumps and this stuff. So there are, it's something that you should be aware of what the standard is, which is basically 85,000. I will talk later about noise. Compressed gases. The easiest thing for an inspector to see is an unsecured gas cylinder, right? It's the easiest thing. And when we do inspections, we do them all the time, okay? Well, it's empty. Well, so what? It doesn't matter. If it falls, it's going to hurt somebody. Especially if you're talking about a 100-pound cylinder. They have to be secured. The standard does not say exactly how to secure it. Ideally, double chained or strapped with non-flammable treated canvas, something along that line. It doesn't say that it has to be fixed to a wall or a bench or anything, so it just says secured. That does not mean on a cart. Okay, so that's one of the requirements. The other requirements under compressed gases are using the right regulator, the right valve. Many accidents have happened using the wrong type of regulator. Most of these regulations, if you go to that 1910.101 standard or whatever the equivalent is, 3301, you'll see a lot of those, that's a very short regulation, but it'll say somewhere in there, incorporated by reference to additional standards. Okay, so for example, the Compressed Gas Association, CGA, is like ANSI or ASTM or many of the other quasi-government associations. They in essence, because they're the experts, they tell you how to handle gas cylinders. A lot of times you see incorporated by reference. That's why you might have to look up standards in NFPA or ASTM or ANSI if you're talking about things like fire protection. HAZWalker. Anybody in here HAZWalker trained? Okay, see a bunch of hands. Does everybody know what that means? I mean, and really, how does your facility define an emergency? And is that in your chemical hygiene plan? The definition of here's what we mean by an emergency. In other words, how do you make the decision of whether or not to call in the hazmat team or the EH&S department as opposed to the individuals at the scene responding to that? That's a fundamental exercise. That's something that should be part of training. You need to know. Okay, there's difference. I'll get back to that in a minute. Sign everywhere. Sign. You got to have exit signs. They have to have the right number of lumens. They have to have the right height on the lettering. There's all kinds of requirements for proper signs, particularly for emergency response. Electrical. We'll talk about electrical later. Machine guarding. Walk-in working surfaces. Slips, trips, and falls are still the #1 cause of accidents in general industry, shall we say. So having clean, dry floors free of obstruction is an important function of perhaps an inspection. We'll talk a lot about inspection later. Okay, so how does your facility define emergency? What do they do at Turbine?
What emergency? Well, we internally, I mean, for the lab, they call EHS when their emergency, their internal lab emergency plan, their SOP basically. They rely on the SOP for their chemical. It's beyond their control. They're still on their procedures. They'll call EHS.
So you mean an SOP for an individual chemical?
Right.
So if something spills, somebody's going to go look through all the SOPs to figure out what that chemical, what the definition of. I mean, how does that work?
Well, they need to know what they're working with. What they're working on. So if it's beyond their control, the addressed internally in their lab, they'll call EHS. They're trained to call EHS anyway. We have I think call it inside. We have people inside the school. They have safety reps in the lab.
Okay. Well, obviously, anybody's going to respond to emergencies, there are training requirements. Now, the HAZWalker standard actually has 5 levels of training, and everybody in your facility, including students, need to be trained at that first responder awareness level. What does that mean? It means, in essence, knowing how to identify an emergency and knowing what your individual responsibilities are, whether it just be pull an alarm, notify people, evacuate. Everyone in your building, every building should know how to define an emergency and be able to recognize that this is beyond my scope. If I can clean it up safely or stop the source safely, then it's not an emergency. Anytime you have to call in outside people, you're looking at an emergency situation. The quantities do need to be based on a hazard specific chemical situation. It's obviously quite a bit different to spill a liter of acetone than it is to spill a liter of homer acid. This happens. I've seen entire buildings evacuated were very small quantities of some of these chemicals. There's the 5 different levels of training. And who here has had 40-hour OSHA training? That 40-hour OSHA training is actually designed for off-site emergency responders, people that work at permitted treatment storage disposal facilities, first responders, fire and police, county hazmat teams. That's what that's for. The proper HAZWOPER standard to apply at a facility and responding at your own facility is the 24-hour hazmat technician specialist because it's site-specific. It's all well and good to get training. Here's what you do in an emergency, but knowing your own facility and knowing where the hot spots are, where the nastier chemicals are being stored, that's an important function of the site-specific HAZWOPER standard. Any questions on HAZWOPER? Emergency planning is a requirement. It absolutely is. You must have an emergency response plan to be able to handle it. Okay. All right, I'm going to take off my OSHA hat and put on my hazardous waste hat. My background is actually in laboratory waste management. I started working for a Ph.D. facility in 1980. Regulations came into effect in 1980, so I've been working ever since then, and Harry will verify this, I think Russ probably would too, but I've been trying to get rid of or change the regulations and how they impact laboratories. These regulations were not written with laboratories in mind. They were written for industry, period. Laboratory waste represents less than 0.1% of the entire universe of hazardous waste, and yet guess what all the problems are? Every single commercial incinerator that's had an issue, that's had an explosion, that's had a death, that's had injuries, has involved improperly packaged or described laboratory waste. That's one of the reasons that's a challenge, because industry's got 3 or 4 waste streams, large quantity, they never change, right? Laboratory waste is different every time it comes along. I've been trying to modify or actually get rid of the land disposal restriction notification requirement because it's discriminatory against laboratories. And basically, every single waste stream has to have this notification, which is use the generator telling the disposal company, here's what you can do with our waste. And yet, they design the form, they fill it out, and all you do is sign it, right? There's other ways to verify that it's being properly. Again, this is a square peg in a round hole, but we have to deal with it. So, an important function in every laboratory is what are we going to do with the waste? And the CHO's responsibility for permanent use disposal, you need to be aware of what this means. You should be able to, for example, make a waste determination. You should be able, all of you here should be able to say, yes, that's a hazardous waste, or no, it's not. How do you do that? Okay, you look at a list, you have K, P, and Q list. Actually, we don't look at the K list, that's manufacturing, etc. And we look at the characteristics. Characteristics are flammability, toxicity, reactivity, and coercivity. No rocket science here. There's all of the characteristics are clearly defined, and there should be no gray area on the characteristics. The only question you might have is on the TCLP, the toxicity characteristic leaching procedure. How do we decide what's toxic? Well, you can't look at the PTL because hey, OSHA and EPA, whether it's Cal OSHA or Cal EPA, they don't like each other. They don't play nice, they don't talk to each other, and how they define things is completely different. What is considered toxic to the environment has nothing to do with what's considered toxic to people. So from that perspective, you can't just say, I know that, I know that's nasty stuff. Pardon? Acidium bromide, perfect example. Hydrogen tetroxide. Nasty chemicals to human for exposure, but they break down readily in the environment. They're not considered toxic. The reason you need to know, because I think you're probably all large generators, and like one or two campuses that are smaller campuses that are small quantity, but most of you are large generators. You got 90 days to move waste off site. You have to deal with satellite accumulation. What's being we can't use the word stored, accumulated in the laboratory, and because California has specific requirements, get to it there, up to 365 days, you've got to date all of the waste in your laboratories that are being stored in a fume hood or on a cart or in a cabinet somewhere. That all has to be dated, all of it. As soon as it's declared a waste, it has to be dated. There's a lot of subtleties about, particularly from a laboratory perspective, when does a waste become a waste? Well, it becomes a waste when it's discarded, intended to be discarded, labeled as waste, obviously waste, inherently waste-like, a term that the regulators use. In essence, if it looks like a waste, it smells like a waste, it's waste. But that's what it comes down to. If you go into your storeroom and you see a bottle that's got a cracked cap and it's got this white crap going down the sides of it, and it's free-based, an inspector can look at that and say that's inherently waste-like. You're storing that illegally. So from that perspective, part of your inspection has to be looking at the waste materials and also things that are inherently waste. I'm sure we've all been into laboratories where there's stuff crammed into a fume hood or into the corner. It's got somebody's initials on it, maybe some put a label on it, and it's been sitting there and it's got dust on it. So that's
PI's death.
Yeah, it's inherently wasteful. So, again, this is an important function of CHO is to know these regulations, understand your generator status, know how to handle accumulation limits, particularly in terms of satellite accumulation, and have some familiarity with how things are labeled. They have to have the word waste on it at some point, or some description to say what it is and to indicate what its disposition is going to be. Waste determinations, how to manage containers, following those are your key responsibilities. We're not talking about you being the waste manager, although some of you may have that responsibility beyond your CHO. Waste determinations evaluate all waste, maintain records, properly label the store, follow accumulation limits. Nobody here has opted into subpart K. Anybody know what subpart K is? I don't like it, but one of the efforts to recognize that laboratories are a special case is anybody heard of Project Excel? Project Excel was a permit by rule to 6 New England universities about 12 years ago, something like that. They said, we want to have our own regulations. We want to have a waste management plan that says how we're going to accumulate our waste. We want a little extra time to move waste from the laboratory to our central accumulation area. So they wrote their own rules. It was basically a trial for a few years. And then EPA said, oh, okay, this seems to be working pretty well. Let's go out and have public hearings and see if we can put this in code so that other people can use it. They said, we don't want anybody but academia. I don't know why they did this. Nobody but academia is going to be eligible for this. So they issued this extensive rule called Subpart 10. It applies only to academic laboratory facilities. And they said, you can write your own waste management plan, and you can have some flexibility here. But oh, by the way, we're going to actually make this more restrictive to regular. So as a result, basically nobody's out there. You have, in California, you have 365 days to accumulate materials in the lab. According to Subpart A, that's opt-in, which you had to say, we want to be covered under these regulations, as opposed to under this. You have 180 days. So they cut the time in half and said, you can only accumulate for half as long. That's the reason nobody's on it. So again, we're still trying to change regulations, but the fact that they at least have recognized laboratories are a special case is a start. It's only been 35 years, so for me. Okay, let's look at transportation. You may figure, well, I don't have anything to do with transportation, but if somebody comes to you and says, PI comes to you and says, I want to take this, I'm going to take this sample I have and I want to drive it to another campus or another part of the campus, or I want to know how to package it properly to send it off to a collaborator in Germany. That might be part of your responsibility. Beyond that, though, you have chemicals coming on campus every day, right? They're being received. Well, who's receiving those chemicals? Have they had training? What happens when a container comes in and it's broken? Where the physically leaking? You're receiving people, whoever those are. It might be a department secretary. It might be a shipping and receiving guy. Or it might be anybody that's actually receiving it. Do they have the qualifications to know? Do they know what to do? If they've been properly trained, because they're handling hazardous materials that are in transport. Okay, shippers and receivers of hazardous materials have to have training. Okay, you should be able to determine a proper shipping name for any hazardous material. It's not hard. You go to 49 CFR 172.101, the hazardous materials table. You look the material up, assuming you know either the chemical name or the generic classification. You find the proper shipping name, the hazard class, identification, tagging group. That also will tell you how to box it, how to containerize it safely with secondary containment. This training is all, you can take a 3-day, $2,000 course in some hotel room that the commercial provider gives you, or we can go to one of the DOT's websites and get that training yourself, or you can do it in-house. It's very straightforward. GHS is going to change a few things about transportation. We'll talk about GHS a little later. Any employee with responsibility for offering hazmats for transportation, preparing shipments, labeling, paperwork must be trained. If you are signing the waste manifest, you are a shipper of hazardous materials. You have to have training. Otherwise, how can you look at, if you're not filling them out, the vendor's filling them out, how can you tell they did it properly? If you don't have some basic training for determining the shipping name and hazard class, how to classify in terms of A numbers, there's a lot involved. So I would encourage you all to understand who in your facility has PhD training, and if need be, get it yourself or do it yourself. There are six training modules in on that online course. All powerful stuff. Materials and trade. Familiar with materials and trade exemption? Somebody wants to do a demonstration in a shopping mall, or they want to go to another campus and do something. They want to transfer materials from part of the campus to another and go out on public highway. They can do that. They can use their own vehicles. Granted, I don't know what your individual policies might be about carrying chemicals around. But under the materials trade exemption, as long as you properly characterize it, have a proper shipping name, and you properly package it, it can be transported. So that's the exemption they use for researchers, demonstrations, facility maintenance, done with move, paints or lubricants or whatever around. This is the right place to look for how to properly do it and stay within the regulations.
Would that be an internal SOP that we created before that?
That's how I would recommend doing it, sure. I mean, otherwise, how do you regulate it currently? What, if somebody wants to move something to another campus, how do you do it now? Okay, and then who does it? Who transports it? And is the property package? I mean, we're not talking about calling UPS or FedEx to have to ship it. We're talking about riding it, personal vehicle, or in a university for that.
Russ?
Yeah.
If you're going to create an internal policy, make sure that you look at the regulation for materials and packaging. It's very short, and it's actually pretty easy to read. It's one of the better written regulations in the sense that it's easy to read. It's not complicated. And try to make, if you're going to make a procedure, make it very similar to that regulation. So, you know, I'm going to follow this regulation, and don't go beyond whatever is required if you can help it.
We're updating it on a system-wide basis.
Sure.
Yeah, this is, see, this is good out.
Bear in mind that California may have other regulations.
Well, transportation is one thing where California hasn't yet said we're special. I'm not even sure that they'd be allowed to under federal law. I mean, if you look at hazardous waste and you look at OSHA, those are both instances where the federal law says, hey, states, you can file your own regulations as long as your regulations are at least as strict as the federal law. That's the standard for hazardous waste, for worker safety, for probably a number of other things, but they're not transportation. Transportation is clearly on federal basis. Okay? Actually, it's international. Okay, I'm not the nuclear expert for nuclear submarine, but I do know that you have radioactive sources for GCEC, electron capture, and you're going to have various radioactive sources. You have to have radiation safety officer. There's licensing for the materials, and I know that you can find a lot of those regulations in 17 CCR, California equivalent of 10 CFR. Radioactive mixed waste. Anybody have medical facilities associated with their university? They might have ventilation fluid. They might have mixed waste that's RECRA regulated and NRC regulated. You have to deal with those twin sets of regulations. Okay, any questions yet? I think you're going to talk about lab standard, right?
I think so.
Okay.
We're going to have a first question.
Yeah, and again, there's a copy of the complete lab standard, not the preamble. The entire lab standard is in your notebook in case you want to follow along.
And that makes good reading too. Kind of like reading this thing. Like reading in the middle of the night. This is basically an overview of the laboratory standard. For California, it's the ISO 5191. The federal standard is 29 CFR 1910-1450. The big take-home message from the laboratory standard when it was created was it to be a performance-based standard. It's designed specifically for exposure control of chemicals. And essentially, a performance-based standard, for lack of a better term, is to say if you have a plan and you're not overexposing your people, then you're doing it right. It's not very prescriptive. It doesn't tell you how to do it specifically, but what it does is it tells you what your goals are. And that's what a performance-based standard does. Based on proven practices, there are Proven Practices is a book by the National Academies Press. It's available free online. You can download chapters. But if you want a hard copy, I think it's like $100 or something like that. I encourage you to spend the $100 and get the hard copy, simply because I like to have a piece of paper that I can write on and take notes in the margins on things. That's my personal preference. I have a copy of the blue one, and I have a copy of the red one. The red one's the revised, updated version.
came out a couple of years ago. It contains information, a little more updated information on some more techier stuff like microwave digestion and things like that. There are 12 sections to the laboratory standard A through L. The first section is the scope and application. Remember, it applies only to laboratories, and they're pretty stringent on what the definition of a laboratory is. It's a place, it's a workplace where relatively small quantities of chemicals are used on a non-production basis. Small quantity is usually defined as single-person manipulation. Single-person manipulation. And non-production basis is what gets people in trouble. For instance, if I work at a refinery and I have a quality assurance laboratory, it's pretty much the definition of a laboratory with the exception of one thing. A QA lab is part of the production process. So it falls outside of the scope of the laboratory standard, and therefore that puts the entire workforce into HAZCOM instead of the lab standard. All right. It supersedes for laboratories the requirements of Section 5190 and Article 110, that's for the California folks, and 5194 HAZCOM. If you read the federal standard, it supersedes all of subpart Z with the exception of a few things. And that's important as we get into the rest of the lab standard. It requires protection to the PEL limits, the permissible exposure limits, and prohibition of eye and skin contact as specified by other OSHA standards. So if a specific chemical OSHA standard has a prohibition against skin contact, that's also within the scope of the laboratory standard. You still have to prevent skin contact or eye contact. Some definitions in Part B, chemical hygiene officer. We talked about who the chemical hygiene officer is or what that person's responsibilities are. Chemical hygiene plan has to include 8 specific elements. We'll dissect those in a few minutes. The bottom line is it's got to be a written program. It's like a hazard communication program. It's got to be written. And it's got to be substantial. It can't be a 1- or 2-page document that says, hey, go out and be safe. That's not going to cut it. Designed to protect employees from health and simple asphyxiant hazards associated with hazardous chemicals in the laboratory. Let me ask a question. This is rhetorical. I want some feedback. Can any written program prevent exposure? Not rhetorical. No, you can't. All right? Simply because you can't think stupid. Okay, somebody's going to make a mistake. Somebody's going to go outside the scope of what that chemical is used for. They're going to go outside the scope of their experience, and they're going to make a mistake. They're going to go outside the scope of the laboratory standard, or they're going to go outside the scope of the chemical hygiene plan. The plan itself cannot prevent exposure or overexposure. However, it's written such that if it is followed, then it will prevent the overexposure. Permissible exposure limits, I've alluded to this before. However you're controlling, you have to control to at least the OSHA PEL. Let's talk about those for just a second. Generally speaking, when were the OSHA permissible exposure limits created? A long time ago. They're created essentially in 1971, I think, 71. They're based on the 1968 American Conference Government Industrial Hygiene Threshold Limit Value. So they're kind of old. Generally speaking, they haven't been updated very often. I know that there's a Federal Register, request for comment out right now to update the PEL. But once that Federal Register thing went out, now you're going to have industry and trade groups getting involved saying, hey, we don't want this changed because we don't want it lower. That's the industry's job, right? So, however you control, whether you have in your chemical hygiene plan, you say you control the PEL, or your chemical hygiene plan, you control to the American Conference's threshold limit value, they have to be controlled at least to the PEL, the regulation. Generally speaking, for most compounds, the ACGIH, American Conference for Government and Industrial Hygienists, threshold limit values will be lower than the PEL. Simply because of the way the ACGIH PLBs are created. They're not consensus standards, they're created based on, a committee at HCGIH, and they're full of scientists, and they come up with what they think is a good one. It's a big process, it's monstrous as law. Employee exposure determination. Employees shall measure the employee's initial exposure to any substance regulated by a standard which requires monitoring, if there is reason to believe that exposure limits for that substance are routinely exceeded in an action level or an action level PL. Okay, that's the mother of the statement. But the take-home statement from that is you're required to do initial monitoring if the OSHA substance-specific standard says you'll do initial monitoring. Remember, there's only a few substance-specific standards under OSHA. Right? It says also if there's a reason to believe that exposure limits or exposure levels are routinely exceeded. Hard to routinely exceed anything in a laboratory because the laboratory work is changing constantly. Now, I have some opinions on this. All right? I'm a firm believer in monitoring, especially in organic labs, simply because organic labs are notorious for people complaining that they're being overexposed. And it's generally a fairly inexpensive proposition to take an organic vapor monitor badge, stick it on a few students, stick it on the PI, stick one on a couple of teaching assistants, and put a couple around the room during the day when they're working with a lot of vapor or a lot of materials. That would usually be during one of their fall organic sessions where they have a lot of different materials. You have a list of the materials here. Yeah. Cross-reference that to the threshold limit value or the PEL. Do a day's worth of monitoring. Send off the results, and if the total organic vapor is less than the lowest PEL, you can pretty much assume that you are less. You're not overexposing anybody today. Now, let's talk a little bit about exposure for just a second. This is a soapbox of mine. I've said it in print, but it does the time. In the chemical enterprise, we as chemists are not entitled to a zero exposure workplace. All right, regardless of what you might think or what you might be hearing from your workers. All right, I'm being overexposed. Now you're being exposed to less than a PL. All right, you're not entitled to zero exposure. If you wanted zero exposure, you should have been an accountant. All right, so the only way that you can show to that individual that they're not being overexposed is to have hardcore data in your hand saying, look, this is what you're being exposed to. You're not being overexposed. Okay, we hired you to be a chemist. We hired you volunteered to be a graduate student. You volunteered. You are in the chemical enterprise. You are not entitled to zero exposure workplace. This is your job. So that being said, we're controlling your exposure to less than the PEL. Here's the data. Go do your job. Sounds kind of harsh, but it really stops a lot of chewing. Yeah, right? I think it's better to take that position that you're not entitled to zero exposure environment. It shows that they're not being overexposed. Now, you might get some pushback from that, but it's always better to have data in your hand when you get there. Reason to believe, if an employee is showing signs and symptoms of overexposure, or if there's a known release to a substance, or if you have a release of big spill, chances are you might want to consider doing some monitoring during the cleanup there. Excuse me. Most of the specific standards, and that would be like the benzene standard, or formaldehyde standard, or chromium standard, these substance-specific standards, and I'm going to refer to the 1000 section of 29 CFR, not necessarily the California code, because I don't know all the numbers there. Most of the substance-specific standards will require some kind of initial monitoring to show that the employees are not being overexposed. I guess it's Article 110, compounds with a Cal OSHA specific monitoring requirement. Here's a bunch. I was informed yesterday that lead has been taken off your list. Is that correct? Now, I don't know for certain. I don't have a list of CCR. So, vinyl chloride, arsenic, chromium, cadmium, benzene, acrylonitrile, not acetonitrile. Right? Don't get confused. Ethylene oxide, formaldehyde, methylene chloride. Methylene chloride is used pretty commonly. Ethylene oxide is used a lot in healthcare facilities for sterilization and lab solvents. I never use it as a solvent, but I guess it could be. Benzene, its use has been kind of disfavored over the course of the last decade plus. Okay. Your chemical hygiene plan. It's got to be a written plan. Now, it has to be on paper. It can be electronic. It still has to be written. It's got to be written and easily accessible to the employees and to the end user. Employees, people have to use it. It's designed to protect employees from health hazards and simple asphyxiants, that's a California thing, associated with the hazards, the chemicals in the lab. Lab standards as well as hazard communication deal primarily with exposure, chemical exposure. They're not concerned about crushing fingers. Those are other standards. They're not going to be concerned with overpressure hazards, generally speaking. So, your technical hygiene plan, yes, designed to protect from health hazards, but you're going to want to incorporate those other hazards into the overall safety of your facility. Has to describe standard operating procedures. I'm a big believer in process-based standard operating procedures. My specialty as a consultant is small and medium-sized chemical businesses, the folks that fall outside of process safety management. The 119 standard of OSHA. That's mostly driven from quantity, how much stuff that they have. But you'll find that laboratories and up to pilot plant scale, they have the same problems that the truck production facilities will have. They'll deal with the same compounds, just less of them. So when I write a standard operating procedure for a small facility, it's going to incorporate the process, not necessarily just the chemical. All right. Define criteria for implementation and control measures. We talked about that a little bit. Maintain proper functioning of laboratory chemical hoods and protective equipment. However you define what proper functioning is, make sure you write it in your chemical hygiene plan so that somebody has a reference for it. Personally, I'm a big believer in making sure the hood captures. I am not concerned about driving that into exactly 100 feet per minute face velocity average across the face. I want to make sure that it's capturing, and I'll do that in a couple of ways. Personally, these are ways that the industrial hygienist quick and dirty method to make sure it's working. I would use a visual smoke candle across the entire face to make sure that at all places smoke is going into the hood and it's not rolling out of the hood. The other thing that I will do is take a watch glass and put about 10 milliliters of glacial acetic acid and put it in the hood. Everybody knows what glacial acetic acid smells like, right? Really strong vinegar. All right. If I can smell it outside of the hood, it's not working right. That's a quick and dirty method. Another way you can do that is use ammonium hydroxide. Some people get a little witchy about that because it's more of a corrosive than glacial acetic acid, or they perceive it. But either glacial acetic acid or ammonium hydroxide, you 10 milliliters in a watch glass, put it in the hood. If you smell it coming out of the hood, then your hood's not functioning right. It's not capturing well. So it needs to be, you should have it looked at. The face velocity measurement itself is good for record keeping because if you have this record, Going back maybe 5 or 10 years, you see face velocity either dropping off or you see a big drop off over one monitoring period, and you say, hey, maybe I need to look at this a little closer, provide hard data other than something subjective. 100 feet per minute is a measurable metric, right? It's a number, and you can make decisions based on that metric. It's hard to say that, maybe I smell a little of the acid, the glacial acetic acid coming out. I don't know. Maybe I'm having a bad nose day or something. Provide information, employee information and training. Include procedures. We're going to talk a little bit later about what prior approval is, but it's got to provide some kind of criteria for when laboratory workers can do their job. Lynn, go ahead.
Actually, going 10 tests.
I don't disagree with that. Those are about $2,000 a foot.
Right.
Okay.
We just.
That's initial condition, right? Okay. The question is, the ASHRAE 110 test is where you set up a large array of pitot tubes in front, and you're doing essentially a good phase velocity measure simultaneously. And then also you have challenge agents as well, sulfur dioxide, I think. Yeah. Those are usually done on commissioning. Sulfur hexachloride, that's it. Okay. Yeah, but there's a challenge agent that you can measure, and either you're using like a photoionization, some kind of detector for that as well. Those tests cost a boatload of money per hood. Now, there are a few consultants that do it. I've done them in the past. I don't have the equipment to do it because, one, I just don't want to do it. I'm talking about a test that you have records for, and that you can keep records in your hand on campus to know when that hood needs to have maintenance. You can take a rotating vein anemometer. I don't recommend top finger anemometers. A rotating vein anemometer and measure average phase velocity across the hood at a certain dash height. So you're keeping a record. Let's say I'm going to drop the hood dash 6 inches. So that's usually a good spot where chemists keep it. The 6 inches drop down from the standard hood covers right about here on me, so it's covering the eyes. I'll take 12 measurements around the face of the hood, write down those 12 measurements, average them out. Now I have 12 measurements across the hood and an average phase velocity. Put that record in the file for that hood. Now, 2 years later, I come back and I do that same measurement because I'm doing it either every quarter, every 6 months, annually, however often you do it, and I notice there's a substantial drop or a substantial increase in the phase velocity. That tells me something has changed because now I have data. I've got something in my hand. If something has changed dramatically, it should be investigated. Whether it's changed high or low, you don't expect a mechanical system to vary dramatically, more than 25% or so. Go ahead now.
I'm thinking more of how often is this expected?
I believe that there's a California standard that says steam hoods are going to be tested or is going to be inspected or something at least annually. Phase velocity measurement.
We contracted out at UC Irvine.
Okay.
So we have a contractor that does it. The test you described initially sounds like something that would be good where you can just do on the spot.
Exactly. That's exactly
right.
it. That if I suspect there's something wrong or it's a routine test, I'm used to testing hoods once every 6 months. So if you got 3,000 hoods on your campus, that's not going to happen. I recognize that. Then you'd have one chemical hygiene officer with an anemometer wired to their hand.
So the tests, do all the phase velocity tests and take a picture of the condition of the hood at the time.
There you go. Yes, sir.
So you also
Okay.
So we're trying to expand the brand for the whole. but the criteria is at a certain point, it's too much space.
What it does is called rollout to the top, the top sash. You know, the sash is brought down here to work on. If your face velocity is too much, it's going to roll the back baffle, and then come up to the sash and then roll out of the sash. You can demonstrate that with the smoke panel. Conclusive evidence, I've got a couple of videos to show that. You know, I've got conclusive videos of that. Is there data? I'm sure there is. I don't know of any. I haven't produced it. That would be a great peer-reviewed paper for the journal. This is where you now just mentioned the dichotomy between a regulator and system staff who never works in a hood, and then an actual hood user or industrial hygiene. You know, the regulator obviously thinks that more is better, right? Demanding 150 feet per minute, especially on a low flow hood, and you say that's just going to roll it out. That's 2x the standard velocity for a low flow hood, right? Almost 2x. So you mentioned a dichotomy between regulation and protection. You're going to find that regulations cannot keep up with technology because of the regulatory process. You know, take a look at the PEL. We're still working with 1968 PLPs in the permissible exposure limit. The regulations cannot keep up with technology. So your chemical hygiene plan should reflect best management practices and then push upon your regulators. You as the UC system have a tremendous amount of influence on your regulators. You're a big regulated community, and I would encourage you to talk to your, for lack of a better word, the UC lobbyists to get into the Cal OSHA folks and say, listen, come on, catch up to the 21st century, would you?
That's what David's going to be doing.
There you go.
David and Larry are all the lobbyists.
We get into some of the
Tell them that their textiles work, the largest single use of energy, the largest single cost on any campus that has chemical research is going to be the hood. You're talking probably $200,000 to $300,000 a year to power those hoods. So that's their tax dollars at work. That's what you tell them.
There you go. It's a money issue. You know, I'm sorry, Mr. Regulator or Mr. Congressman. Well, we here at UC Riverside are putting a tremendous amount of money to air condition all of South Central California, because that's what we're doing. We're putting air conditioned air into the atmosphere. We would like to be a little more. We would like to be better stewards of our tax dollars and put less of that conditioned air into the atmosphere. It sounds a little cynical. I probably wouldn't use that phrase. Well, I probably would use that phrase, but I wouldn't get far.
How much is citing one?
On the 100 feet per minute?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a comment on that. That's not safe for people company.
I thought I heard you say you preferred a fan anemometer to a hot wire.
That's correct.
Clever.
Sure. I prefer instead of a hot finger anemometer, you may see that it's a stick with a little wire after it. I use a rotating vane anemometer. A rotating vane anemometer has that's about that big around. Okay, it is not as susceptible to small variance in my wrist as I do the measurement. And if I'm measuring 25 hoods a day, which I've done with some clients, I'm not going to spend 5.5 minutes in each to get a good
Waiting for it to settle down to a reading.
Exactly. A hot finger anemometer has a very small opening and it's very susceptible to making sure that it's called normal to the flow. So that's why I like it. That's why I like a rotating vane.
Are those as easily certified as you sent in?
I send mine into a place called Canaanax every year. They charge me about $250.
I'm sure about the thing, but that's either one.
Yeah, I don't have to certify. Well, I want it certified, you know, in the range that I'm going to use it as, so I can tell my client, yes, I use a calibrated panorama, so just guessing. Let's see. Right. Prior approval, we talked about that. Provide criteria for medical consultation and examination. Designate persons responsible for implementation. I prefer that designation to be done by a title, not necessarily by a name, because names can change. And then if you change the name, then all of a sudden you're into a revision of your technical hygiene plan, revision for a name. Provide employee protection for particularly hazardous substances. We'll talk about that a little more in detail. One particularly hazardous substances are select carcinogens. Here's the criteria. You can read through that. They're in the notes, or you can look it up in the standards. Here's some GHS pictures, definitions, warnings on some of the select carcinogens or select particularly hazardous substances. The first one is in carcinogenicity. The pictogram that will always be used is going to be the exploding alien. Okay. I swear I need to get this photograph or this the movie clip of the alien when it's coming out of the person's chest. This, right? So the pictogram is the exploding alien. Now, if it's a category 1A or 1B carcinogen, the signal word's going to be danger. The preface is either going to be known human carcinogen or presumed human carcinogen. If it's a category 2, then it will be a warning as a signal word, and suspected human carcinogen, and the hazard statement will be suspected of causing cancer. The GHS H code, the hazard code, is either 350 or 351. 350 series of H, the H350. And reproductive toxins, I have to commend California. I'm not really hot on California regulations, all right, normally, except for one place, in Mississippi. California did a great job on this one section of Prop 65. Okay, the fact that every building in California is labeled is going to kill you. That's a separate issue. But the California Prop 65 list is the place to go for reproductive toxins. Okay, and why is it the place to go? It's peer reviewed, and they modify it. They just don't stick a compound on the list and say it's a reproductive toxin or carcinogen. The folks at the California Prop 65 board, I'm sure it's got a name, I don't exactly know what it's called. When they find that the peer review data comes back and it says that it's not a carcinogen or not a reproductive toxin, they remove it. So it's an active, it's a list that's alive. And I think it's promulgated twice or 3 times a year, or as it's updated. Great reference, great resource material. So California's done a real good job on that. Kudos. Because it's really the go-to place for reproductive toxins, especially in the United States. For reproductive toxicity, pictogram again, this is the exploding alien. For H360, for category 1A or 1B, second word is danger, and it may damage, and, known to be a reproductive toxin, presumed it would be a reproductive toxin. Category 2, suspected of damaging or suspected reproductive toxin, H361. And there's some additional categories here. Effects on lactation, not lactation, but effects on lactation with H362. Germ cell mutagenicity, that's a bad word for that Midwest thing. I can't do multi-syllabic words very well. That's the H340 series. Category 1A or 1B, once again, signal word is danger, known or presumed. Category 2, warning, suspected causing, suspected or possible, it's 341. Okay. For acute toxins, here's the old definition. Substance with medium lethal dose of 50 milligrams or less per kilogram of body weight, blah, blah, blah. GHS has got codified much more tightly. Category 1 and Category 2, and Category 3, but Category 1 and 2 are going to be the real bad ones. Extremely toxic, highly toxic. Hazard statements are fatal if it is indeed inhaled or ingested or something like that. For oral dose, that's less than 5 milligrams per kilogram. For extreme, between 5 and 50, or highly, between 50 and 300 for just toxics. And then for harmful, it's between 300 and 2,000. These 4 boxes here are the globally harmonized system for the rest of the world. Category 5, there's a United States version of that too. So be aware that globally harmonized does not necessarily mean global. It means mostly global. Here we go. Here's oral toxicity, dermal toxicity, inhalation toxicity, and this is in parts per million, and it also gives you milligrams per milliliter and nanograms per liter for dust and mist in the categories. Employee information and training at the time of initial employment, when the natures of the hazards change, and as often as the employer decides is necessary. Because we live in an academic environment, we have a tremendous amount of turnover with the folks that we train, whether they be graduate students and even professors and visiting professors. So this is going to be a lot more often than in an industrial setting. In industrial settings, it will be normally at the time of initial employment, and when they get to assign to a group, they'll get another round of training specific to that group. Here in the academic world, you might want to consider a little more often because of turnover, so you capture everybody on that training. Of course, you have to notify workers of hazardous chemicals in the workplace. Some more information, provisions of the lab standard. You should be able to read the lab standard, including the appendices, the location and availability of the chemical hygiene plan, usually online nowadays, not necessarily in paper, but the URL, here we'll read this. Permissible exposure limits, threshold limit values, and other occupational exposure limits, signs and symptoms of exposure, location and availability of reference material. Details of your chemical hygiene plan. So they've got information on the lab standard and what it requires. They have the availability of your chemical hygiene plan. Now they also have the details of what's contained in your chemical hygiene plan. Procedures for the detection of detection and presence or release of hazardous materials. In an academic world or even in an industrial facility, the normal detection is that's not. Okay, make sure you mention that, even though that's not the best method. I mean, we all don't have multiple photoionization detectors with alarm systems all over the campus. I didn't think so. So the first indication that something's wrong is either going to be something on the floor or something in the air. Physical and health hazards we already talked about. Protective measures including PPE, work practices, and emergency procedures. That PPE training is vital. Right? Personal protective equipment is essentially the last protection between whatever you're using and exposure or overexposure. So it's vital that you get in that training and select the right PPE. Emergency procedures likewise. Medical consultations and examinations. Your chemical hygiene plan needs to include when you are going to provide an opportunity for an exam or a consultation. It's going to state in there that you're going to provide any necessary information to the medical provider. That's like a safety data sheet or other information. And obtain and keep physician's written opinion that would probably be done not in the laboratory, not with the CHO, it'll probably be done at the HR level. Once we got into this now, we get into another set of standards called HIPAA, so that becomes a little bit more problematic. That's the health of personal privacy information stuff. Okay. Hazard information. Maintain incoming material labels without defacing them. That's a requirement of the lab standards itself when it comes to labeling. Maintain and make available safety data sheets for the compounds that people are working with. Any kinds of chemicals developed in the laboratory, if you're going to end up sending them out for either analysis or shipping, you're going to have to end up creating some kind of safety data sheet for that. All right. Internal use, treat as particularly hazardous substances. If it's external, then you have to apply with CASCOM. That's the create a safety data sheet. Use of respirators. I hate this part. Okay, I am a firm believer in any research facility should not have to use a respirator for the research. Right? Once you get into using a respirator, then you open yourself a can of regulatory woe. All right? Open yourself into medical exam or medical consultations to keep your medically qualified and all the records that go along with that. We talk about selecting the right respirator, and if you're using a air purifying respirator, you got to select the right cartridge. And if you select the cartridge, then you have to get some kind of end of service life indicator associated with that, or create one. You have to talk about fit testing that respirator. You need to talk about maintaining that respirator, cleaning it, and making sure that it's inspected on a regular basis to make sure that it's functioning correctly. So all these things are in a respiratory protection program that are outside of the chemical hygiene or the laboratory standard. Chemical hygiene plan is the laboratory standard. The laboratory standard is very simple, in the sense that it says if you're going to wear a respirator, you have to follow the respiratory protection standard. The federal standard is 1910-134. The California standard is GISO 5144. But if you can avoid it, avoid using a respirator. Record keeping, employee monitoring, medical consultation exams. Is that $120? Yeah, I think it's $120. Yeah. And then GISO 3204, rules for maintenance, transfer of those medical records and their availability. The laboratory standard was initially published in 1991. This was the California version in yellow. It was effective also in 1991. Everyone here should already have and implemented a chemical hygiene plan. If you're not, you're like 25 years beyond the scope of where you ought to be. And we talked about it superseding all of subpart C with the exception of that. So that is the quick and dirty. Oh, and the appendices, of course. Appendix A is a non-mandatory recommendation. We covered those pretty effectively earlier on. Those were newly effective in 2013. And Appendix B are the references that really haven't changed since 1991. Even though those references haven't changed, okay, just pick up a new version of those references. Because the references themselves have changed, but the references in the standard are talking about 1991 ones. Yeah, time to go. Time to break. Time for break. All right, let's go ahead and take. Well, it better be 15 because the restrooms are all over the place. They're like nowhere to be found.
Heard that that's been removed. I thought they were trying to make
Yesterday at, in Northern California, one said, let's stop.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's been removed better. We've heard.
I just saw some television reporter, they're thinking the lowering the GL. Yeah, it seems like that whole flow chart, was it just like a week or two, television reporter, it was a pretty good publication. Television. Yeah, interesting, okay. When they got that,
It sort of struck me as a little bit funny, but I wasn't.
yeah, sure, great.
I know,
The safety violation there, yeah, we have, two people that, used to do it. Probably like 200 officers. Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on who's talking. If money, the students that next evening, so you can deal with it.
Like I keep walking, and I'm standing, and I keep walking. Yeah. Well, instead I had a signal, like what? But it's still with that. So like, big people have to tell us. But my regular, my regular one doesn't take it. Right.
From there,
Oh, okay, so every, like, the side so I'm gonna be doing yeah, that's the question that I over the last
What era was that? Early 2000s? I just can't I had no idea. Very interesting. Yeah. I had no idea about that. I've been there 2 years. I think I did the video. Video is actually powerful. And it's almost powerful. Yeah. I take Yeah. That's awesome. You were pushing. Better get some square
guess I could wander back there.
Let's start.
I think it's that period. I totally, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, morning is part of
You are now the exposed as over the occupation. So that's what I say, we are not and that's what I've always moved on Oh, you are? How do you feel? Every day. I like it about it. More
And then, you know, we'll have like my main ones that I do every time.
That's kind of a really good question. How does it feel? They can explain. I don't really know.
I got one comment. One of your colleagues mentioned to me that they couldn't find Appendix A in this book, right? Because it's not there. Look for Appendix A in the federal standard. Go to OSHA.gov, go to regulations, pop down to 29 CFR 1910, 1450, and then Appendix A.
It's in the notebook.
Okay.
I didn't write the notebook, I just did
All right.
Okay. I'm going to talk about, we sort of mentioned, we touched on it already, the responsibilities of chemical hygiene officers. Somebody's asking me, well, how do PIs get trained? Because they probably need this training more than you do. But, you know, that might be one of your responsibilities. If you look at page 20 in your notebook, we have a list of 52 typical responsibilities of a chemical hygiene officer. You look down that list, you're probably doing most of it, many of those things, at least some of those things. As a performance-oriented standard, the chemical hygiene officer position is what you make it and what your facility, what your employer makes it. So part of your responsibility probably is to educate PI on some of the requirements, because they don't know. Now, again, are there any PIs in this room? I'm guessing no. I don't see it. I see EHS, I see CHO, that's what I don't see. So,
I heard rumors that went.
yeah, rumors. That's about it. Anyway, we'll look at Appendix A. And again, Appendix A is non-mandatory, but if you're a CHO inspector, and you're coming to a laboratory and you're going to talk to a chemical hygiene officer, and you're going to do an inspection based on OSHA standards, aren't you going to look at Appendix A because that's a model? I mean, that's what they say. So, actually, look at Appendix A. I think it says model chemical hygiene, something along that line. It's not a model, it's an outline, that's all it is. The only place you'll actually find the term chemical hygiene officer in the actual standard is what we went through earlier, where it just says, the chemical hygiene officer is an employee designated by the employer for implementing for devising and implementing the chemical hygiene plan. That's the entire definition that's in the standard. So it's really what you make of it, and you can use Appendix A as a guideline, and so that's what we're going to do in terms of looking at your responsibilities for work there. Obviously, the chemical hygiene plan says what your responsibilities are, what else's are, so, and you're supposed to maintain. So, revise, review. The review has to be done annually. It can be done more often. I would always encourage you to have a title page, as Harry said, should be signed by the highest person you can reach, and then go up one higher if you can. And it should have the most recent review date and the most recent revision date. So any document it can change constantly, as long as people know how to access it, which is one of the requirements as well. So perform annual review, revise that. Anytime you have an accident, probably a good time to go look at the chemical hygiene plan and see how that situation would be addressed within that requirement. So review existing rules, policies, regulations, research and revise. That's best practice. I started hearing that term a couple of years ago. We used to hear PMP, best management practices, for some of the environmental regulations, for example. They refer to PMP. But what really is best practices? Where do you get them? Anybody know? I don't know. Where do you get best practices there?
Sometimes they'll be found in industry consensus standards. For instance,
CGA pamphlet P1, that's the general safety for using compressed gases. It's promulgated by the Compressed Gas Association, so it's a industry-wide standard. And that's where you're going to see things like don't jerry-rig a regulator to make it work with whatever you got. Now, I can't say that this happens on your campus, but chemists will be chemists. And if they have a regulator that will almost fit that compressed gas cylinder, but they need to fix it a little bit, maybe put on an adapter or two or three to make it fit, then they will, because they don't want to go out and spend $150 on a new regulator. We know that. But we also know that the Compressed Gas Association says don't do that. Use the right regulator for the right compressed gas cylinder.
Basically, best practices is the most current information regarding a particular subject. Harry and I are both active in the Division of Chemical and Safety. We're actually working on a list of best practices. What is it really is policies, procedures, rules, but in essence, it's taking what we know and looking at how we can incorporate that into our policies. So, for example, talking about hoods, talking about flow rate. If you look at Cornell University, they've been able to cut their costs, their energy costs down by looking at low flow, by looking at automatic turn downs when it's not being used. It is a huge expense. And clearly, high flow rates are a thing of the past. Yes, there is still a school of thought out there that says more is better. Well, more is not always better. Sometimes the right amount is better. So best practices. Inventory control. Who has it? Well, we know. Everybody's got it, right? Pretty much any PI, lab supervisor, department chair, order chemicals, you're not necessarily going to know what they are and where they are. So how do you find that out? Well, if you've got an inventory management system, then perhaps you can look at it that way. But the other way is through inspection. The third way is kind of interesting. The best way to tell what chemicals are being used efficiently is actually to go and look at your waste manifest. Your waste manifest tells you an enormous amount of information. You're required to keep those waste manifests, an active file for at least 3 years. And so you can go back and look and see what we've disposed of in the last 3 years. And if you start seeing, because laboratory waste, typically 50 to 60% of it is unused chemical reagents, perhaps contaminated, perhaps whatever, for whatever reason discarded. You can say, we're not using those efficiently. But you can also get a good idea of the kind of chemicals are they're flowing through the system. Eventually, everything that comes in is going to go out one way or another, although it can sit there for 50 years. That certainly doesn't happen. What are the routine processes and what do they require? Talking about undergraduate courses, really standard, right? You should be able to, at the beginning of the semester, go and look at every single experiment that's being done in Organic Chemistry 101, and those things they don't change much. You should be able to determine what chemicals are being used there. As soon as you enter the research world, everything turns upside down. I was asked a few years ago to go down to a small college in Virginia, and they specifically wanted me to come in the middle of summer because this Bulgarian professor was on sabbatical. Apparently he was very intimidating. They didn't want me coming there when he was there. They wanted me to see his area. So I walked into his room, and it's about the size of this room. And the first thing I noticed was every single metal surface was completely corroded. There was no ventilation. I started investigating, and then going into closets, and going into cabinets. Chlorosilanes, that's what he was using. Okay, so chlorosilanes are incredibly corrosive, very flammable, quite toxic. And here we're at a non-ventilated space where he's storing these things. Did they know he had it? I don't know if they did or not, but it wasn't too hard to figure out. I think he didn't want people going through his stuff, and that's why they wanted to come in all the summer. But you have to be astute. I'll talk about inspections. That's how you're being detected. You're a detective, you do an inspection, you can't just look around like this. You've got to go in the cabinets, you got to look under sinks, you got to be a detective. Yes.
Just curious, what was the end result of that?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Keep my report, and that's all this stuff, this is all dangerous. I used to work for a chemical laboratory that sold fluorosilence, trifluorosilence, which are even worse. And we were sold them in small quantities, like NMLs. And we put Teflon caps on, Teflon liners. They would get shipped out, and before they even arrived at the facility, they were eating through the Teflon. And that gives you some idea how corrosive these things really are. So, yeah, there's a lot of nasty chemicals out there, and it is important, as Harry said, to know, have a basic idea of what the process, what people are doing. Now, if you start seeing some incredibly toxic materials, you're going to be looking a little bit more carefully at they're being used efficiently. Go ahead.
Okay. Think about the inspection of being a snoop. I had a client who was a regional forensics laboratory, and part of their forensics laboratory was a DNA facility. And in the old school days, they had to use a lot of amphibian bromide. And I asked the director, the PI, essentially principal investigator, in this case it's the director of the DNA section, have you gotten rid of all your amphibian bromide? And used a different technique. Oh yeah, we're modern. We got rid of it all. It's all gone. You're sure about that? I'm coming down, and if you've got the amphibian bromide down, just tell me right now, because you said right here in writing, in front of God and everyone, in your chemical hygiene plan, that you don't use amphibian bromide. I said, yep, it's all gone. So 3 weeks later, I come down. And the director's right there. He says, well, come on, you're ready for your inspection. Let's go. Okay, I get into the DNA section. I'm walking around, and I start opening the drawers. Okay. Basically, it's all clean. And then I go over to his desk drawer. Right-hand side, lower one, you go, the deep one that's on the right-hand side. Open it up. 2 500-gram bottles of amphibian bromide. I said, what's this? Well, it's our amphibian bromide. Well, you just swore in front of me and God and everyone that you got rid of it all. Why is it in your desk drawer? Well, we didn't think you'd look there. Okay. So that may be the case, that you might not have thought that, but, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. So, that went on as a finding, and he eventually had to get rid of it as hazardous waste. But the bottom line is...
It's not a hazardous waste.
Well, I made him get rid of it as hazardous waste. Under toxicity. Yeah. Take his waste program. It's excellent. Shameless partner promotion, I guess, in that case. The bottom line was that it came up as a finding on a report. Okay, that went to the sheriff, the head of the organization, and it was something that was completely unnecessary. And then, of course, he got the proverbial coupon for it. So, to be a snoop means you're opening desk drawers. I was a scientist. I am a scientist. I was a chemist, a bench chemist. Where do you think I kept my stuff that I didn't want anybody else to play with? In my desk drawer. Lock and key. Yeah, lock and key in my desk drawer. Yeah.
Okay, so how are byproducts handled? So we have these undergraduate courses that generate the same waste for every experiment, 30, 40, 50 of them. Everybody's doing the same process. Why not add a step to that to neutralize that material, to render it less hazardous? That's good waste management practices, good waste minimization practice. Cut down on the waste, cut down on the hazardous. So that's what I mean by how our byproducts handle before they become waste. So as soon as you declare it a waste, it's a waste. But until then, it's not. Is the waste management plan, which is required to be in the chemical hygiene plan, is it all it can be? Does it look at opportunities for waste minimization? One example. Conduct regular inspections. Okay, labs, storerooms, prep rooms, detail inspection reports. I did an inspection at an, not to be named, Ivy League school. Walked into a lab, there were about 15 or so of these little refrigerators that sit underneath the cabinet. I started opening them up and discovered that over half of them were not working at all. Compressors were dead. They were still full of chemicals, mind you, but they were warm, and there was no, so we're talking about chemicals that are supposed to, either for safety or for the quality of the material, are supposed to be kept cold. None of them were. Did they know this? I don't know. I have no idea. But again, you've got to be detective. You need to look at everything. Look under sinks. Look at the traps. Look at particularly what's going on. Look at what's in the hood. Is it properly labeled? Everything in the hood should be properly labeled. Was it an active, being worked on that minute or that day process? One of the requirements under OSHA is to label chemicals, right? OSHA has the same requirement. Must label chemicals. They don't tell you exactly how to do that, but if you've got a whole bunch of bottles sitting in the hood that are not labeled, that's a violation. I mean, that's something that needs to be mentioned and stressed on the inspection. I investigated a lab explosion last summer at a college in New Jersey, and what happened was a Corning hot plate was being used to heat a closed reaction. And this happened also at UC Berkeley, the same thing. Some of these hot plates, they fail. They can be turned off and suddenly turn on, or they can be set at 250 degrees and all of a sudden they'll zoom up to 500. So what you need is an external temperature controller to make sure that the hot plate's working properly. But what the real problem was this hood, where this process was being done, was full of flammable materials, full of things that would burn, and so part of the explosion set off a fire. That's one of the reasons you want to make sure. Because where are we going to stash chemicals? They always stash them in the hoods, right? They always. So hoods is a very important part of your inspection. Detailed inspection reports to administration. What's an audit? What's the difference between an audit and an inspection? You guys do audits? Okay, what's the difference between an audit and inspection?
You got a formal report
For which?
for the audit.
Better be a formal report for the inspection too. Should be a checklist, and should be inclusions, and should be a schedule of when you expect to have the situation correct. So I'm not going to. I need a better answer. What's the difference between an audit and
Like an audit would be check to see what the deficiencies are, make sure everything is running smoothly, or what issues we have. Well, I think
bigger picture. An audit is a review of your entire program. It's not. It's a review of your inspection reports. If you do inspections monthly, I don't know how often you do them, but if you do them monthly, you know that, and you know an issue. How do you know that's going to get followed up on? Right? If you go back and you look at 3, 4, 5, 6 months worth of inspection reports and the same issue shows up in the same lab, somebody's not fixing it. And now you've just documented you've got a problem. And tell OSHA, if you have an accident involving that issue, somebody's going to be held liable. You don't want it to be you. So part of an audit is to make sure that laboratory inspection reports are followed up on, any issues followed up on. It includes a review of training records. Who's trained? Or the PIs getting the training? You know what? The lab standard says everybody in the lab, everybody that works in the laboratory must be trained in the chemical hygiene. That includes PIs. That doesn't, they're not exempt. If they're working in the lab, they're covered under that, and they have to be trained. So document that they've been trained.
I think that might be desirable, but it seems like it's a problem. I don't know, getting a lot of universities probably have the same problem. Getting the PI trained annually, some of them are usually ready.
I never said that they had to be trained annually. The lab standard says that all employees must be trained when they're hired, And also, anytime the chemical hygiene plan changes, anytime the employer decides it's necessary, or since it's a performance-oriented standard, every time your chemical hygiene plan, whatever it says in there under employee information and training, that was section year F of what Harry went through, that says that the training will be repeated whenever the employer decides necessary. But if your chemical hygiene plan says you're going to do it annually or biannually, then that's the rule. Performance-oriented standard, those rules are what you can enforce. Right? If your chemical hygiene plan says you're going to do something, you must do it. Okay? Because the lab standard replaced hazard communication. Hazard communication was not a performance-oriented standard. It said you must do this, and this. To replace that, to get rid of that, the chemical hygiene plan, you're now writing your own rules. Those rules have to be followed. Those become part of the statutory regulations that have to be followed. So you need to make sure that PIs are trained one way or another. We get the same thing with grad students. Grad students come in from all over the world. In many cultures, there is no such thing as safety culture. Okay, I've been to Iraq, for example. I've walked into chemistry laboratories where not a single soul wearing eye protection, not a single soul is wearing gloves. They were lab coats. That's it. You know, there's whether it's a lack of respect for life or safety, I don't know. But recognize that a lot of our researchers are from the Middle East, the Far East, and many of those undergraduate experiences don't include anything. That's probably not the case so much here, but it does happen. Okay, we have to recognize that. And this accident that I investigated in New Jersey involved a Pakistani. I'm not being prejudiced or anything, but it involved a Pakistani researcher working for a Pakistani principal investigator. And they were not able to document they had any lab safety training, including at the university. So that's clearly an issue. We want to make sure everybody is trained.
Just make sure I understand.
Sure.
Audit, inspection would be a sub-heading of an audit.
Sort of. I mean, inspection is a visual look at the facilities and the operation. That's it. Visual and putting it down on a checklist or putting it on some sort of record. An audit is a review of the entire program. That includes reviewing the chemical hygiene plans being followed, includes training records, it includes possibly exposure records. It might include fluid monitoring, any individual exposure monitoring required by a standard or that you're doing for whatever reason. It's the entire program that's looking at personnel responsibilities. The APS Committee on Chemical Safety. I can't give you the website because they're always on, but if you just do a Google search on Committee on Chemical Safety, usually this will pop up. They have a manual called Safety and Audit Manual for chemical laboratories. So I should give you some idea of what's involved. But basically, an audit is more of a program review. It's done, it's not done monthly. It's done probably annually or maybe even every 2 years or every 5 years or something like that. But if you don't see how all this stuff works together, you can't do your job. So you can't just look at an inspection and say, that's my job.
Let me chime in a little bit. Think of an inspection as a snapshot in time. You walk in and you're documenting what you see today. An audit goes beyond that. In fact, it goes far beyond that. Because now you're going to compare the entire program, a programmatic review versus or against another set or against an outside set of standards.
So we could do a whole training course on just how to do an audit. I mean, for example, an audit is not done by one person; it's done by a team. So you want maybe a storeroom person, maybe a financial person. It's always good to get a financial person on there so you can say, hey, we need to have this safety equipment, but our budget's not showing. as many people as you can get on that audit team, because they're all going to learn something. I guarantee you. They're all going to get a much better flavor of where you are in terms of compliance and reorganization. An audit, again, periodic, but put together an audit team that can look at different aspects of things, including somebody who's responsible for the money. Harry uses it, what do you use?
I have three levels. Time, treasure,
Treasure, and
talent.
talent. Okay, I use time, resources, and authority. Okay, to me, and you could almost say these are interchangeable, but time, obviously, you need time to do your job. You need the resources to do your job, which means you need monitoring equipment where it's appropriate, you need appropriate hazmat response, spill control cleanup, the ability to meet the money to do whatever assessment you need to do. The authority means just what it says. If you walk into a lab and a PI just laughs at you, say, I don't give a crap what you say. I'm going to do it my way. You know, you need to have some sort of a hammer. Now, I have, and we brought this up yesterday, does anybody here have the ability to padlock a lab? That's not safe. Anybody think they have that ability? They're all pretty much saying, okay, right. Somebody at your university should have that responsibility, right? I walked into a lab once, and bottles, this was in the laboratory, not a storeroom. You know how the benches have these little risers that are in the middle, and you have bench on both sides. He had chemicals stacked 3 high on top of the riser. Now, I'm not talking about 3 sets of shelves. I'm talking about bottle on top of bottle on top of bottle. He was making his own coffee on that same bench using a Bunsen burner, and he had large quantities of flammable material within 2 feet. I said, no, this is not acceptable. You need to shut that. I had the H&S guy with me that you shut this lab down until this is corrected. Somebody in your facility, and that's an extreme case, I gather, you know, I'll admit that, but somebody should be able to have that kind of hammer. If it's not you, you need to know who that hammer is.
A little bit about stop work authority, and I'm going to chime in. I consult in industrial facilities as well, not just industrial, not just academic. I go where I'm needed. I like to think of myself as more of a problem solver in the H&S world. When I write a proposal to, somebody says, we want you to come in. That proposal goes out, and somewhere within that proposal it says that I have stop work authority when I walk onto that facility. The reason for that, whether that gets accepted or not, that's a different issue. But the initial proposal will say, I have stop work authority. The reason for that is, that's put in there for me. I'm going home. I don't care about all the home. I'm going home at night. Okay? So I'll put that in the proposal, and about 75 or 80% of the time with my industrial clients, it'll go through. They'll give me stop work authority. Especially the bigger name ones. Because they want to show that they're consulting expert. So they'll write that in. No. Academics is never why. Universally, I will never get stop work authority when I go visit the school. What I'll do is I'll have walkout authority. This contract is not canceled until I feel I'm going to walk out safely. That's important. That's important to me because, like I said, I want to go home at night. That's my goal. I'm here to solve your problem, but I'm not going to solve it at the risk of my own safety. Yeah.
Okay. The other responsibilities: inspection, personnel training, inventory. You need to know what the chemicals are, one way or another. So if you're not going to get some inspection reports, that's what you have, a chemical inventory management system, barcodes, or whatever system you have. You should be able to look down that and get a good idea of what people do. Assist laboratory supervisors. Be safely productive. We're not trying to interfere with people's work. You know, whether it's industry or it's academia, if you don't have a product, okay, your product is a trained or research that's based on a grant. You have a problem. It's something that you're trying to accomplish. And you just want to make sure that it's done. That's really functional. Develop, maintain adequate facilities. If something's not working right, then you want to make sure that it gets working right, or that it's not one way or another. Separate the routine from the non-routine. By that I just mean, with routine operations, we tend to get too familiar, too comfortable. Maybe we take shortcuts, or maybe we get a little laxation. Okay, that rarely does that present a major problem. The non-routine stuff, where somebody's scaling up a reaction, they're working with pyrophorics, they're doing something they haven't done before, because what do chemists do? Experiment, right? We don't always know what's going to happen. If we always knew what was going to happen, it wouldn't be research. It would be doing something, repeating somebody else's work. So understand that the non-routine is the kind of thing where you might want to look at prior approval, particularly hazardous substances, some of the requirements within the standard, because that'll help you address those issues with the non-routine. Know the legal requirements. Okay. Lab standard, certainly. Permissible exposure limits. Harry talked about where you can find EPL, DLDs. We'll talk more about toxicology later. We've got probably a good half an hour to 45 minutes on toxicology. So you'll be a little more familiar with some of that. Funding, training, and documentation. Waste disposal. Why do we care about sewer discharge? Is that something that's within the purview of a chemical hygiene officer? I'd say it is. I walked into a government laboratory a few years back, and the first thing I noticed is I walk in the hallway, it's like I smell ether. Well, you should really be able to smell ether walking in the door. So I got with my host, and we started playing Snoop. We started looking around, and it took about half an hour, but we finally found a guy pouring ether down. Okay, so what happens when you pour ether down the drain is if you've got manifolds that connect your sewer authority, your internal sewer, that ether's going to bubble up through people's sinks. You've got a flammable atmosphere. Obviously, that's a problem. So that's part of it, is looking at what goes down the drain, what pour down the drain, where does it go? What's the point of compliance for sewer discharge? Anybody know? When you say point of compliance, POC? A really common term if you work at all with wastewater. The point of compliance is the pipe at the street. Okay, well, this campus right here, all of the wastewater eventually works its way into an 8 or a 10-inch waste main, and eventually it works its way out to the street, and somewhere, either on the side, either in the sidewalk or in the middle of the street, some places, you'll see a manhole. And that's where you connect to the Riverside Sewer Authority, whatever that is. That's the point of compliance. It's not your sink, but you still have to be concerned about what goes down to the sink, because eventually what goes down the sink is going to end up there. So either your campus has a NPDES permit, you should know what that is, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System. NPDES is the permitting system for the Clean Water Act. Okay, and that law actually it exempts, actually if you look at RECRA, it exempts corrosive and toxic hazardous waste. You can legally pour them down the drain according to RECRA. Okay, I'm not suggesting anybody do that, but the reason that RECRA exempts it, and that if you look at RECRA, the only place they use the word laboratory is in this exemption that says laboratory wastewater is exempt for toxic and corrosive wastewater as long as the wastewater volume does not exceed 1% of the total facility's wastewater. So, okay, we've got a residential campus here, we've got dorms, we've got showers, we've got non-contact cooling water in our laboratories, we've got kitchens, we've got bathrooms, a lot of water, several 100,000 gallons, probably a month of water running through the Riverside campus. All that stuff's going to dilute what comes down your drain. But, so I'm not trying to say you should pour all your waste down there, but recognize that part of your responsibility is you're responsible for the use, procurement, monitoring the procurement, use, and disposal, there you go. You know, you need to know what's going down the drain, you need to know what the policies are. Policies should be in compliance with your local sewer authority parameters. Anybody use zinc? Okay, zinc is something that the wastewater treatment plants can't treat effectively. So as a result, the allowable limit for most sewer authorities is like 0.7 milligrams per liter of zinc. It's very low concentration. It just passes through their system. So knowing what those legal requirements are for what can be discharged, again, point of compliance, not the zinc, it's your fight. But I assure you, if the sewer authorities start seeing black or purple, whatever, bright yellow clothing solutions being poured down the drain, they can track it back to your campus. And they will track it back to your campus. So that's something you need to be aware of. Sewer discharges. Mentioned general duty clause. I'm sure you're all familiar with general duty clause. And recognizing that most issues are really not necessary. Most things that fall through the cracks are not covered by a C. So this is the example. 51A of the original 1970 Richard Nixon occupational safety and health act. That's where they're enforcing. Seek ways to improve, make it second nature, look at the big picture of the facility. How does your lab work with other labs? How does your facility policies and procedures? Here at the I think at Riverside you have chemical hygiene officers for each department, right? Whereas other universities may have it. Some universities have one CHO for the whole campus. It does that. And the big picture, working with other CHOs on campus might help you get some uniformity and share some of that time. If the bench work involved, that's always important. When you have to do a review your chemical hygiene plan, why not take it on a memory stick or a notebook or whatever? You say to somebody, would you mind taking 10 minutes to do this? You don't have to do that review yourself. You're responsible for making sure the review gets done, but you don't have to do it by yourself. Follow up whenever there's a safety problem. If you don't follow up, that's going to be an issue. You look at, I'm not pointing fingers, but at UCLA, one of the complaints was the training wasn't done. They knew 5 months before she died that the training wasn't done. You have to follow up on anything that you find out. If you've documented you have a problem, there must be a follow-up. Otherwise, there will be liability. It's probably not going to be on you. It might be on the university. It might be on the PI. It might be on the department chair. Whoever was the most negligent. So, follow up. Toxicology, OEL. What's an OEL?
Occupational exposure limit. There's a whole list of them, and they're promulgated by a whole bunch of different other people, different organizations. For instance, OSHA promulgates, or Cal-OSHA promulgates, municipal exposure limit. The American Conference of Government Industrial Hygienists promulgates threshold limit values. The American Industrial Hygiene Association promulgates the WELS, the Workplace Environmental Exposure Levels or Limits. The Germans have their own version. It's called the MAC, M-A-K, maximum exposure or maximum allowable concentration. Concentration spelled like the Germans call it MAK. So there are tremendous numbers of occupational exposure limits, and we'll introduce those in a few minutes. But right now, we're going to talk about some fundamental toxicology. The development of toxicology as a science essentially started back in the Renaissance and late Middle Ages of the Renaissance as a result of political assassination. Somebody found a compound that would do really good to off a reigning king or monarch or somebody in charge of or next in line to the throne, move them up in the pecking order. So it was used to remove bodies between you and power. Back then,
Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones.
Well, they even sort of that too. I guess poison too. I guess high velocity steel is also a toxicological problem. The Paracelsus is back in the essentially the 16th century. Came across his Latin name was about a page and a half long, so we'll just call it Paracelsus. He came up with the phrase, the dose makes the poison. And part of the sentence that says there's no compound or there's no substance that is not a poison. And he goes on to say, and finally, it's just the dose that makes the poison. And we know this. We know this almost intuitively because we know that water, which is vital for life, if you ingest too much of it, you'll dilute the electrolytes in your body, and then you'll have some problems, physiological problems associated with that. Well, that's today now is the study of adverse effects of chemicals, and chemical here is very loosely defined on living organisms, whether it be humans or whether it be your pets or something like that. The adverse effects on a living organism. I found out something interesting at a local section meeting of the American Chemical Society. We had a researcher come in, and she does pesticide toxicology. And I did not know this, but the stuff that you put on the back of a cat for flea and tick control, you can't use the dog stuff. Because they have the front line for cats and they have the front line for dogs. Well, the dog stuff contains a compound of that the cats can metabolize, so it kills the cat. But you can put the cat stuff on the dog, it won't work, but it won't kill the dog. So it was some very interesting toxicology. Here you have two mammals that are, what I consider to be very similar to each other. They're both 4-footed fuzzy creatures that we have in our house. That's similarity, I guess. But their physiology is that, just that much different, where you can't use the same compound on both animals. Once it kills the cat, but it doesn't kill the dog. So that's where the toxicology actually comes in. Let's talk about some buzzwords that are used commonly in toxicology, and I'm not going to give any hard and fast definitions here, but essentially the buzzword definition. Poison, we're going to say that a true poison is something that when given in a small quantity produces a large effect. And usually that large effect is lethality or death, but right now we're just going to say it's a large effect. Small quantity, large effect. Very few compounds or very few chemicals are true poison. And mostly you need a larger dose to actually get that effect. However, the oversimplification is a very common mistake. I'm dealing right now with a litigation case where an attorney, and by the way, I do expert witnessing, and one of my favorite hobbies in the world is to make lawyers look dumb. And I've been reading through the depositions that this attorney's doing, and he's turning supervisors' words against themselves and using very loose definitions of things. So one of my jobs when I get onto the stand is to snap him back to reality. He's telling me that sodium sulfite is a deadly poison. Sodium sulfite used in your food as a preservative. Okay, at a small level. And he scoured the internet to find a single producer of sodium sulfite that called it a poison. And he's using that as his reference material. He didn't go to Patty's Toxicology or Civic or some peer-reviewed source. He picked up some, old safety data or material safety data sheet that was written by an attorney probably, and he's using that as his emphasis for his questioning. So that'll be fun. We'll bring him back to reality in a few weeks. Toxicity is the ability of a chemical to produce systemic damage. It doesn't necessarily mean contact dermatitis, for some compounds. When we say something is toxic, we're going to say, at least in this audience, we're going to say it's systemic. It's systemic injury. Definitions: hazard, the ability to do harm. It's going to leave us that. Risk, and we're going to go a lot deeper into this a little later today. It's the combination of the frequency of occurrence or the frequency of exposure to a hazard and the severity of the consequence. And we know that we understand risk almost inherently, but we'll get into it a little bit deeper this afternoon. Has everybody here had general chemistry sometime in their life? Freshman chemistry, right? Yes, no, okay, pretty much yes. That's good. Do you remember doing titration? The straight acetate titration, which is 10th normal hydrochloric acid and a 10th normal sodium hydroxide, right? That's fairly easy. We've all done it before. When you put that 10th normal, you stole a little bit of that 10th normal hydrochloric acid on your skin, did it eat right through your skin and make it bubble up and cause you a lot of pain, something like that? No. Did you get really any reaction at all? No. Sometimes your clothes got a little older. If you had blue jeans on, and it was splashed in your blue jeans, they turned white in spots. All right, that's not really systemic damage, right? Systemic damage is pocket past. You have to apply yourself to care blue jeans. So we understand inherently that 1/10 normal hydrochloric acid is, I can get that on my skin, but let's go to the concentrated stuff, the 12 normal. If I put that on my skin, do you think I'm going to feel something right away? Probably so. Okay, so we know inherently that the concentration has some effect on the overall risk of the compound. All right. Dose, that's how much is either absorbed into the body. We'll discuss that, or either absorbed sometimes or it's inhaled. The units of dose are usually given in terms of milligrams per kilogram, or in the case of vapors or gases, parts per million in the atmosphere, or milligrams per cubic meter in the atmosphere. Site of exposure, that's pretty straightforward. Two other things that are important here: tolerance and resistance. Tolerance is a diminished response, body's response to some kind of challenge agent based on repeated exposure or previous exposure. Everybody been through an undergraduate curriculum and got a bachelor's degree, right? That's good. Okay. You ever go out and party a little bit, during your undergraduate time, a little bit, maybe just a touch? All right. And you ever notice that by the time you're a senior, you can maybe drink a little bit more than you were when you were a freshman because it didn't affect you as much? That's tolerance. That's tolerance to ethanol. You built up a tolerance to it. Right. I'll use alcohol because I don't want to use anything. Well, you use any other example, something more illicit perhaps. Resistance, however, is an inherent, almost genetic response to the ability to withstand effects from some kind of inherent factors. For instance, let's take our dog and cat scenario with the front line. The dog has a resistance to the cat's frontline chemicals, where he's not going to be affected by whatever chemicals are on there. It's just going to either not work or not work as effectively. Okay. While the cat has no resistance to the dog's frontline chemical and can't metabolize it, and then all of a sudden it's bad. Okay. Right. Routes of exposure. The major routes that we're concerned about as chemical safety professionals are these three right here. Inhalation is the big one. Ingestion is the second one. Absorption can also be close to second as well. But ingestion I put second because it's you get a faster response than usually absorption. And there's a lot more barriers to getting a dose via skin absorption. We'll talk about that in a moment. Minor routes are ocular, in the eye. Injection. Let's talk about injection for a minute. Everybody's familiar with compressed gas systems, right? Sometimes they're hooked up to gas chromatograph, GC mass spec systems, or other high pressure systems, maybe high pressure hydrogenation systems. If something is carried in that gas, and it hits your skin at high pressure, it'll give an injection, whatever that carried substance is. So high pressure systems can carry toxins with them. You don't know what it is, or you may not know what it is, or if it's carrier gas for whatever your sample might be in that carrier gas, it might be a relative exposure that you need to be concerned about. So high pressure systems need to understand that. For the ladies in the class, transplacental is a minor route of exposure, and that's exposure to the unknown side, something we have to be concerned about. Basic chemistry is very important, and we'll find that even at this level, we can do a lot of toxicology just with our basic general chemistry. For instance, being exposure and transport of chemicals, we have a lot of physical concerns and physical barriers. For instance, the phase of the agent, whether it's a solid or a liquid or a gas, is pretty important on how well it gets transported or transported in the body or absorbed in the body. Whether that compound is water soluble or whether it's lipid soluble. If it's water soluble, it might be it might have more effective. It might be more effective when we ingest it. All right. The concentration. We already spoke about that a little bit. Obviously, if something's more concentrated, then we are going to we're going to get more of the compound in as we're supposed to. Some of the chemical concerns. Well, it's form. Whether it's a salt, a metal salt, perhaps, an organic compound. Let's take, for instance, mercury. Okay. Common forms of mercury in the laboratory system. We have elemental mercury, or maybe we've gotten rid of all of it by now. Hoping to, but so you can still find it around. Elemental mercury, mercury salts, inorganic salts like mercury chloride is one. And then we have the organic mercury. The organic mercury such as methyl mercury. We know that methyl mercury is a big problem. In fact, we had a researcher at Dartmouth die from a methyl mercury exposure. She was working with, I think, dimethyl mercury, and was wearing latex gloves, thought that she was protected, spilled a few drops on her skin, didn't think anything of it, and went through a aggressive experiment, got done, washed her hands, thought she was good. Well, 6 months later, she's got acute mercury poisoning from a single exposure, and by the time they did all the blood work, she had over 80 times the lethal dose of mercury in her system. So she ended up dying a pretty mortal death. But let's take a look at elemental mercury for a second. We all get concerned, and rightfully so, if elemental mercury is spilled on the carpet. We pretty much say we're going to have a new carpet installed, right? You never can get it all up. That's an inhalation exposure. But what about an ingestion exposure with metallic mercury? Is that really going to be a concern to us for toxicology reasons? What's going to be the real dose, the delivered dose? Not very much. Elemental mercury, when ingested, will normally pass through without being metabolized. Now, that's elemental mercury, not a mercury salt. Okay, mercury chloride is different. You'll get a mercury dose of that. But elemental mercury, the silver stuff, the bottle weighs, bottle weighs about 2 pounds. Okay, that stuff passes right through without being metabolized.
Is that the thermometer one?
Yeah, the stuff in the founders. That's an ingestion exposure, not an inhalation exposure. Metal mercury has a vapor pressure associated with it, and then you can inhale the vapors that cause some neurological damage when you get overexposed. Equilibrium considerations. We all remember Le Chatelier's principle back in general chemistry. Yes, no? That's not rhetorical. Say yes or no. No? Okay. Let's do a quick review. We have an equilibrium reaction where it's kind of balanced like this. Over here we have the reactant, over here we have the product. Le Chatelier's principle says that if I increase the amount of reactants, I'm also going to increase the amount of product, right? Because it shifts. In here, it's going to move up over here. Or if I start removing some of the products, I'm going to end up shifting the reaction the other way, or shifting the reaction towards where the lack of moles or lack of chemical quantity. Think of it also, let's get a look at another equilibrium, gas equilibrium. For instance, if I have a high concentration of, let's say, acetone vapor right here, and no concentration over here, eventually we're going to get a shift of acetone vapor from one side to the other. Because there's none here, it's going to want to take an equilibrium. Works that way in toxicology as well. If I have a compound that is, let's say, has a high affinity for, let's say, calcium, and that's a good example would be hydrochloric acid, right? So if I spill hydrochloric acid on my skin, I'm going to I want to wash it off right away. That's the standard. It's about a 5-minute wash, and then I immediately put on a compound called calcium gluconate, right? We've seen that, we've heard of that in first aid treatment. Calcium gluconate has a very high concentration of calcium ion in it, and fluoride is going to want to preferentially hit the calcium that's closest to it instead of going into the bone. So you're trying to save the bone structure by providing a high concentration of calcium near the site of the injury. So you're essentially doing physical chemistry. You're putting a high concentration, using Le Chatelier's principle, to move the toxin away from the target organ. Does that make sense? Okay. Common ion effect. Once again, that's another biochem or physical chemistry concept. pH, things like that. Sometimes if you lower the pH, you'll drop things out of solution. For instance, metals come out of solution at a low pH, will form the hydroxide that's insoluble. Or high pH, sorry. Well, all these things here, let's think about it in terms of drug use. Not illicit drug use, but pharmaceutical use. When we get a prescription from Walgreens or CVS or whatever we have here at our pharmacist, we pick up that bottle and we read what's actually on there. And it says it's some huge organic molecule, hydrochloride. Does that sound familiar? Okay, or it says sodium and then this huge organic molecule is the drug. Why is it that oral medications are either in a hydrochloride salt or a sodium salt? Solubility. Back in freshman chemistry. One of the first solubility rules is what? All sodium salts are soluble. So you put the drug into a sodium salt or a hydrochloride salt to make it soluble in our body. The ingestion system here is all aqueous based, it's water based. So we want to make sure that we put it into solution so it can be used in our body. Disposition of chemicals in the body, not just drugs, but any kind of chemical. Starts with absorption, move to transport and storage, then to metabolism or biotransformation, depends on how technical you want to be. It's now called biotransformation. 15, 20 years ago, it was called metabolism. And then elimination. Let's talk about each one of these for just a moment. Absorption. Inhalation. We'll sort of focus in on inhalation and skin absorption. Remembering first that lights dissolve lights. So the fatty layer of the skin provides some measure of protection against aqueous-based challenges. For instance, that 10th normal hydrochloric acid is aqueous, right? So there's a fatty layer of your skin that's protecting you, essentially, from having systemic dose of the acid at the site of the exposure. Let's take, for instance, a common organic solvent, dimethyl sulfoxide. You might say, another name for that is horse liniment. If something is dissolved in horse liniment, it will go right through the fatty layer of the skin. In fact, there were a number of common political assassinations in the 80s and 90s that were done by dissolving cyanide salt into dimethyl sulfoxide, painting various places around the house where the artery would touch. It would go right into the skin. I learned yesterday from one of your colleagues up north that evidently in the club scene it was a common thing to put to dissolve LSD and dimethyl sulfoxide and paint door handles. I can't verify that. I'm going to look that up when I get home. But there's another. Oh, I see some comments over here. You writing that down? I heard temporary tattoos. Temporary tattoos. Okay. The idea is that the DMSO, essentially anything dissolved in the DMSO is going to go right through that lipid layer of the skin and right into the blood system. Okay. Normally we think of inhalation as a fast exposure while skin absorption is slower or slow. Okay, and we'll see in a minute why. Other considerations about absorption: age, gender, the size of the molecule that's being absorbed, whether it's lipophilic or lipophobic, or presenting a challenge there. Inhalation is fast since the challenge agent has more direct access to the transport system. Ingestion is a little slower. Absorption usually is slower still, but it depends on many factors. Once again, molecule size, affinity for a lot of things. Transport and storage. Normally we think of the transport and storage as a physical chemical property about chemical binding to blood plasma proteins. It's greatly affected by the affinity of the blood plasma to the challenge agent. For instance, carbon monoxide has a higher affinity for hemoglobin than oxygen does, about 300 times more affinity, has about 300 times more affinity for hemoglobin than oxygen. So if we combine that with the Chatelier principle, we find that carbon monoxide would preferentially bind to the hemoglobin and leave the oxygen behind. So now in a carbon monoxide atmosphere, we're not getting oxygen to our body. We're just giving it all to carbon dioxide. What about affinities to an organ system? For instance, vinyl chloride has a huge affinity to the liver. So it's usually thought of as a liver toxin. Blood perfusion within an organ plays a big role as well. For instance, the brain is has a lot of perfusion to it. Okay, while your muscle systems do not. Your liver has a lot of blood perfusion in it. Kidneys have a lot of blood perfusion. They're highly penetrated by the blood vessels. Some chemicals are actually stored by the organs. For instance, liver and kidneys like to hold on to metal ions. The bones like to hold on to chlorine or some metals. Strontium is a big one. We often deal with radiostrontium in research. Strontium-89, strontium-90. That's a common research isotope. So we have to recognize that strontium would be stored or preferentially stored in large bone systems. Fat deposits. DDT, PCBs. Whenever you see the word storage, usually you think about a slow release and slow elimination. Barriers to transport. And here's that equilibrium we keep on talking about right here. Here's a cartoon of a lung alveoli of an air sac essentially, and a blood vessel that runs nearby. Through these membranes of the blood vessel and the alveoli, oxygen goes in and out, or oxygen goes into the bloodstream and carbon dioxide comes out. If the air that's coming in here has a lot of carbon monoxide in it, carbon monoxide, CO, this blood protein is going to preferentially bind to carbon monoxide. I've mentioned that before, but now here's a cartoon of it. So here, we have, the oxygen not being bound, it doesn't go out through the rest of the body, we have a problem. Cyanide ion does the same thing. Okay. The blood-gas barrier is permeated by a lot of gases. Okay, carbon dioxide and oxygen, of course, that's how we have respiration. Carbon monoxide, here we have 230 times stronger, 300 times stronger affinity. Cyanide, sulfur monoxide, nitric oxide, and sulfide ion, like from hydrogen sulfide, all preferentially bind to hemoglobin over oxygen. So now we have a litany of gases, litany of vapors that preferentially bind to our blood more than oxygen, or more than oxygen does. That creates a problem when we deal with these gases. For instance, as a graduate student, I was a laser jock. I did molecular spectroscopy. And we actually, on occasion, created our own lasers. We'd have a cavity, and we'd fill it full of gas, and then we'd have electrodes at each end, and we'd make the gas lasers, create a specific wavelength of light in a laser fashion. One of the lasers that I created was a cyanide laser. Okay, we filled the tube full of hydrogen cyanide gas and cooled it down using, I think we used acetone and dry ice. We used a slurry of acetone dry ice to cool the gas down, and then you'd electrify it, and it would laze at a certain wavelength. I think it was an IR wave. It's all well and good until one day you're filling up the laser cavity. You have your little container of hydrogen cyanide down here, and the tube wasn't clamped to the hydrogen cyanide regulator. It was just on. Turn the regulator on, tube pops off. So now you're filling up the room full of hydrogen cyanide, which is not good. Usually not a recommended work practice. Well, I got dosed, the person next to me got dosed, we got out, and it felt a little bad. Got out, it wasn't, the bottle didn't have much in it, only had, maybe 4 or 5 cubic feet of hydrogen cyanide in it. But that was enough to mess up our day. So we learned some valuable lessons from that. What do we talk about experience? Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want, right? Well, neither of us wanted to get dosed. So, now we created some work practices around that so it wouldn't happen again. Like making sure it's clamped down. The blood-brain barrier and placental barriers, unlike the alveoli here, these are fairly large junctions, and it's a gas barrier. For blood-brain and placental barriers, it's a tight physical junction. It's very tightly wound, and it's difficult for molecules to get through, but they can. Okay. Excuse me. There's also a high electrical resistivity between this side of the barrier, one side of the barrier, and the other. It certainly allows the passage of water. It allows the passage of some gases, such as carbon dioxide and oxygen. And it also, unfortunately, allows some lipid-soluble material through. And that's where we get into trouble with ethanol, methanol, organomercury compounds, that's methylmercury, but dimethylmercury will do the same thing. Thalidomide, that's a lipid-soluble compound. Does everybody know what thalidomide is and what it is now? It's back on the market. Everybody know what thalidomide is? No? Okay. It was a drug developed back, I believe it was in the late 40s and early 50s, to combat morning sickness in ladies that were pregnant. It does a hell of a job. It works great for combating morning sickness. However, it is also a severe non-reproductive toxin for addicts. And what would happen is ladies that were taking thalidomide at the prescribed dose, children were being born with severe birth defects. I mean, less than four appendages or parts of appendages. It was bad. Google up thalidomide sometime, you'll get pictures. All right. Well, trace that was a fairly easy trace because if you were on thalidomide and you got pregnant, or if you were pregnant and then started taking thalidomide, it was almost guaranteed that your child was going to have birth defects of some various degree of severity. Immediately took it off the market, and it was off the market until about 1998, where it was put back on the market because they found out that it was such a great medicine for combating nausea that they give it to cancer patients. Because, you know, chemotherapy patients are always vomiting, they're always nauseous. So it's back on the market, but you know, it's highly black label for use. Very highly controlled. So, you know, here we have a compound, a chemical that was developed for a specific purpose, combat nausea. It worked great. You know, the thalidomide's got that name, and rightfully so, but you know, they didn't do a lot of tox testing on it. They just knew that, hey, combat nausea. Hey, it works great. Works fine, doesn't last a long time, doesn't fail safe. It didn't mess people up pretty bad. Opiates also easily cross the blood-brain barrier and the placental barrier. Anesthesiologists depend upon their drugs, the drugs that they use, to cross the blood-brain barrier. If they didn't, it wouldn't work, right? It wouldn't put you down for surgery, or it wouldn't make you very happy, or it wouldn't make you forget things, like like the colonoscopy you have to have to do. You want to talk to your anesthesiologist, and you've got two requests. I don't want to remember anything, I don't want to feel anything. So they'll line you up with a drug, propofol and maybe some other compound called milk of amnesia. Common colloquial name for it. And you know, count backwards from 10, 9, that's as far as you get. And then you wake up 2 hours later, wondering where 2 hours of your life was, if you can't remember a thing. So those are the things. You didn't want them to cross those barriers. Right? As ladies, have any of you ever had surgery during childbearing years? What do they always do before you have surgery? Do a pregnancy test every time. My daughter, who was 12 at the time, went in for scoliosis surgery, and we want you to do a pregnancy test. What? Yep. And the reason for that is because the drugs they use cross the placental barrier. Biotransformation. All right, there are two goals to metabolism. The first goal is to create a less toxic substance. The second goal is to make a water-soluble substance that is easily eliminated. Regardless of how it comes out of your body, it's coming out of your body in an aqueous solution. We don't urinate solvents. We don't, I'll say it, poop out organic material, organic solvent, right? It's water-soluble. Usually done through enzymatic reactions, that's biochemistry. I don't talk about that because I don't know anything about biochemistry. All right, I'll just lay that down. I do know about oxidation and reduction. I do know a little bit about hydrolysis, but it's all done by enzymes where I just hand it off to biochemists. But remember, even though one of our goals is to make a less toxic substance, it doesn't always happen. When benzene is metabolized, benzene, which is it's a carcinogen, it's not an acute toxin. It metabolizes phenol, which is an acute toxin. It's water soluble, but it's an acute toxin. So it doesn't always make a less toxic intermediate before it's eliminated. Elimination, there are two major routes, biliary and renal. Some minor routes, respiration, sweating, salivation. One of the minor routes, especially for ladies, is lactation. Remember, it's going to come out of your body somehow. The toxin is going to come out of your body somehow. And now, just about every drug that is produced either says, don't nurse your children, or we don't know what's going to happen to this drug if you're nursing your children. I mean, testing hasn't been done yet. Pooping. That's pooping it out. Okay. That's, what can I say?
You said it all.
Yeah, that's how it is. Classification by acute toxic effects, we've seen this before. It's an irritant, asphyxiant, pulmonary effects, anesthetics. Here's some more. Hepatotoxins, that's a liver toxin. These are halogenated solvents, some drugs. Nephrotoxins, a lot of metals, ethylene glycol. That's bad for your dog, right? Okay. It tastes really good to a dog, but it's really bad for him because what happens is it's metabolized to oxalic acid, which creates crystals in the kidneys, stops the kidneys up from doing their job, and then hemolytic or blood toxins, carbon monoxide is a good one, neurotoxins, nervous system, mercury, organophosphates, sarin gas that was produced illicitly back in Japan. Terrorist group wanted to have to put the subway system, create a little Ziploc bags of sarin, really low quality stuff.
Where's the ethylene glycol found in?
Antifreeze. And ethylene glycol is primarily antifreeze. Yes, sir. No, not only, just as an example. Some are, some are not. You have to actually get into the toxicology of them. But halogenated solvents are notorious for being liver toxic. That's why I put them on the list. It is halogenated solvents like methylene chloride, carbon those kind of things.
Just to a dog back to drink that.
Yeah, very sweet. Tastes good to a dog.
Well, that's the
I don't know. I'm not going to try it. Okay, let's say I know what it does to dogs. All right, I've read the report. It creates oxalic acid, clots up your kidneys, and then you die because you can't pee anymore. All right. Now, probably if it does that to a dog, which is a mammal, it probably might do that to a human, which is also a mammal. Even though our systems take a lot more. The liver is a great organ. It's one of our only regenerative organs. When we have liver damage, we could actually remove a third of our liver and it will eventually regenerate. It's that great of an organ. But it's not something I want to challenge. I want to try. Okay. But being a glycol, okay, like sucrose is an alcohol as well, right? It's sugar. Well, it's not so sweet.
That's why the dog is.
Why the dog likes it. Okay. Pneumotoxins, acrolein, formaldehyde, isocyanate, teratogens, reproductive toxins. We talked about that already. Some of them. Immunotoxins, immune system. A lot of biological, a lot of viruses will end up being immunotoxins. Isocyanates also affect the immune system. Just bear in mind that any single compound or single element can have multiple target organs. Have multiple toxicities associated with it. A little bit about dose and response, the dose-response relationship. Three assumptions are made when we talk about dose response. The first assumption is that the level of response is a function of concentration in or at the organism. So that means more concentration, more response. Concentration at the organism is a function of the administered dose. So if I administer more of the material to the test subject, he's going to have more concentration in it. That kind of makes sense too. And then that the dose-response effect is actually a cause and effect relationship. You'll see in section 11 of the safety data sheet, the new safety data sheet, that's the toxicological section. And they'll have a list of in there that's available, a thing called the LD50 or an LC50. The LD50 is a median lethal dose where 50% of the population will die at this concentration. Whether that is a dermal dose, milligrams per kilogram of the test subject, or if it's an administered dose, an oral dose, or injected, I guess injected would also be in there as well. Usually you'll always see the type of test subject, whether it's a rat or a guinea pig or a mouse or something like that, so you'll have some kind of idea of what the animal was that was tested. Okay, medium lethal concentration are for gases and vapors. Usually, they have to make it a meaningful number, they have to indicate some kind of exposure time. One of the common ones that I see in safety data sheets are a 4-hour exposure. Sometimes they're 1-hour exposures. Okay. So when you're reading through that, if you see LC50 and it says 50 parts per million, but it doesn't give us time, it's really not telling you a whole lot. Is it 50 parts per million for 5 minutes? Is it 50 parts per million for 4 hours? You don't know. A little bit about dose response. Here we have 2 compounds that were tested for for toxicity. We have compound circle and compound triangle. The y-axis is response, it is percent depth, and the x-axis is the dose, milligrams per kilogram body weight. Which is the more toxic compound? Not rhetorical. Circle. Compound circle is the more toxic. How did we figure that out? As we look across at the 50% lethal response, we hit the circle compound first. So we would say that compound circle, whatever it might be, is more toxic. GHS aside, I know that we put up a little thing on GHS to talk about toxicity there. This comes out of prudent practices, where we talk about extremely toxic, highly toxic, moderately, slightly, otherwise it's like 6 different categories of toxicity. These are rough numbers here, and some examples. For an extremely toxic substance, the LD50, prudent practices say less than 1 milligram per kilogram, or an LC50 for an exposure is less than 10 parts per million. Some examples here: BX or sarin, those are military nerve agents. Nicotine. Nicotine used to be used as a pesticide, especially in the South. It's a great pesticide against aphids. Works fine, lasts a long time. Doesn't feel safe on your body. It will give you an absorbed dose on the skin as well. But it's very toxic. Highly toxic. 1 to 50 parts per million, or 1 to 50 milligrams per kilogram. 10 to 100 parts per million. There's your hydrogen cyanide right there, sodium cyanide. Hydrogen cyanide is 153 parts per million for a 50-minute exposure. And sodium cyanide, lethal dose, LD50 is 6.4 milligrams per kilogram. And then you can see the rest over here. Here's methylethyl ketone, slightly toxic, practically non-toxic, acetone. Now, I'm not saying you should go down and drink down, 5 grams of acetone per person, but no, per kilogram. But practically non-toxic, and then relatively non-toxic, hexane. A little bit about exposure criteria and exposure limits, I should say. Let's introduce that. An occupational exposure limit, whether they be a permissible exposure limit, PEL by OSHA, or a NIOSH recommended exposure limit, or any of these other organizations, they're not a fine line between a safe and an unsafe exposure, nor are they a measure of toxicity. I cannot compare 2 OELs and say one is more toxic than another. The reason for that is they're usually health-based effects, and sometimes they're based on irritation, not based on a toxic property. This is right out of the front cover of the American Conference of Government Industrial Hygienists Threshold Limit Value Book. The TLVs and DEIs, don't be concerned about that yet. TLVs and DEIs are not consensus standard. The American Conference came out and said there was a big fight back in the early 2000s, late 1990s, early 2000s, between trade groups and the American Conference. And the American Conference said, we are not a consensus organization. We are our own organization. We are making this decision. So that was a big fight. So they're not a consensus standard. They don't get input from industry on this. They have a board of scientists that come up with TLVs, essentially. They are not, they are health-based values. And they are based on the best available information. Based on the available information, the American Conference of Government Industrial Hygiene formulates a conclusion on the level of exposure that the typical worker can experience without adverse health effects. Nowhere in here does it say anything about toxicity. It says adverse health effects. So that could include irritation. That could include eye watering or lacrimation. So they're not a measure of toxicity. They're not a fine line between safe and dangerous exposures, nor are they the relative index of toxicology. Well, the American Conference and OSHA, their CLVs, TWAs, and PLs assume an 8-hour workday, 40-hour work week. There are formulas that can be used to adjust for work days. So let's say one of your workers just works a 4 10-hour work days. There are ways you can adjust the TLVs for that, or the PEL. The TLV, SCL, the short-term exposure limit, that's a 15-minute exposure, maximum 4 times a day. And a ceiling limit is an exposure limit that will never be exceeded at any part of the workday. The American Conference, ACGIH, has a skin notification. On some compounds, they'll put skin on it, and that means that skin absorption will contribute to the overall dose. DMSO is a good, we'll have a skin notation associated with it. IDLH, immediately dangerous to life and health location, is from NIOSH. Okay, and that is essentially exactly what it says, immediately dangerous to life and health, and impairs the ability to self-rescue or creates an atmosphere that could be explosive. If you go through the NIOSH pocket guide, you will see that sometimes it will say IDLH and give a number, and it'll say 10% of the LEL, or 10% LEL. That means they're determining that at whatever that number is, 10% of the more explosive limit is going to be an IDLH value for that compound. All right? That's all I have. Russ? Oh, okay. We should be getting close to lunchtime.
Yeah, so my name is Ducat, for those of you who I haven't met, I'm from Riverside. I do have a couple of announcements. If you haven't already signed the sign-in sheet, it'll be in the front. Just make sure you sign in and before you leave. Also, if you haven't already gotten your name tag, there are the things in the back that you can grab them from, and it'll help you pass out your certificate. So please get your name. If you are vegan, there is one vegan option we have. I'm not sure who told us they were vegan, but there is a plate mark with vegan on the right side, on the table off the back. And if you have any issues with heartbeat or if you need wireless access, please let me know so I can arrange that for you. If your institution already participates as you grow an institution, you might be able to use your campus credentials for our laptop to find it. So other than that, the food's ready, and we should be getting back here about half an hour or an hour.
Usually, yesterday we were pressed for time because we had a flight. Let's look at least 40, 45 minutes. There's a lot of people here. I know that this line can be run on both sides. So let's have a good lunch and good conversation during that time.
12:45. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, probably the rest of it. We're at that. That's fine. Restrooms on here.
We are. So, I know, right? They would have picked up on it. That's funny.
Do you guys have a water refilling station at the bottom?
Oh, we do, but I actually don't know where it is. It might have been across the wall. Yeah, that is a big initiative we have. We might have one this way, but if you get lost, I'm sorry.
I have been there doing work, but I never worked.
Well, our question is, have you ever worked anywhere?
So, the next hour is most trying of any day where you've been fed lunch. You're still starving, the next hour would be good, but now that you've eaten, all the blood goes to your stomach and your brain starts passing out. So if you feel like you're not getting it, and don't want to interrupt and stand up, walk around, be sure to
Take 3 food breaks in the afternoon.
Good. And if you really like what's going on, let us know. Certainly, if nothing else, you can contact me or anyone of the UC Riverside staff, and we'll be sure to pass that along. I think highly of these guys, but, I've never had to suffer for a whole day. I think I did. I took your training about 15 years ago. That's right. With that, thanks for coming again, and we'll get started back up again.
I gotta find the clicker. Okay. So Harry later is going to talk about risk assessment. I'm going to talk about identifying hazards and making hazards. There's a big difference between hazard and risk, and we'll certainly get to that. But we're going to look at all of the different types of hazards. You remember the lab standard says that you must address the health hazards associated with chemicals, but they also include physical hazards. So many of these hazards here that we're going to mention are all some variation of a physical hazard, right? So we'll start with chemicals, and because we didn't know where else to put it, excuse labeling in here too. So after the chemical hazards, we'll talk about labeling. Obviously, you're all familiar with chemical hazards. You know that there are, whether you're talking about EPA or OSHA, whoever, these are the same basic 4 chemical hazards. We have toxicity, reactivity, corrosivity, and flammability. So we know that in any evaluation of chemicals, you're going to be looking for these hazards, looking for these labels. This is your first sign of information is the chemical label. The second is the safety data sheet. Okay, these are all of these are directly related to physical hazards. And most accidents involve physical hazards, right? Fire, explosion, physical hazards. So how do we control chemical hazards? We do risk assessment, which is Harry's going to cover in the next section. Engineering control. The priorities for protecting employees are always the same. Engineering controls is primary. You can eliminate the hazard through the use of equipment or changing the process. That's an engineering control, that's ideal. You're completely preventing exposures. If that doesn't work, if that's not sufficient, then we look at administrative controls. We look at rules, policies, procedures. Thou shalt do it this way, thou shalt not do it that way. Rules, policies, procedures. Following SOPs, that's basically what that means. Now, many of you are aware that as a result of the UCLA consent order, California had to spend a lot of money developing SOPs. Well, I don't know how you feel about it, but we had 42 consultants that got hired, $1,500 a day roughly, to come out here and go to all the different campuses and do SOPs, okay, with very little direction in terms of what is an SOP. You know, yes, it's a policy procedure for either handling a chemical or doing a process. But there was no uniformity in how it was established. UCLA did their own SOPs, right? For the Center for Laboratory Safety, 1,200 SOPs UCLA did. I think there were thousands that were done at the other campuses. I don't know why the UC system didn't get together and say, hey, let's do SOPs that work everywhere.
3 months.
Pardon?
3 months to do it.
Okay, all right.
UCLA already done they're called up.
Okay, so it was a rush.
Well, that's something to do with your committee comment earlier.
The problem is that SOP can't just look at chemicals, and I think that's what a lot of the focus was on was, what is the hazard of this chemical? You know, how do you handle this chemical? How do you store this chemical? When the fact of the matter is, it's how you use that chemical. It's the process that's really much more pertinent to protecting employees. So we have them. Hopefully, we're going to look more at things like chemical ban. I assume that you're all familiar with the term. The biological safety community learned this long ago. Biological safety level. It's a little more complicated with chemistry because the exposures are different and because we have these physical hazards that aren't necessarily present in terms of the biological safety level. So, you know, we do what we can do. Hopefully there will be some more standardization in terms of how these are developed across the universe. The University of Arizona, I think, started doing controlled banding 5 years ago. It's not an unusual thing. A lot of independent groups are working on it, but hopefully we'll get some standardization because we're a transient population. We have PIs going from university of students graduating, going on to grad school, doing research. It would be nice if we had some sort of standardization. Hopefully we'll get that eventually. OSHA's not going to do it, so it's probably going to have to be done on an organizational basis for maybe trade association, the American Chemical Society, or somebody else. So if an engineering control and administrative control doesn't work, now we're using the last line of defense, but if that's what you need to do to protect employees. We know that that PPE does work, that it's all designed to address specific hazards. As long as you're wearing the right PPE for the right hazard, you can protect your employees. Provides personal equipment as appropriate. You look at either the Cal OSHA standard or the federal OSHA standard under the personal protective. Under the federal, it's 132 to 140. All it says is the employer shall provide appropriate personal protective equipment for feet, or for a head, or for eyes. There's very little in terms of specific direction of when you have to have these, but it's up to the employer to recognize that this is necessary to provide the appropriate control. All right, let's talk a little bit about label balance now. We're all going through this transition to DHS. There's mass confusion. OSHA's getting calls every day. I can't get this. I can't do this. We can't do this by June 1st. That's one of the part of this is because OSHA didn't start dealing with it, even though the Global Harmonized System for Classification, Labeling, and Chemical Control, right off the tongue, the date's 2003. We had plenty of time to look at this. OSHA didn't adopt this until 2012. Didn't really start implementing it until the first training day, which was November 1st, 2013, for training employees on labor. So, you know, we're still getting there in terms of getting up to speed on GHS, what that means. And it's going to vary from facility to facility and from state to state as well. I expect that Cal OSHA is going to adopt these. I don't know that it has that. But, you know, Cal OSHA has adopted the GHS stuff. Maybe not. All right, so how do we label a chemical? We have any original container labels. Again, you're required to not get basic. I don't know about you, but I have seen plenty of bottles that have the original label scratched out and have, you know, something in Sharpie with another chemical, sometimes that's crossed out. Sometimes it can get really confusing as to what you have. That's why sticking with the original labeling or removing labels, take that bottle out of service, it's not a bad idea. But in essence, you should not, as best as you can, you should keep the original label. Secondary reagent bottles must be labeled either the complete chemical name or the trade name. Should not be abbreviations, should not be chemical formulas. Secondary containment, however, there is a variant for secondary containers that are under the use of an individual during a shift. As long as at the end of the shift, that material goes back into the supply bottle, it's okay. I still think there's a little gray area there because people tend to put water in a spray bottle and they put acetone in a spray bottle. And they're not the same. They don't behave the same and they have different characteristics. And there needs to be concern about secondary use of secondary containment.
So just to be sure, secondary reagent bottles is a repurposed bottle.
What do you mean by that?
Secondary containment.
No, we're not talking about an additional container. We're talking replacement.
But something that's been repurposed.
Well, the real traditional meaning here is that you take a supply bottle and you pour something out of that into another container, whether it be a beaker or another bottle, spray bottle. That's your second. Instead of your working solution, whatever. That's the only exemption. Sole control containers during work shift, the work shift, supposed to go back into the supply container or be disposed of if that's appropriate. Hazard warnings that space allows, responsible party as space allows. Many of you are EHS people. Who goes into a lab when the professor dies or retires to clean it up? You've all done it. If you haven't done it, sooner or later you will. Somebody will have to do that. The worst nightmare is when you see all these bottles, you've got lab notebooks, you've got codes, and you've got illegible handwriting, you've got to figure out what all these things are. Nothing worse than that. You've got to sit down and characterize all these containers before you can do anything with them. So that's the important reason to keep containers labeled. And as you do inspections, you can go around and say, hey, this bottle needs a better label. If it's got a chemical formula, that's all it's got, or it's not legible, or some crap is spilled down the base of the label, then we need a label. That should be something that should go on an inspection report. Any container that you can readily identify what the components are. Okay. There are a variety of different labeling systems. We started out initially with an FDA, which is intended only for emergency response. Never intended for the workplace. Yeah.
Sorry, last question. On second one, it's not a hazard.
Well, how do I know it's not hazardous if it's not labeled?
I'm gonna look at anything else. You just put it, you just put it down, how much to fill out.
It's a subtle. Does it happen? Absolutely. Does it happen? Yes. Is that ideal? No, it's not. You should. And again, this is a matter of educating your people. Say, no, we don't just want the same form. We want to sell it.
Can I interject on that?
Feel free.
One of the reasons we don't put formulas on our lab finish bottles is not for us, it's for cleanup crew, the janitorial or custodial system. Typically, they're not well versed in chemical formula and nomenclature. So, writing sodium chloride solution 0.5% or normal saline on it, that doesn't take a whole lot more, especially when you're dealing with a Sharpie marker, than just with NaCl or something like that. So you're not helping yourself out, you're helping the person behind you. And that's the purpose of that.
As more information is on the label, the more useful. You got something, Russ?
I do want to make sure people understand the difference between what's required by law and what's not. Your first bullet point is required by law. Original container label bottle. And so that's what we're talking about. It's a really good idea. That's just going to accommodate entirely what you're saying, but not necessarily in law.
True enough. However, inspectors make their own interpretation.
That's right. You might get a court order.
And that's what it really comes down to. If you're going to look at a cow, when you're doing inspections, make yourself into a cow OSHA inspector. I mean, put on the black hat and look at it, try to look at it from a different perspective. And that's sometimes challenging if you're used to going to visiting the same labs over and over again. You may see the same hazard and say, okay, that's acceptable apparently. It's always like that. We've always done it like that. They've always done it like that. That's okay. But we're trying to focus on best practice. That's a good question.
If your original container label is altered, it comes with labels that are still or leakage, what is your best practice?
But the chemical name and the hazard on it.
Actually, if you're talking about the original chemical container, you're going to get back into the ASCOM standard. It says it has to contain the same safety information as the original, the same safety information as the original label.
So as long as it has that, you're compliant.
Yeah, but however, I'm not disagreeing with what Harry's saying. If your chemical hygiene plan addresses how to deal with labels that have been defaced or fallen off or whatever, you may say in there that as long as the appropriate hazard information is provided, that's accurate. And I don't think that would be a biggest person. I think the important thing is chemical name. And that doesn't mean you have to have a diamond hazard list. You could say flammable liquid, hazard.
The thing is, let's say you get that bottle of urinal acetate that's been on the shelf for the last 75 years. All right, so it had a 1950 label on it that said urinal acetate on it, formula weight. That's about all you got. All right, you're only required to put the same information on it as was on the original label. That's under HAZCOM. Okay, and remember the lab standard exempts a lot of the 1000 section except for labeling, right? Except for labeling in the sense of original containers. Original container labels will not be defaced. So, as Russ pointed out, is it going to be a violation? Maybe it will be just minimums. It's on your shelf for 75 years, maybe it's wasted. So, certainly the name and the hazard. Whether you got the same information on the original one, that manufacturer's probably long gone. So good luck.
Now, I collect antique chemical bottles. I have several from the 1800s, so that's not like, and that was from a clean out. So, somebody else had it before I did. Yeah.
Anyone who got the Japanese and they come in original containers.
Well, I think DHS is supposed to take care of that, isn't it? Yeah. We'll see, but that's why you have pictograms. That's what they're for, is to at least identify the hazard. But I don't often see German or Japanese or whatever. Yeah, it does happen, but that's an unusual situation. And in my mind, it probably should be labeled with the English. Okay. All right. So labeling the NFPA is for emergency response. If you're driving down the highway, you see a tanker truck, and it's got a diamond placard on it, and any emergency responder can open up their trusty DOT emergency response guide and look that number just by the number and by the color and tell you instantly what it is. From it, just save. That's all that the NFPA system was ever designed to do. The HMIS system was initially by the National Heating and Clothing Association for workplace use, now called the HMIS, Hazardous Materials Information System. That's probably going to be obsolete soon. I'm guessing that it's going to eventually be replaced by a CHS. There's a whole bunch of dates, of course, and I'll talk about that in a minute on implementing GHS. But the HMIS is just for workplace. specifically why it was designed. There's the NFPA label, again, same numbering 0 to 4 system. It's the opposite of GHS, which shouldn't be a problem because the GHS levels aren't going to put the numbers 1 through 5 on there or whatever. They're going to stick with the signals with all the requirements. GHS labels, which I'll talk about in a minute. So NFPA, that's unique. HMIS, again, not intended for emergency situations. 0 to 4, no significant risk, up to life-threatening, immediately dangerous to life and health, whatever you want to call it. Blue Health Bar has two spaces. The asterisk is designed to tell you if it's a chronic hazard or an acute hazard, which is, I think, really helpful. Flammability, all that based on flashpoint. When HMIS did their most recent revision, they decided instead of calling this section reactivity, they're going to call it physical hazards, and they're going to cover everything that is, in essence, a chemical that's a physical hazard. So this really picks up our pyrophorics, strong oxidizers, cryogenics, unstable reactives, oxidizers, organic peroxide, all that's physical hazards. That's really key. It's not exposure to vapors or to this or anything else that the hazard is, the potential for fire. Yeah, the one little section is different is that bottom quadrangle with the diamond that's supposed to give special information. Both of them do, but we do it a little bit different. The HMIS system you're all familiar with. This was the first use of pictograms. We have a lot of people in the workplace, and not necessarily laboratories, but in the workplace, that don't have good English speaking skills. It's a good idea to use pictures to tell them how to protect themselves. Glasses, gloves, respirator weapons. So it's a good system, but it is going to be replaced by GHS. OSHA put it in 2012. We're still working on it now. Harry would be glad to for $2,000 or $3,000 write you a new SDS. Or anything.
About 2.
About 2. Okay. About 2.
How much is in the mixture?
Like the real difference is in classification. And that's where the nightmare in terms of big data sheets is in this hazard classification. Initially, under OSHA, you could look at one clinical study and you can say, okay, here's the hazards. Not under DHA. You've got a 35-page manual that you've got to work your way through technically to establish what the hazards are based on information.
Create
So create it. There are a lot of people converting MSDS to SDSs. That's probably more common than anything else. And there's also software. We're starting to see a lot. Okay, you know that you had to be trained, or all of your employees had to be trained by 11/1/13. You have new employees that had to be trained ideally within the first 2 weeks of employment on the latest GHS labeling system. There you go, Billy. We don't want you on the floor. Technically, the second date there, the June 1st, was just designed for contaminated clothing, waste, and debris, but it's also when when importers, distributors, and manufacturers were to begin using GHS labels if they had run out of previous stock. They're allowed to continue to use previous stock on labels, containers until December 1st. But the SDS date is June 1st, 2015. Okay, and then new signs, you have to have information signs done by next year. Yes, you have a question?
We haven't yet been
Okay, so you didn't do training?
able. We've done training, part of the training.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only training component of GHS is how should employees read labels. Right? That's really basically it. But the rest of implementing GHS is really on the those manufacturers, distributors, and importers, they're the ones that are screaming bloody murder, we can't get this done. Now, forget the fact that St. Aldrich did them all, and they've got 50,000 chemicals. You know, some
Training is, you know, 2 slides, 4 hours.
2 slides in 4 hours? That's just what you're talking. I do DHS labor training about an hour. I think that's probably adequate. So, okay, the major change again is the specific criteria for classifying health and physical hazards. Yes, ma'am. Contaminated, yes. Contaminated clothing or
Self cleanup material.
for that. Yeah, if you're gonna put it in a bag or a can or a box, whatever, it should have DHS. So yeah, you should have DHS labels in-house to deal with things like that. Okay? Other specification, provide new basic requirements for labels, go over that, and there's the 16-part non-ANSI safety data sheet requirement. So, yeah, it's the same information, different place, different order, but if you can read a material data sheet, darn sure you can read a safety data sheet. Not that much. There's your sections, there's your pictograms. So, which is the one that OSHA has not adapted? Pardon? The environmental hazard, the dead fish and fish free. Why haven't they adopted it? They don't get a damn. It's not there and yes. Internationally, yes. And so I have already seen, I'm sure many of you have too, seen labels that from materials that shipped from abroad that have the environmental hazard. And that's your exploding the alien, of course. I've never heard that before. I like that. Because I didn't really have it. How do you describe that picture? You know?
The exploding alien.
Okay.
You know, 1982 science spacecraft.
It was a woman.
Was the first one a woman?
The first one was a woman.
Okay.
Okay, so pictograms. There's some disagreement. This is what has to be on the label. This information has to be on the label. Some people feel that the product identifier includes only the chemical name and synonyms, and that the supplier identification is different bullet. Who cares? It all has to be on there. Okay, this is what has to be on there. You have to have the cautionary, you have the statements, you have to have the signal word, you have to have the chemical name and synonyms, and you have to have the manufacturer with contact information.
Factory label.
I'm sorry?
Factory label. I'm saying not something that I have a bottle of something. Repurpose a bottle in the lab.
No. This is strictly for manufacturers, distributors, and importers. I don't leave any of those out. All of them have to.
Now,
If somebody is importing a chemical, if somebody else is manufacturing, that we comply with. You got something?
yes, if you are shipping a chemical out off-site that you need to supply a safety data sheet for, then you need a label like that on it.
But then you become a manufacturer.
Then you become a distributor, manufacturer. Yeah. So you assume that role as you buy into this.
So this is it's an actual label, and you see it lists 6 requirements. I just have 5, but again, same thing. Got to have the name, the pictograms, the signal word, the hazard and precautionary statements, precautionary hazard statements, and the manufacturer contact. All that has to be on the original label. Any other questions on DHS? Yes.
So let's say we have a lab that uses 50 milligrams per compound, and what's the element analysis? Is that all right?
Well, now you're talking about kind of a special case, and there are exemptions for samples being evaluated. So I think that, now granted, you still have to have the DOT hazard class and the descriptor. So it could be a functional grouping, it could be something that describes, but as the proper shipping name, either has to be an actual chemical name or one of the 29 different generic classes. So if, you know, if it's toxic and corrosive flammable, it's going to list toxic, corrosive, flammable, NOx, and give us information.
Okay, so continuing with that, we have a lab something that's never been made. They have to send us something. Or, you know, they produce it.
Cannot get around DOT regulations.
Well, what about the PHS? I mean, they don't know that. They never produced. I mean, I don't know how to find out what the settings are.
I can offer some.
Well, keep in mind here that what you're talking about is not offering it for distribution or for use, but for further evaluation. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's a different opinion.
Well, it'll also depend on your lab. If you're requiring you to produce an SDS for it to analyze it. Right. There are going to be some contract labs, some commercial labs that say they want an SDS. Okay, not all of them will. As Russ pointed out, there are two separate things. Apples and oranges. One is offering transport. Okay, now you have to look at the functional groups. Take your best guess at some generic name, aldehyde, toxic, flammable, corrosive, NOx, UN, whatever, and take a guess at it. I mean, you're the one that's defining it. Right. Okay. You should be pretty close, is what DOT has to say, especially if you don't know what
the traditional way, to be honest, I'm not saying it's the right way, is to say toxic liquid NOx or toxic solid NOx. Now, if you know it's hydrocarbon of some sort that's flammable, or if you've done some basic testing on, you can determine what the hazards are. There's plenty of generic tests available to happen.
On the flip side of that, if your contract lab is saying, I'm not going to look at your sample unless I have an SDS for it, you can write an SDS. It's up to the manufacturer, you in this case, to determine the hazard. And it's absolutely positively okay when you get down to the classification that you don't have enough information. Now, you should have an idea of what it might be. And you can make the classification in section 2. I suspect this to be toxic somewhere around this level. All right? Then you write it down, category 2, category 3, category 1, whatever. I wouldn't go ones all the way and just dump off to the danger zone. All right? But then you get into the section 11 and section 12, where tox and ecotox. The simple statement, this compound has not been tested for its toxicological properties. Boom, you are done. Okay? You've done the best that you can do. And certainly it's not going to have any you can assign personal protective equipment to it, but you're not going to be able to assign any exposure limits to it because you don't know if it probably doesn't have it. So you do the best that you can. Now, if the contract lab says that's good enough, okay, if they claim to you, then you're going to have to start or find another contract lab.
Yeah. Okay, any more questions on labeling? Yes.
We do our own lab tests, and just wondering if you choose labeling. Is this the June 1st deadline applied, or can you do it later?
You said hazardous waste? Not covered by CHO.
No, it's only compounds offered for trade.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's not intended for commercial use, it doesn't require to get separate. Okay, but it's a completely different thing. Now it's DOT, obviously. Okay, so we're going to look at some non-chemical hazards: physical, mechanical, radiation, biological, noise, and consider environmental. It gets pretty hot during the summer, all that. I don't want to store too many chemicals outside that might be sensitive to temperature. But in terms of the physical hazards, slip, trips, and falls, number one cause of all accidents, period, no matter whether it's workplace or out on the stairway. Slip, trips, and falls is where it's at. That's people not paying. I live near Philadelphia 4 days ago. We have these duck amphibious vehicles that are designed for tourists to drive around the city, see the sights, and then, oh, by the way, we're going to drive right in the river and look down. Well, they've had a number of accidents, but 3 or 4 days ago, a 68-year-old woman from Texas was crossing the street at 5:20 in the afternoon at one of the heaviest traffic intersections in Philadelphia. She's on her tablet, tapping away. She's walking against the red light. The duck driver is, by the way, up about 15 feet. and he, because of an amphibian vehicle, he can't see her until he runs her over. She's underneath, she's distracted, okay? Physical hazard, certainly a physical hazard. I don't want to be run over by an amphibian. Lifting, ergonomics, lighting, filters, ball chart, these are all things physical hazards you can look for during inspection. But realistically, this is behavioral, much of this is behavioral. Now, ergonomics, we can look at repetitive motion injuries in labs. If somebody's job is to do this all day, that's a potential for a repetitive motion injury. That's something to look for, but it's not a chemical, it's not something that's typically CHO related. Sharps, certainly we see sharps. You won't find any regulations anywhere that says you can't have sharps or that you have to address hazards like sharps. But, duty clause, somebody gets hurt, a sharp object that was left out, somebody cut themselves, got contaminated, whatever, that's clearly going to be a enforceable under the Engineering controls, administrative controls, improve housekeeping, training, key. Okay, we got mechanical hazard, pinch point, pulleys, clutches. Where do you have the slide counterbalance in the lab? Got plenty of them. Okay, I know. What does this mean? The hat, right, the sash. Okay, every sash everywhere has got some sort of counterbalance. Usually it's a block of lead or steel on a steel wound cable that goes either to the side or to the back, so that when you pull that sash up, it comes up nice and easy, nice and smooth. When that cable breaks, what happens? Boom. Well, the sash comes down and you got two broken wrists. You have to be working there. So part of preventive and routine maintenance inspection is once a year, every couple of years, take that panel off, inspect the wire. If the wire looks good, you put it back on, and you put it back on the schedule for inspection. If it's at all frayed, you put a work order in to repair it and shut the unit down, lock down, tag out there. Any rotating device. What kind of rotating device do you have in the lab? Pumps, centrifuges, rotovats, plenty of them. Anytime you've got something going around where what happened at Yale? Granted, it wasn't a chemistry incident, it was in a chemistry building. There was a woman operating a lathe, long hair, working by herself, hair gets run around the lathe, she's dead. After any kind of rotating or any kind of moving, anything that's got inertia, anything that's got potential energy, actual energy, is a potential accident waiting to happen. We'll talk about working with lab later. Machine guarding, work planning, PPE training. Harry, talk about radiation. That's your end. Okay, take over.
Generally speaking, as chemical hygiene officers or as laboratory work, we'll encounter two different types of radiation: ionizing radiation and, non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation has enough energy to remove tightly bound electrons from atoms. Think of like DNA or from compounds. And then you create an ion pair, something positively charged and something negatively charged. Some UV will do that, higher energy UV, X-rays, gamma rays, and some atomic particles, like a beta particle or an alpha particle, like you would do this. Non-ionizing radiation is everything else. Those who do UV, IR, laser safety, that's going to be non-ionizing radiation. That's not saying that non-ionizing radiation is safe, because when we get lasers involved, which is certainly non-ionizing radiation, we could have serious eye injuries, especially if you're doing electric spectroscopy type work where you're using what used to be called a class 4 laser. Rockwell changed all the classes a couple of years back, so I have to remember the high energy layers. Alpha emitters generally come from atoms that are from, take open a periodic table, thorium on up. Thorium, palladium, uranium, plutonium, americium, other man-made elements, that side of the periodic table in the lanthanide. Beta emitters, we'll find a lot of those in our daily work. Anybody doing any type of biomedical research probably dealing with some kind of radioactive tracer involved. Common ones are tritium, hydrogen-3, carbon-14, phosphorus 32, sulfur 35, chlorine 36. Those are all beta emitters, very common isotopes. Gamma emitters, cobalt-60, zinc-65, cesium 137. I have the asterisks up here in case we have any purists I didn't want to get called on the carpet by somebody that was certified helpful to tell me that technically cobalt-60 is not a gamma. Yes, I recognize that. Cobalt-60 decays to nickel-60 using a beta emission, and nickel-60 is a gamma. But everybody calls it cobalt-60 beta. Same with the zinc, same with the cesium 137. Decays to barium-137 metastable via beta, and then barium-137 gives it a gamma. So these are commonly found, especially in radiation labs, used for tracers, used for synthetic organic reactions, where you're going to want to find out how efficient your reaction is. Control ionizing radiation hazards by using appropriate shielding. Use the properties of the material to your advantage. For instance, a gamma ray, not a particle, is actually a part of the EM spectrum. Gamma is best absorbed, shielded by something that's very dense. We think it's lead, we think it's plated uranium, we think it's steel or concrete, right? While a beta particle, an electron, is easily shielded by plastic or something that's much less dense. Alpha emitters are shielded by paper. Piece of cardboard. Time is another one. If you reduce your time being exposed to a radiation source, you're also reducing the dose. So essentially, time is dose when it comes to radiation. Most radiation fields are measured in millirem per hour, or that's the U.S. version, and I'm going to stick with it because then it gets grades, sieverts, and all that kind of stuff. So millirem per hour or rem per hour, R per hour. Distance.
So what one should we, if we haven't latched on to a dose convention, what would be best certified?
Who are you talking to? If you're talking to an American, then you're going to want to use R per hour or MR per hour. If you're talking to somebody across the pond or anybody else,
Watch CNN.
Okay. But normal CNN audience is going to be American. All right. But and the conversion factor is a factor of 100 between a gray and a R or something like that. I have to look it up every time I do it. I stick with REM simply because there's a thumb rule in practical radiation safety called the curie meter REM rule, where if you have a curie material and you're 1 meter away from it, then your dose rate is 1 R per hour. Curie meter REM. Okay. So you have to do the multiplication. That's what we're for. How many REM to gray?
I just find myself lost when I hear people talking about,
Steve,
yeah, it's talk about Steve or something.
Yeah, there's a factor of 100 difference. So just do a quick Google search. 1 R per hour in Phifer, something like that. Distance, once again, I made reference to that thumb rule, the curie meter REM thumb rule. Clearly, if you have a point source and it's emitting in all directions, just like a regular physics problem, and 1 over R squared problem, if you double the distance, you're going to quarter for your dose rate, I should say. Monitoring to prevent contamination spread or estimating the dose. Let's go back to our list of isotopes for a moment. A lot of monitoring is done using handheld equipment. A level model 12 with a 10K probe on it. You may have seen your RSO or people out of your RSO have this thing that runs with the meter in one hand and the probe in the other, and they're trying to find the clicky clips all around your surfaces. The problem with that is when you get into the low energy isotopes, it's primarily used to hydrogen, tritium, and carbon-14. A level model 12 won't detect them, because they're too low in energy. Technically, if you look at the level specs, it'll say that it's like 1 or 2% efficient for carbon-14. Well, at 1 or 2% efficient, you get trapped. So when you get to the high energy betas or gamma emitters, then you'll easily get information off a handheld probe, handheld meter. The way to look for contamination of these low energy beta emitters, the best way that I found is to use a glass fiber filter to wipe the surface with it, put it in a liquid scintillation vial and form a cocktail, and then put it in a liquid scintillation analyzer that's calibrated for the glass fiber filter. Use a glass fiber filter because it's translucent in the cocktail, so the light that's emitted from the interaction of the beta particle with the fluor in the liquid scintillation cocktail doesn't get absorbed by the filter itself. Pretty neat system. And you can get up to like 98% counting efficiency with that. Some noise hazards. Where are we going to find noise hazards in the laboratory environment, besides the music that's playing in the graduate students? Okay, refrigerator freezers that are not really tuned up real well with communicators, compressors, hoods that are really, okay. Saws? Oh, it's in the shop.
Well, our lab.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, wow, that's, what are you doing when you get a saw? Okay. Anybody here from the geology department? Okay. Oh, yeah, I heard something. Oh, God, yeah. Okay, so they have these crushers, right? They have some kind of pulverizer, crusher type object. Sometimes they're jar mills, or even worse, the crushers, the pulverizers. Yeah. Okay, so there's a real possibility that we can have noise exposure greater than the standard that's set up. You find yourself in a situation where you're exposing folks at noise levels above 85 dB on an 8-hour time-weighted average, puts you into another OSHA standard, the hearing protection standard. Now, remember what I said about respiratory protection, how much of it's pain, and how much we don't want to be there? You don't want to be there either, because that ties you into medical consultation, you get baseline hearing test, it puts you into PPE use, it drives you as the safety official to look at engineering controls to try to drop the noise level down. Because the noise standard itself drives you towards engineering controls first, not the use of PPE. Okay. Here are some examples of noise levels. 150 dB, you've got Leopard concert, or what?
Are you PI?
What he's mad? She's mad? Oh man, that's brutal. Okay, 140 dB firearms. I really don't like that in there. This is off the standard list. Firearms is an impact noise, like a jackhammer is. So it's a little bit different. There's some different regulations when it comes to the impact noises. Here we go. Jet plane takeoff. That's a quiet jet plane. It's not an F-14. It's off the flight deck. Amplified rock music at 4 to 6 speed. That's the mosh pit, right? And then, you know, yeah, more rock music. Rock music seems to have a lot of entries here. As we get down to the lower levels, you know, somewhere between 60 dB, 50 dB is standard conversation. That's where we're at. Rule of thumb, if you can't have a normal conversation with the person next to you in the space, you got a noise problem. We need to investigate. So, how do we investigate? Did a couple of different ways. One is a handheld audiometer, handheld noise meter, and essentially tells you what's called an SPL, a sound pressure level reading. The other one is a noise dosimetry that's actually worn by the worker. And if you're looking for dose, remember our standard is 85 dB or greater for an 8-hour time-weighted average exposure. If you're going to try to measure that, you need a dosimeter. The only way to measure it is a dosimeter. It's not with the SPL meter. SPL gives you an idea of how noisy something is at that moment. It's not giving you the dose for the guy with the setting. Because let's say he goes into the room that's screaming at 140 dB for about 2 minutes, and then he goes back to his office that's nice and quiet for the rest of the day. He's not going to hit that 8-hour time-weighted average. Okay. Engineering controls put out acoustic insulation, or find another way to do the job. Hearing conservation program, that's another one of those things that you want to try to avoid as much as possible. Personal protective equipment. Here's a note. The noise reduction ratio, that's the NRR, that's printed on the box of every hearing protector box that you get, whether it's a set of ear muffs that go over the ears or the foamy plugs that go in the ears. On the box, there's going to be some kind of NRR. It's the NRR, noise reduction ratio. It's going to be a number. The number is usually in the range between 25 and 35, 35 is the most I've ever seen. 33 is typical. It's somewhere between 25 and 33. Okay. That does not mean that that's the true noise reduction ratio, because it's based on a perfect fit. The true noise reduction ratio is going to be about 3 dB less than whatever's printed on the side of the box. So, if it says NRR 23, you're getting a 20 dB noise reduction. So that's how to work it. There's actually a formula inside in the hearing protection standard that tells you how to do that. So, but the bottom line is, one method is just to subtract 3 from it and go with it. Doing a lot of math. Pressure hazards. We're going to get those all over the chemical enterprise in the laboratory setting. We got pressure and temperature hazards all over the place. Compressed gases, working at elevated pressure, working at a vacuum. Rotor vats work in a vacuum, okay? You have a small vacuum, run on that flask that's spinning around. That's the whole purpose of it. You're trying to vacuum off the solvent. Okay, where else do we find high pressure systems in the laboratory, other than compressed gas cylinders? Okay, house gas. Compressed air usually comes out at about 30 to 40 psi. Okay. Yeah. What about experiments that produce high pressure? Where would we find experiments that produce high pressure? I'm sorry, speak up. Like there we go. Calorimetry. Called car bomb. Or bomb calorimetry. Don't take one through TSA and call it bomb. Right? That's smart. Call it a calorimeter, and Bob, the TSA agent, will go and say, oh, okay. Yeah. Do not call it bomb. It's a calorimeter. It's a scientific instrument. Oh, you're good. Okay. Bomb calorimetry. What about are there any other ones?
Hydraulic labs.
I'm sorry?
Hydraulic labs.
Hydraulic labs. There are some reactions that are done in closed steel tubing that's fucking a furnace at 900 degrees. Like hydraulic hydropyrolysis reaction. You put in an organic material, and then you put in a catalyst, the seal both ends of the steel tube, run the furnace at about 900 degrees for X number of minutes. Well, remember, PV equals nRT, works both ways, right? So you keep that small container up to 900 degrees, you've got some pressure associated with that. You need to be careful with that. Many scale-up reactions will give us pressure problems. Do we have anybody here that does kilo scale reactions in their research? Anybody ever see that? Let's say they get a 20-liter glass reaction vessel. We've seen those about this big around, about this size, floor mounted. You know, you've seen them. They got a big stirrer in them. Comes from the top. I'm sorry.
Not as fast, and we're to the
Okay.
production, so we have all.
Okay. Yeah. They could be pilot plants, or they could be large kilo scale reactors.
12 liters.
Okay, 12 liters. Yeah. You did it in a 20-liter vessel, probably, right?
It's a 12 liters.
Okay, so you're doing about
27.
Okay. All right. So it's a big, thick glass vessel, usually borosilicate glass. What's the rated pressure on that vessel? About 12 psi. And usually there's a burst that's associated with that. The burst is about 7 psi. Well, that's to relieve the pressure in case your reaction takes off. You have an exothermic spike, or you get a thermal spike in it, and all of a sudden the pressure starts screaming up. Well, that's good, but what if you have an exotherm that goes from 50 to 150 in about 5 seconds? Is that at least going to protect that glass? Probably not. So, keep in mind that closed systems that are designed to be closed may need a release system associated with it. And compressed gases and gas cylinders and piping. Let's look at piping for just a moment. Anybody have these huge dewars on the outside of the building that contain liquid nitrogen or liquid oxygen or some other cryogenic material? All right. We have to be careful about how those are piped because of something called an expansion ratio of cryogenic gas. Liquid nitrogen has about a 700 to 1 expansion ratio. So if we close off 2 ends of a pipe of a cryogen, when it's liquid nitrogen or when it's still in its cryogenic state, quickly, and then it starts to heat up, well, it's going to expand. And now you're going to have a pressure problem on both sides. And eventually you'll have a failure somewhere. Here's how to read a DOT cylinder. If you're interested, you'll see a stamp up here. It says DOT 3AA. DOT means that it's approved by the Department of Transportation. The next set of numbers that come after it, like 3AA, tells you what the material of the cylinder is made out of. 3AA, I believe, is aluminum, but it could be steel. I'm not sure. I'd have to look that one up again. The last 4 digits after that is the working pressure of the cylinder. That's the maximum fill pressure of the cylinder. Occasionally, you will see a plus after that. So it would be 2265, and then we'd say a plus. That means you can have a 10% overfill on that cylinder. The next thing you'll see is a serial number. Every compressed gas cylinder has a unique serial number according to its manufacturer. The manufacturing date is going to be down here. That's going to also be the date of the first hydrostatic test. It'll be a month and year. Neck ring, if it's still around, is the original owner of the cylinder. Over here, you'll have a series of retest markings. 4L60, that means it was done in April of 1960, and then the star, and they're telling you that it's, or no, that's not star, it's just dot. 4L65, 4L75. When you see the star sign right here, they've approved that cylinder for a 10-year retest instead of a 5-year retest. Most high-pressure cylinders require a 5-year hydrostatic retest. Down here, you'll see a manufacturer's inspection mark, means it's just been inspected. And then somewhere on the cylinder, you also see the cylinder tear weight in pounds, how much the cylinder weighs while it's empty. Now, let's talk about cylinders for a second. And I'm going to try to save you some money. When you get a cylinder from your gas distributor, who owns the cylinder? They own the cylinder. Who owns the gas inside the cylinder? You do. All you do is purchase the gas. You're renting the cylinder, and they charge you something called a demurrage on the cylinder. Every cylinder that you have has got some kind of demurrage charge on it. Usually about $5 on it, maybe $5 a month per cylinder. That's a lot of dollars. So if you find cylinders like hanging around your place that have too much dust collected on them, maybe you want to send them back to the distributor because you're paying for stuff that you don't need to pay. Control pressure hazards. Once you do risk, you want to do risk assessment, identify the risk. Engineering controls, release, shielding. Remember that hydropyrolysis experiment I was talking about? 2 inches of stainless steel tubes that are sealed up, put in the furnace at 900 degrees, either a multiple furnace or a tube furnace. You want to make sure that's shielded, because eventually one of those tubes are going to fail, and it's going to fail catastrophically. You just don't want it to fail catastrophically all over you. Personal protective equipment, of course, eye protection, especially a face shield is really nice. Maintenance, hydrostatic testing, of course, those cylinders will have to be hydrostatically tested every 5 years. And then equipment inspection. Look at your regulators, especially on corrosive gases. Those regulators will eventually fail. The insides will get corroded, the diaphragms will get corroded, and then all of a sudden you can't control the pressure. You'll drive that regulator on, screw it on nice and tight, hit the cylinder valve, and all of a sudden you got 2,000 psi coming out of the other side of the regulator. This didn't do its job, it failed. Regulators do fail. It's just a mechanical system. It will eventually get fatigued, and it won't work. Most regulators that we have are 2-stage regulators. They'll have if it's a 2-stage regulator, it will have two gauges. Two gauges on it. One will be on the high pressure side, and one will be on the low pressure side. When you turn when you have it connected correctly, you turn the cylinder on, the high pressure gauge goes to the cylinder tank pressure, called 2,000 psi. And the output gauge, you can dial in with the regulator or with the regulator setting, or you can dial it in a little bit with a very flow meter as well. The idea here is that the high pressure diaphragm is the one that's going to fail. And the low pressure diaphragm is not designed to take 2,000 psi. That's why it's going to fail. So, with that diaphragm, every time you hit it from atmospheric to 2,000 psi, you're putting a strain on it. And just like any other piece of metal, you'll eventually bend it enough times where it will just fail. When it fails, it hits the other low pressure regulator, and then once again, you get 2,000 psi coming through. So be careful. Older regulators, make sure that they're maintained. Be very mindful of creative chemists that use adapters to make one regulator fit a gas cylinder that it wasn't intended for. Yeah. CGA has got really smart. Every type of gas, every classification gas has got its own type of cylinder filter. For instance, toxic gases are threaded the wrong way. They're left-handed threaded instead of right-handed threaded. So once in a while you get the creative chemist saying, well, I'll just make an adapter with a copper pipe and a couple of swage lock fittings and make it work, right? Because I'm a good chemist, I'm a good engineer. I'm not smart. But eventually, at least engineering is not going to be too good. talk a little bit about stress hazards. And we're not talking about stressing a mechanical system. We're talking about having a bad day. Many, many incidents that we have started with an individual having a bad day. I want to say you got it on the wrong side of the bed or something like that, but you have a bad day, distracted, family situation at home, maybe the dog sick, the cat sick, the cat creeping on the carpet. I don't know. Just having a real bad day. So gets in, distracted. Now that individual is going to start working with hazardous material or working with a lot of glassware, getting something very complex set up. Forget the few steps of the setup. That was designed to protect him or her, whatever was inside the glass. All right. So bear in mind that we need to take care of our minds as well as our bodies to keep our stress level down. So how do we take care of that? Good exercise, getting away from it for a little while, recognizing that you're having a bad day and step it back, watching and listening. As a chemical hygiene officer, as an interface with the PI. Remember, the PI's job is to do research. Your job is to make sure the research is done safely. That's kind of broad stroking that there. That can cause some conflict, especially if the PI thinks you're getting in their business and trying to shut their research down. So now you have conflict, and you need to work on that communication. Listen to what the PI has to say. Now, I have never met a Ph.D. researcher doing a research project that doesn't want to talk about what they're doing. Right? They want to talk about themselves. Now, why do they go to these professional meetings? So they can talk about themselves. All right? And it's the truth. So engage in that conversation. Listen to what they have to say. Listen, even though you don't completely understand all the science behind it. You'll pick up something, and you're introducing yourself as saying, hey, I'm here to work with you to do the job safely, not you're going to do as I say because I'm a safety cop. And the safety cop model was a demonstrable failure back in 1970. So work with the PI to do the job. Providing a safe workplace, obviously, providing necessary equipment. These are the treasure aspects. You're providing the treasure to do the job safely, and then reviewing procedures if necessary. Electrical hazards, we're going to encounter those. What in the laboratory isn't powered by electricity? Just about everything is powered by electricity some way or another. All right, so be mindful when you do your inspections of some common electrical hazards. I'll tell you, hot plates are notorious for failing on both ends of the cord. All right, one side of the cord, the plug-in will be all corroded, and if it's corroded, that means it's drawing more current because the contact isn't good. And the other side will be all fatigued and maybe pulled out of the hot plate a little bit, exposing the wire, or maybe it's broken or cracked. The cords themselves don't last for forever. They'll eventually be cracked and broken up. And of course, nobody wants to have their hot plate taken away from them because it's vital to whatever they're doing right at home. All right. Just keep an eye out for that. And I have a suggestion for that hot plate. And if I see a hot plate that's really taking out of service, I'll just have to plug it on. That takes it out of service. Yeah. The plug in, not the end of the plate. Okay, a weakness for to play with. Extension cords. There are some OSHA standards about the use of extension cords. Be careful about how you use them. Try to put everything into a receptacle as close to the workplace as possible. Try to avoid using extension cords as much as possible. Polarized plugs. I was a child of the 1960s. All right. Our house was built in the 50s, late 50s. My dad built it, and when he put in the electricity, all of the plugs were two-prong plugs. All right. The 1950s were both sides were the same size. So as the 1970s approached, we get to these polarized plugs, and all of a sudden they don't fit. So my dad was a machine repairman for Buick. You want to do that at high, I understand, is that easy? Yeah, that's exactly right. You just take a file, take a diamond cutter, cut down the plug to make sure it's set. Okay, not a recommended practice. All right, you're polarized for a reason. That we make sure that the hot end goes to the hot side, and the cold end goes to the return side, goes to the return on the plug. That's what a polarized plug is for. Most plugs inside the laboratory are going to be 120 volt, 15 amp plugs. All right, if you plug enough stuff in there that you're exceeding 15 or 16 amps, all right, then you're going to start blowing breakers. And then when you blow the breakers, everyone's going to wonder, well, the breaker must be bad, right? They're not going to look at the equipment or everything that's plugged into it. Breaker must be bad. So maybe they'll get creative and try to zero the breaker. These are things that actually happen. I'm not saying they happen with you. I'm saying that it's something to look out for when you're doing your inspection. One other thing is about the grounding plug. All right. Once again, I was a child in the 60s, and we had two-prong plugs. Well, starting about 1975, you started getting grounding electrical equipment, right? It had two prongs of the same size and a grounding plug. All right. Well, can't get it in the regular receptacle, can you? Until you do what? What's that double again? Well, actually, it was a pull. You pull it out with a pair of pliers. All right. That kind of defeats the whole purpose of the grounding side. So keep in mind, big plugs, make sure the grounding wires are there. All right. Yes, chemists do what chemists do, and they will make the job infinitely easier for them. They will remanufacture the entire lab to suit their experiment. A little bit about fatigue receptacles. That's a receptacle that when you plug something in, the plug falls right back out. It's been used too many times. If the spring is gone, essentially in the receptacle part, the plug just falls back out. Usually means it needs to be replaced. It doesn't work anymore.
Can I add two more points on electricity?
Sure.
Okay, first of all, West Virginia University several years ago had an incident where a researcher ended up with a runaway reaction. Shut the sash on his hood, he walked out, he closed the door. Nobody knew where the emergency cutoff to turn the power off to the unit. That's something that you should ask about, something as in terms of an inspection. I also did an inspection at a small college in Ohio, and it was the middle of summer, and I noticed all the hoods were running, and there was nothing in any of the hoods. The department chair was giving me a tour, and so I said, "Why are these all running?" She said, she thought about it a minute, she said, "I don't know how to turn them off." Okay, well, to me, as a department chair, a small liberal arts college, there's probably nobody else to do it, but she should certainly have known how to turn that power. So keep in mind, backup power, emergency power, these are all parts of knowing your process, knowing your facility, and that should be a question. Do you know how to turn off?
Okay. Control electrical hazards. Of course, you want to test devices, but let's talk about the ground fault circuit interrupter. GFCIs have been electrical code for a number of years, especially near water supplies, water systems. I recommend GFCIs throughout the entire laboratory simply because hot plates and other electrical equipment can develop fault without the water part, and you want something to cut it off before it's breaking. But like every other piece of mechanical equipment in the world, GFCIs are not infallible. All right, they will either freeze open, or they can freeze with the circuit open, which is safe, or they can also freeze with the circuit shut, which is not safe. I mean, they're just not working as a GFI anymore. There are pieces of equipment to test GFCIs. Essentially, you plug this device in, and you begin to dial up a fault. It shuts the hot to ground, and at some low milliamp range, it'll trip the GFCI. GFCI should be tested roughly about quarterly or semi-annually because they're a mechanical piece of equipment and you do fail. All right. that little test button is good, but remember it's very small, it's got a very small spring in it. You keep hitting it, it will eventually not work anymore. Biological hazards, we've seen, that's Cujo. You said that was Cujo? Yeah, I thought it was the chupacabra. Whatever. Okay, I thought it was the chupacabra. Anyway, infections, plants, animal bites, we're aware of that. Be aware that as a chemical hygiene officer, you may have to deal with some of that as well as you get into the biological areas of research. CDC has got a whole big book on biological control. It's called the BMDL, the biological, microbiologicals, and the whatever, safety manual, big and blue, about this thick. They go from BSL1 to BSL4. BSL2 is where you normally land for bloodborne pathogens. And you'll find that if you follow the BMDL, you will have also a very good chemical safety program as well. It just works out really nice that way. Proper design of facilities, controlling biological hazards. Proper design of facilities, engineering controls, of course, standard operating procedures, providing equipment for protective equipment, universal precautions. Heard that phrase before. And as I mentioned, many chemical safety protocols are also effective for biological safety. It works both ways. All right, we've been at this for about an hour and 15, right?
That's time for break.
Okay, let's take a 15 and get on to this. Yes. Russ, come on over. Yes, Russ gas over.
Well, I had
clean out.
That's better.
That's how I'm
technically, DHS is primarily a balance. Most of DHS is based on manufacturing. So when you start talking that any kind of relabeling, you really don't have to do anything because the grants are usually based.
Okay, let's go ahead and start on the sheet. I'm going to make a shameless plug for the Chemical Safety Board. Is everyone familiar with the CSB? Yeah. Okay. They have a video. They have this thing that you can buy all their videos in a package. But there's a video done between 2011 and 2012 called Inherently Safer, the Future of Risk Reduction. And we're going to talk a little bit about the difference between hazard and risk right now. While the video is specific towards industrial facilities, it's something to think about. It's something that I would implore you to start incorporating into your thoughts as you do your job as chemical hygiene officers. I teach a risk-based chemical hygiene officer perspective course where we do a tremendous amount of risk assessment. Today, we're going to introduce the fundamental concepts between risk and hazard, and then we're going to do just a thought experiment on a risk assessment using a form that a colleague and I created some time ago. First thing I want to say right up front is hazard and risk are not the same, even though sometimes we confuse it and we talk about it as they are the same. They are not. And I would implore you to be very precise in your language when you control hazards and risks. Material safety data sheet talks about hazards, it doesn't talk about risk. Risk, by its definition, will incorporate the process that you're working with the chemical, of which you're working with the chemical. All right, it incorporates a lot of things, but it will also incorporate process. A hazard is an inherent property of a compound or a situation you find yourself in that really cannot be altered. It can be toxicity,
It could be energy related or some other property. For example, sodium cyanide. Can I ever make sodium cyanide not toxic? Well, no, you can't. If it's sodium cyanide, it's always going to be toxic. If it's not, okay, I would have to do something chemically to it, like oxidize it, to make it something else, to make it non-toxic. Or if I get on top of a ladder, I'm working in height. I've added energy to my body, in this case potential energy, and if I fall, it becomes kinetic and then it becomes zero energy instantaneously. So it's not the fall, it's the stop at the end, right? Okay. So a hazard, an inherent property, really cannot be altered. We can talk about degrees of hazard as well. Let's talk about nitric acid for a moment. Nitric acid comes out of the bottle from Phifer at 16 normal nitric acid. That's the stuff that makes your skin turn brown. And if you've done any kind of general chemistry at all and got exposed to some nitric acid, your skin turned brown, it looks like a 20-year, 5-pack-a-day chain smoker on your fingers. All right, that's a little bit of oxidation of your skin. That's 16 normal nitric acid. If I dilute that acid down to 0.1 normal, is it as hazardous? No, still nitric acid though, right? But I can change the hazard, but I change the concentration. Change the degree of hazard. Risk, however, is an equation. It's a combination of the probability of a consequence, sometimes that's called the frequency of a consequence, and the severity of that consequence in general. Just run with it for a second and I'll give you a graph here. Risk can be applied to property as well as people. In fact, how many people here have a driver's license and own a car? And if you own a car, you have car insurance, do you not? What is your insurance company insuring you against? The risk of you being in an accident. They have a table. They say, you're a 18-year-old male driver with a Camaro. All right? Kind of puts you up here in the higher end category where you're paying a higher premium. You're a 45-year-old female with what 3 kids, you said? 4 kids, okay. It's a little bit further down on this. So they have what's called an actuarial table. And sometimes you believe that they're from rolling dice, but they're not. Okay, so they're insuring you against the risk. Let's take another instance for property. I own a house on the coast of New Orleans. All right? Or used to. All right, I pay a certain premium to insure that house against loss. If I built the same house in central Kansas, all right, my premium would probably be lower. So when I say probably be lower. Right? Yes, I may be in Tornado Alley. All right, but hurricanes come up just about every year in some way or another. So it would probably be lower. Now, I don't think there's any place in the United States that you can go that you can get out of some kind of natural disaster risk. Tornadoes there too. Las Vegas. He said Las Vegas. There's no natural disasters in Las Vegas. Probably man-made. Yeah. Okay. Cirrhosis. I was thinking of nuclear testing, but whatever. Okay. Well, here's a graphic of this statement right here. On the x-axis, which I put at the top, is the severity of the consequence. On the y-axis, we put the probability. Sometimes you will see this is a 3x3 matrix. Sometimes you'll see it as 4x4. Sometimes you'll see it, however, this is a 5x5. Don't get hung up on that. The take-home message is, on one axis, you're going to have severity. On the other axis, you're going to have probability of a consequence, probability of an occurrence. of an incident. Sometimes this will be reversed. Sometimes you'll have the catastrophic on this side and no effects on this side. It doesn't matter. Just read the graph as it is. You have the green area, you have the yellow area, and we have the red area. Clearly, we want to live outside of the, outside of where we have catastrophic incidents, or we have frequent events. Right? Notice up here, an unlikely probability, no effect, minor effect, light effect. We're saying that's okay, but as it gets into heavier catastrophic, we start to change our mentality a little bit. Same with remote possibility, occasional possibility, repeated. I hashed out frequent because a frequent no event issue is really a pain. It doesn't cause any damage, but it may have some consequences like my time. All right? That means I got to reset the experiment again or something. So I kind of hashed that one out to give us an idea that frequent events that cause really no damage can be painful in terms of psychological well-being. When we talk about this chart, it forces us to ask this question: how much risk will I tolerate in a process? Another way to state that is, what is an unacceptable level of risk? I said clearly a catastrophic incident is going to be unacceptable. That's why it's colored red. A no effect incident is going to be tolerated a lot more. Right? Is everybody following me so far? Any epiphanies at all? Any problems? All right. Well, so what are some of the possible answers that we have to the question, how much risk am I going to tolerate? There's the first one. That's what we get a lot of. I want 0 incidents. 5 worries, no incidents ever. None. No incidents. Is that possible in a research environment? Why? Why is that not possible? Okay. That is a funny answer, but it is a true answer. People make mistakes, right? And sometimes they repeat the same mistake over and over and over again, anticipating a different result. Okay. What is research all about? Finding out new things, doing something different, change. It's about change. And it's about change that you cannot necessarily think you can predict it, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes you made that mistake. Sometimes you left the decimal point off of the calorimetry experiment, the calculation. Yeah, what's that? That's called an actual error. All right. So a 0 incident environment is not practical. From an industrial hygiene perspective, I do not want to see an employer or a client of mine state that we're going to have a 0 incident facility. All right? Because what that does practically, and from a practical standpoint, it stops reporting near misses. Because a near miss is an incident. So they will just stop, or they will underreport near misses. And we want to learn from near misses. What about some other possible answers? 0 incidents that lead to multiple fatalities. Is that possible? Okay, that's a good goal. All right. So we can design and engineer our experiments, hopefully that leads to something like 0 multiple fatalities. What about 0 incidents that lead to a single fatality? Right? That's a possibility as well. That's a realistic possible answer. 0 incidents that lead to hospitalization. Okay? That's a possible answer too, and it's realistic. 0 incidents that lead to chemical overexposure. All right? As we see, what do you think that we're doing as we move down this list? What are we requiring of our system? This is a real broad picture. Yeah.
More robust.
has to be more robust. You're demanding more controls on your system, correct? Okay. He used a word that's very common in the safety parlance. The safety system is more robust. Another way of phrasing that is I have more control on what's happening. I implement more control. Clearly, if we move to the zero incidence thing, we've removed all the hazard and remove all the risk. We also remove all the hazard. We also remove all the research. Well, that works through one grant cycle. Okay, after that, the grant money dries up to get research done. So, as we move down this list, our system becomes more controlling. That's important to remember. Where you want to live. For instance, there are some industries that will accept a single fatality. They insure against that. All right? Think of the oil exploration industry or mining industry. They insure against single fatality incidents. They don't want a multiple fatality, so they don't pay, they control, but they control so they can still get the job done and say, well, we'll insure against, we're just putting the risk on somebody else to pay out. All right?
Is that what's called acceptable loss?
Yes. Yeah. Acceptable loss or acceptable risk. What level am I going to accept? Well, no, certainly not. Certainly not an academic institution, and most industries will not accept a single fatality as well. But bear in mind that there are some industries that are very high risk industries, very high risk exploration. For instance, deep well drilling is a very high risk operation, especially the way it's done. You put a crew on, they're working 12 on, 12 off for what, a month, I think? 12 on, 12 off for a month, and then they get 2 months off. And then you just start the cycle over again. So you've got fatigue workers, you've got people that aren't sleeping, sleep deprived, family time deprived, high stress environment. So, they're seeing reportable, they have reportable incidents. OSHA reportable on the 300 OSHA law, fall, slip, trip, fall from height, electrocution, things like that. All right? So, they realize that that's going to happen, so they train and train and train, but still recognize that they're going to have loss, and they insure against that. All right. Let's talk about risk assessment and what we need to do a good, solid risk assessment. Here's an experiment that is done in every organic class. Undergraduate organic class, usually late first semester, early second semester. It's a preparation of a Grignard reaction, a Grignard reagent. Okay, in this case, it's going to be a bromobenzene Grignard reagent. Here is the procedure. I'll just go through it really quickly. All glassware has to be thoroughly dry. Attach a condenser to one leg, but place an adapter. Don't worry about it if you don't know what a place an adapter is. It's essentially, you get 2 for the price of 1. You got 2 outlets and 1 inlet into the front bottom flask. Make sure there are no water leaks in the condenser. Attach a calcium chloride drying tube to the condenser. Attach a step funnel to the other leg of the basin. Add 250 milligrams of magnesium rivet and a stirring bar to a 100 milliliter round bottom flask. Add a single crystal of iodine to the round bottom flask, to the reaction flask. Attach the flask to the round bottom condenser. Place the flask in a heating mantle. Turn the water on the condenser and ensure there are no leaks. Okay, has everybody done a Grignard before? No? That's okay. Just remember that if there's any water nearby, it won't work. That's all you need to know. If there's any kind of water condensation, high humidity on that day, it will fail. Okay, add 30 milliliters of anhydrous ether to the apparatus through the step funnel and begin stirring. In a beaker, prepare a solution of 10.5 milliliters of bromobenzene and 30 milliliters of anhydrous ether and put it in the step funnel. You drop in about 10 milliliters of the solution to initiate the reaction, and then slowly add the remainder of the Grignard, about 1 to 2 drops per second, until the step funnel is empty. Heat is necessary to maintain the reflux for 30 minutes. Keep in mind that you may have to add extra ether so you don't boil it dry. Remove the heat, cool the room temperature. The solution should be dark and clear. It's a very simple reaction. I will tell you that in Gene Herber's Organic Chemistry 201 laboratory, we did it on the bench top. And we did it without heating it. If we needed to add heat, we could tell it in our hands. No. It was old, but it wasn't that old. Okay. So most graveyards can be started with just the heat of your hand. All right. Let's look at this for a second. What are the hazards of this procedure? First, are there any flammable liquids involved?
Yeah.
Okay, what are they? Ether, not ethyl ether. What else? Bromobenzyl is flammable. Okay. What about the magnesium river? Okay, hold it. Oh, okay. It's a flammable solid, and you also mentioned that it's water reactive. You probably read the FCS on magnesium. How much is 250 milligrams? Not very much. All right. So is that 250 milligrams really contributing to the flammability hazard of this reaction? If it initiates okay. I recommend that you go to an organic chemistry class and get a little more. Yeah.
It never failed on me.
Okay. What about the iodine? Does that really matter? Does it contribute anything to the flammability?
No.
What is it actually doing? Initiating something to initiate green. Okay. What about exposure concerns? Do we have any exposure? This is like inhalation or skin exposure. Do we have any inhalation or skin exposure concerns?
Yeah.
Okay, hold it now. What did we say? What was the first one? Okay, ether. Ether does what? A couple of things. It's an anesthetic. Okay, make you a little woozy if you get inhale too much of it. What else does it do on your skin? Defats the skin, can give you a little contact dermatitis, right? Now, question for you. I can't answer this. Will you accept a skin exposure that gives the students a bit of contact dermatitis? I can't answer that. I know that we would, because it teaches us a lesson. We should keep our hands out of the ether. Okay. That goes back to a different issue as well. We'll discuss that in a moment. Are there any true reactivity hazards here? Did the procedure say light match next to it?
No.
Okay. Did the procedure say anything about open flame?
No.
And is flammability really reactivity? No. We're talking about air or water reactive problems.
You wouldn't know every treatment.
Yeah, well, I didn't write the settlement agreement, and there seems to be some science lacking here. I can say that because I'm from Central Illinois. Okay, you can't say that. I know that. All right, but honestly, is it air reactive? Water reactive? Still. Okay. Any physical hazards associated with this procedure? Hot glassware, then we go up that immediately on the sheet, right? So we have some electrical hazards. Oh, if we have electrical hazards, so we have a source of ignition for the ether potential. Okay? We have a source of ignition as well. Anything else? Not a whole lot. Calcium chloride in water is going to get hot if it gets into the water. All right, it's not a reactivity hazard, it's not a physical hazard. Okay, and what are the risks and how are they mitigated? You have to consider the risk of quantity, and I tried to allude to that as we went on. We looked at this. If I reduce the quantity of something, I'm reducing the risk of the process. Now, if I'm going to spill this, let's say I require this to be done in a hood. It can be done in a hood, it can be done in a bench top, but if you're going to have to fire, where do you want it? In a hood. So let's say we're going to require this to be done in a hood. So I'm spilling less than 100 milliliters of flammable material in the hood. Will a hood hold 100 milliliters of liquid? Pretty easily, right? Okay. Will I have a mess to clean up after the fire's out? Yeah, but that's what hoods are for. So, the risk of the quantity. Now, let's say that I was making 5 liters of this. Now, I might have to think about this a little more. I scaled it up like that. What do we want to protect against? Well, we certainly want to protect against fire. Want to protect against exposure. The inhalation exposure could be an issue. Not necessarily for the anesthetic property, because something happens with either much before you get fired. You get a massive headache. So it will make you grumpy. Ether exposure gives you a headache. It's a known symptom. And then the spill. So the fire risks require fuel, oxygen, and ignition source. How do we control that? We have to control one of the 3 or all 3. Well, putting it in a hood is a real good place, because we have data on spilling ether in a hood. In a properly operated hood, you'll never get to a lower flammable limit to get an ignition. Are you saying that's a good deal? Yeah. Okay. Going back a few years, the National Fire Protection Association tried to mandate fire suppression systems in hoods. And they, of course, the hood manufacturers really loved it because they could sell more hoods that way, right? And the end users thought that was a bunch of crap. So the end users got together and actually got a peer-reviewed paper written showing that if you drop in diethyl ether, which is highly flammable, in a hood, and they put a photoionization detector in with it, measured the airborne quantity in the hood, the airborne quantity of ether in the hood, found out it never got anywhere close to like 1% of the LEL, the lower explosive limit, because of the airflow across the hood. So the NFPA backed down after that. Thank you. Thanks for that. What we didn't need. So control the fire risk, control ignition sources, put it in a hood. Exposure risk. Here's the question. Is incidental exposure less than the PEL acceptable? All right. You've already heard me say that in a chemical enterprise, you are not entitled to a zero exposure workplace. You are entitled to a zero overexposure workplace. You have to decide for your institution, for your teaching partner, for your research, if incidental exposures are going to be acceptable or unacceptable. And that has to be done on a case-by-case basis, essentially a process-by-process basis, looking at the material that goes into that process. Okay. What are the consequences of overexposure? Well, we have the anesthetic, we've already mentioned it, the anesthetic effect, right? We could get skin defatting, which could cause some dermatitis. Might be a little bit irritating for a day or two. And I can't answer the question for you whether that's acceptable or unacceptable. I know in the world in which I live, a bit of contact dermatitis that is that heals within a couple of days is an acceptable exposure. Now, if it's chronic, then it becomes reportable, and most people will say that's not acceptable. So they'll start to control that skin exposure a little tighter. So we need to find some kind of systematic approach to evaluate what we've just done. Before we continue on, the preparation of the Grignard reagent, would we consider that a high, medium, or low risk operation? Generally speaking, I just want to get a feel for what the audience has. Both, okay. Anybody say it's a real high risk operation? The way it's described here. Okay, which was not included in what I just had to say. Okay. His concern was, what was the original containers where they got the bromobenzene and where they got the diethyl ether at? Generally speaking, the diethyl ether comes in 1 liter metal bottles and anhydrous stuff. Is it 1 liter or 500 milliliters or something like that? 1 pound, 5 pounds? Okay. Sometimes they come in like bigger ones for bigger reactions, but on the undergraduate level, they come in the small 1 pound containers. Okay, they're sealed with a metal seal, they're metal cans, all that kind of stuff. The bromobenzene is a good question because you can get a 500 milliliter container, which is probably stock, and what we'd be using here for a normal size class would be a 500 milliliter container because you're drawing out 10.5 milliliters. Right, because I don't think they come in these, they may come in 250 milliliter bottles, but I don't know. Right, so he raised up what's the size of the master container. All right, we didn't discuss that. All right, something that we might want to consider when we actually do more of this risk assessment. Right now, what we're going to do is just the procedure that was stated. Let me introduce to you the lab rat. I hope it shows up well on the screen. It might not. It's certainly not going to show up well on your slide, and I apologize for that. I was supposed to have an actual piece of paper to show you where you could read it. You better get some better glasses than that, sir. It ain't going to work. If you want a copy of the lab rat to look at, that's your own, send me an email, come up and get a card, send me an email, and I'll send it to you. I have an electronic version that actually does all the math. The lab rat is a tool that was developed by Neil Langerman of Advanced Chemical Safety, and then I got a hold of it, and with his permission, we modified it a little bit. Now we have an electronic form, it's essentially an Excel spreadsheet that does all the math for you. It's a semi-quantitative decision-making tool for determining risk. Semi-quantitative, it gives you a number at the end of this. That number is dependent upon your judgment, right? Depending on your judgment. So it's semi-quantitative. It is not the final authority, but it does give you an idea of how to rate risk. Okay? And blank forms were supposed to be in the handouts, but they are not, and I apologize for that. Let's take a look at that form. I'm sorry you cannot read that very well. Okay. All right. Okay, shake your head. That's right. Terrible. I know. I'm sorry. All right. So this is the meat part of the risk assessment tool right here. And if we take a look at this part specifically, and this is what we want to look at. It talks about volume, hazard recognition, process conditions, and then various specialized hazards, procedures, training, ventilation that's used, and equipment maintenance. Let's go through each one of these for a moment and discuss it. Something is rated 0 if it's a very, very low hazard. Something is rated very high if we think it's an extreme hazard. All right? 0 is low, 5 is high. Chemical volume. We say, up here it says less than a half a liter, we rate it as 1. If it's greater than 2 liters, we rate it at 5. Some guidance. Remember, up here is guidance. It's kind of like the Pirates Code in some sense. If you remember the Pirates of the Caribbean, it's more of a guideline than it is a hard set of rules. All right. So 100 milliliters is certainly under half a liter, right? So we probably rate that as a 1. Hazard recognition. This entire box right here is, I'm sorry, this entire box right here is auctioneered to give you 1 score. The hazards that are talked about are flammable hazards, corrosive, toxic, and cryogenic. And we only score the highest one. We only finally score the highest one. So let's look at flammable. Well, we're working with ether. It's pretty flammable. Where would we score that? Somewhere, is it routine or is it extreme? Where would we put that? Okay, you want 4? Somebody else want to say something else?
1A time, and you can't get any more time over there.
Yeah, well, 1A is gone, category 1, right?
Category one.
Well, they need to get into CHO. Okay, so, Russ was saying it's a 1A flammable liquid or category 1 flammable liquid. Do we consider that to be an extreme hazard, or is it somewhat less than extreme? You want to score at 5, score at 4? 4? Okay, what if it was a flammable gas? Then we'd probably look at a 5, right? So let's score that at 4 for a second. So, you got 1 here, 4 here. Do we have any corrosives involved? No. What about toxic material? Bromobenzene's got a slight toxicity to it. All right, I didn't put the SCSs in, but it's slightly toxic. All right, I'd probably score that at 2. Any cryogens involved? No. Okay, so for the hazard recognition, you only scored the highest one, so we scored it a 4, right? Process conditions. Subambient, pressure less than 1 atmosphere, temperature less than 10 degrees, or as we get into ambient or extreme. Process conditions are atmospheric pressure and usually about less than 60 degrees. What's off is ambient, right? Did I say less than ambient? I'm sorry. I thought I said ambient. Okay. Process conditions are ambient and usually less than 60 degrees temperature. So we'd be somewhere around maybe 2 or 3, right? So call it a 3. It's certainly not extreme. We're not greater than 1 atmosphere. We're not highly elevated in temperature. So we'll call that a 3. Are there any explosive hazards? Generally speaking, no. All right. Could we find any problems with this if we used old ether? Okay. Peroxide formation. So something to consider. I'm going to say that we open the bottle fresh. It's got an inhibitor to it. Down here, explosive hazard 0. Now, notice that it says 0 or 5. You can put a number in there that is less, that is somewhere in between. You know, if I had raw trinitrotoluene, I might want to rate that a 5. But if I had a microgram of raw trinitrotoluene, I wouldn't rate it a 5. I'd rate it like a 2 or a 1. Think about the quantity. Any radiation hazards? Okay, any other hazards that we can think of? Not too much. Special hazards, do we have an inhalation toxicity problem?
Did you say benchtop or?
We're in a hood. Okay. Procedure. If we're giving this to an undergraduate, is it detailed and written, or are we just letting them go with it?
As you have it here, decent amount of detail.
Okay. So, and even if we give it to an undergraduate, we probably need even more detail, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the Reader's Digest condensed version. All right. So, detailed and written procedure. Rate that a 0, because it is. If it's under development or brand new research, we score it higher, of course. Procedure, personnel preparedness and training. Our undergraduate students fully trained and fully prepared? Never. 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 All right. So we're certainly not going to score to 0. Where do we want to put it? 1? 5? Wow.
But they're not routine. Above routine.
Above routine. Okay, so we're saying 4 over here, 3 over here.
You based it off of those trained undergraduates.
They're all in the same doggone class.
I know, but some are going to.
More than others, is what you're saying?
The same as others.
At least half will not have that procedure.
Yeah, well, at least half, really, at least. Well, yeah, I think you're understating that. All right.
Do you do an average of what you think for that group?
Okay, let's look at the situation. Are they generally supervised? Is there a couple of TAs in there? Okay. Well, if it's not, if you don't have it in there, then you might have to score a little higher, right? Okay, is the professor in? Maybe, maybe not.
Are they paying,
Okay,
is this year?
but then again, are they, we all agree that they're not trained, they're not fully trained. Okay, I would almost make the assumption, or I would almost make the assertion, that they are not completely untrained. All right, all of these undergraduate labs always have this little, safety briefing at the beginning, right? Or something they're supposed to. Okay, have this little safety briefing at the beginning. So at least they had some information. I wouldn't say good training, but they had some information. So some people say 4, some people say 3. Now the score is 3.5. All right, does that sound reasonable? Okay. Ventilation, we still using the hood, so that drops it down to 0. Is any shielding needed for this? Ballistic shielding? No. Equipment maintenance. How often are our hot plates maintained? I don't know. How often do they break? Yeah, okay. I've been there. So, generally speaking, what's your jet chem and organic chem equipment maintenance system like? 5. It's pretty low, isn't it? None. All right. So I'd score that probably a 2 or a 3. All right. So let's add this up. Chemical volume, that's 1. Flammable liquids, what do we call it? 4, so we're up to 5. Process conditions, what do we do? We put it at 3, so we're up to 8. Explosive, none. Radiation, none. Others, none. Special hazard, none. Procedure. We use the detailed and written procedure, right? So, be none, so we're still at 8. Personal preparedness and training. We scored about 3, we decided on 3.5. All right, well, I don't want to deal with that, so let's call it 4. So we're up to 12. All right?
It's higher than yesterday.
It's a little higher than yesterday, but still, these guys are a little less risk tolerant. Okay? So we're up to 12 there. Ventilation, hood used, no shielding used, equipment maintenance, we're calling it a what? 2, so we're up to 14. Score this a 14. Look at the recommended actions based on the score. Score was at 14, that's less than 15, it's a low risk procedure. Procedure can be performed with routine precautions that we normally use. Now, this is the most important part of this tool. Did our score make sense? Did it jive with reality? Pretty fair, isn't it? We said at the beginning of this Grignard thing, it's a pretty low risk operation, right? We do it every year. I mean, how many Grignards are run in the UC system a year without incident? Like a gazillion? Yeah. All right, and they're done without incident. Maybe a spill or two, but not, certainly not personal exposure or fire burn, that burning down. All right, so we know from experience that we don't have a lot of incidents associated with this. So we know from experience that it's a fairly low risk procedure. Let's flip that around. Do we intentionally expose our undergraduate students to high risk procedures routine? No. Why? Because we don't want the liability of little Johnny getting burned. All right. So our score pretty much jives with what reality is. That is the most important part. Is the last step. Does this make sense? Does it pass the Smith test? All right. Remember I said it's a semi-quantitative tool, right? It's a semi-quantitative tool based on your assessment. So you're making judgments on the risk. If you're making judgments, what are you saying about the whole process? It's your tolerance for risk, right? So you're making that semi-quantitative judgment. But you're also breaking it down and making you look at just about every part of the process. Notice that during the entire risk assessment, we were process-driven. We were process-oriented. We looked at the hazards of the material that we worked with, but we also used the process. We looked at the subambient or ambient or greater than ambient temperature and pressure. We included that. We included the volume as part of the process. We looked at the procedure, which is part of the process. We put it in a hood. We shoved everything in a hood to keep the fire risk down. part of the process. Okay?
Number 12 is, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What are your outcomes for your moderate, high, and extreme flow?
You mean, what do I do to mitigate if I need to?
Yeah, you go over that a little bit.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to step that back just one minute, but I'm going to talk about, let me say this about the overall performance of this tool. I've used this tool probably for about 15 years. If you give it to the Ph.D. chemist to do by himself, that has no safety experience whatsoever, he will tend to underestimate the risk. If you give it to the safety professional who has no chemistry experience, they will tend to overestimate the risk. Most safety professionals that have no laboratory or chemical safety experience are a bit chemophobic. They will look at that ether and say, oh my lord, it's a category 1 flammable, 80 bars a door, we can't use it. Okay? I'm telling you the facts. All right? This is how I became a certified industrial hygienist. I did it on a dare. Somebody stopped this might, okay, if you're a certified industrial hygienist, disclaimer, this story may be a little bit offensive to you. I put in an order for 100 grams of chromium oxide. I needed to make chromic acid. Yes, I know from X-chromo's problem, it's carcinogen, blah, blah, blah. Our industrial hygienist from our agency came in with the purchase order, stopped, and said, I can't let you have this because it's a carcinogen. I said, okay, first of all, you notice the name on the door, it's Dr. Elston. And why are you stopping it? Because it's a carcinogen. Oh, okay. Well, I recognize it's accidental problem with carcinogen, but it's an airborne carcinogen. I'm using it as a solution. But it's a carcinogen. All right. This industrial hygienist was classically trained industrial hygienist, so in college for 4 years, sometimes they go. All right. As I was getting a little frustrated at the time, I had a shorter fuse then too than I have now. I'll put that out there as well. So she said, well, you need to designate a spot or designate a location where you can use this in your chemical hygiene plan. Well, Beth, I wrote the chemical hygiene plan, and I designated the entire laboratory facility as the area where we can handle carcinogen. Read it. You can't do that. Why? Because it's a carcinogen. And I said, there's nothing in the lab standard that says I can't designate the entire laboratory facility as long as I'm using the list and all these other requirements. The conversation then degenerated rapidly into a full-blown screaming match where we started to question each other's actual species and parentage. Okay, and I finally said in a tremendous amount of frustration, that a trained rhesus monkey can become certified industrial hygienist. Watch me. And I threw down the gauntlet. So I was a chemical hygiene officer, so I wrote a letter to ABIA, put in my application, and said, hey, you can take the test. Uh-oh, game on now, right? I took the test and I passed it. That's how I became a certified industrial hygienist. It was on a fact that I could do it without a lot of pain. There was some pain, but not a lot. So I find that, that's the interesting part of my career and how I actually got involved in industrial hygiene. But the story is that you don't want to be that CHO that only says no. You want to look at risk, the risk picture. You don't want to be the one that says no all the time. Yeah.
One thing that I'm thinking about this tool is it shows the areas with high scores, and you can, if it is high risk, you can focus on those areas and bringing those scores down. So, for example, the procedure, the training, or it's hard for me to actually see it, but
it's hard for everyone.
So I would to bring the scores down, focus on those areas, but also I think it could use some text fields or something in each row, so you can kind of write your assumptions and what you've done to control it. We assumed it was at 5, but if you do this, it'll bring it down to 3.
Okay. This is free-form text over here if you want to use it for things.
Okay.
All right. Your question was, how do we, on the moderate and high-risk stuff, or extreme risk, what do you do? And he sort of answered your question. You look at the areas that give you the highest scores and see if you can drop them down. Now, nowhere in here, except for when you get to extreme risk, does it say you can't do the procedure. When it says when you get to greater than 30, it says you have to revise the procedure to reduce the risk. Okay, getting to 30 on this is pretty tough. It's hard. So when you get into the moderate and high and extreme, what I like to do, well, the first thing that I do is ask that question. I ask, does this make sense? And if it's a procedure that I am not familiar with, I'll try to get into the literature and get more familiar with it. I'll get into some references like Bretherick's handbook and reactive chemical hazards and see if there's been incidents involving this procedure, or get into some other literature searches to see. I'll look at the tool and say, did I score it correctly first? Okay, did I overestimate in some areas? When I get to the conclusion, I say, no, I didn't overestimate. This is really a moderate or high-risk operation. I ask the question, can I accept in this research a moderate risk operation? And I talk to the PI, I talk to their supervisor and say, hey, this is how we scored this. And I know you want to do this experiment, but it comes out as a pretty high-risk operation. Can you accept that level of risk? And if we're going to accept that level of risk, it says procedure may be performed if necessary, and high-level attention has to be given to all hazards. High-level continuous supervision has to be performed. That means no operating alone, no operating unattended. All right? Unattended operations are primarily for those weak-lung reflexes and so on. Scott brought up a very good point. You look at the areas that gave you the highest hazard. Clearly, if it's in your hazard recognition box, otherwise the chemical part, you're not going to be able to control that too much because you want to do the research, you want to use those materials. Okay? So you're not going to be able to control there, but you may be able to control some of the process conditions a little bit. You may be able to control procedure. If it's a development procedure, do some more literature search and see if you can get a very detailed procedure, or have the PI, for the very first time they're running this, write an extremely detailed and written procedure that also puts out high level or high actions. If my temperature goes this high, then I have to do something to cool the reaction down. Or if the pressure goes up this high, or I have a pressure excursion, I have to do something to cool the reaction down to lower the pressure. All right, so I write a very detailed procedure, so I could drop that score down a little bit. Personal preparedness and training. Well, what if it's a procedure about transferring pyrophore? All right, how do we train for that? Well, we train by transferring the material. Get a self-sealed closet, fill it full of DI water, and do transfers with the DI water. So you train the operation before you actually do it with the pyrophoric material. Or get a glove box, transfer the glove box. You never have an open access. Okay. Shielding needs to equipment maintenance, obviously perform more maintenance. Get your equipment working first. So that's how you break it down.
So I got a quick question. Have you used this tool for other stuff like shops, tools, table saws?
I've used other risk assessment tools that I'm going to talk about right now. Yes, ma'am.
You're in there to prevent going on.
Well, let's look at that for a second. Let's look at scale up. Will this tool deal with scale up? Well, look at the volume. If I scale up, it increases the volume, doesn't it? So it moves it up a little bit. Now, I have some thumb rules for scale up. I will normally allow 3x to scale up on the bench top without review of a procedure. 1, 3x scale up. Not 1, and then I'll do another 3x scale up tomorrow, because that's a 9x scale up to the original one. All right, yeah, you laugh, but believe me, every time I mention one of these things, it needs to happen. Why a 3x scale up? Really simple. It's all about heat removal. Heat production is a volume function. Volume function in a round bottom class is normally an R cubed function. The function of the cube of the radius of the class. Heat removal in a round bottom class is an R squared function. So a 3x scale up means I'm going to produce 27 times more heat, and I'll be able to remove 9 times that heat, 9x, R squared. So I'm producing 3x more heat than I would normally get rid of. On a bench top, the 3x scale up is usually pretty safe. Just the fact that it's round bottom in the air without full cooling, you can get rid of that 3x. When you get anything bigger than that, that's wrong. You have to reevaluate the procedure. You have to actually look at how much heat you're going to generate, how much heat you're going to remove. And you may drive yourself into a forced cooling situation. So that's how I handle scale up. So the lab rat does look at scale up in one sense. It looks at the volume. Now, is it a full-on process safety type analysis? Not in the life, not for scale up. But it does introduce some of that thought. They should step back and at least reevaluate. You know, take a look at our class right here. We had 100 milliliter, we had 75 milliliters in this round bottom class, right? Let's see if I want to do a 3x scale up. Well, I'd have to get a bigger class, so I increase the surface area. 3 times 70 is 210 milliliters. All right. Now, I'd have to use a 500 milliliter class. So I'd have a huge surface area, not much volume. So I'd be able to get the heat. Condenser's not going to really help you with heat removal. Reflux? Probably not, because you're designing, you're putting that solution back into the, yeah, maybe it could. You have to be able to cool it down a little bit more. Yeah, phase standards. I'm thinking more of the surface area outside of the flash where you might need force cooling there. Clearly, if you can get your condenser down to 0, that's going to drop some cool Grignard reagent into your flask. There are other methods of risk assessment as well. There's a lab HAZOP, a hazard and operability study, that looks at the process as a big picture item and looks at various steps of the process and starts to deviate from those steps a little bit one way or the other. It introduces deviation, how the process is going to be affected. Lab what if, or lab checklist. The individual that asks for, does this work for a shop? Obviously, a lab rat's not going to work in a shop because you're mostly chemically driven. Okay. However, a what if is going to work a little bit better for a risk assessment. What ifs are normally driven by out of normal conditions. What happens if the condenser fails? What happens if the water to the condenser fails? What happens if I crack the glassware? What happens if I have a spill? You know, they're asking about out of normal conditions. A what if is only as good as the creativity of the person doing it, or the team that's doing it. If the team that's doing it doesn't have a lot of creativity, your what if is going to suck. It's just going to be useless. All right. Checklist is the same way. Failure modes and effect analysis, that's more for pilot plant operations. Does anybody have pilot plants on their campus that they have to deal with? We have a few up north, but not too many here. Failure modes and effect analysis looks at all the equipment associated with the pilot plant, and then it makes one piece fail and looks downstream at what else failed. And then you do that for every critical piece of equipment. The good failure mode and effect analysis looks at every critical piece and makes it fail. Determines what the system is going to do. All of these, here's a bit of shameless self-promotion. I've got an entire one-day workshop doing hazard analysis or risk assessment for pilot plants and below, from lab scale all the way through pilot plants to about 600-gallon reactors. Anything that keeps you out of process safety now. And that's all I've got for right now.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Or break,
Did I kill you guys? No.
Where we at?
We didn't talk about SOPs on the process here.
It's longer than a class lecture. And class lecture, even if we are forced.
We talked about all that you
Yes, I did, I mentioned it.
Then talking on the job. I'm gonna do
Okay, I know you all want to be good traffic, but
we're in the home fun, the home stretch. Horses are,
Well, I can make it.
Sorry.
come on back.
Yeah. I know you want to get moving.
Oh, yeah.
You're in LA. I don't think you do at all.
Send me an email, let me know. You got it. Okay, thank you. I don't get an email, I just get a card, that card. Yeah, we'll do it.
How many more times do that? 20?
Yeah, that's about 2.5 hours.
We're gonna skip a few or brief for them really. But there's still some things we want to talk about to finish up, but sorry for that. Okay, all right. You all have chemical hygiene plans. When I started doing this training back in 1995, hardly anybody had them, many didn't. So originally this was called chemical hygiene plan development. We're just going to call it improvement. And because Harry loves to talk, and I like to talk, not as much as Harry, we've probably covered a lot of these points, so I'll try to rip through them as quick as I can. I want to get on the road. Your card out. Important thing is, when you don't reinvent the wheel, look at what other people are doing, review your existing plan. Probably at this point, we've already been reviewed a number of times. I know we did do an awful lot, but you do want to make sure that you do the review. Okay, audit of laboratory operations, we talked about, consensus of personnel, SOPs, all necessary inventory of chemicals, all part of developing and revising and reviewing chemical hygiene plans. So one of the things about the SOPs is to look at is to try to separate the things that are routine from those that are non. And there's dangers in both areas. The routine things we tend to take for granted, we tend to get a little lackadaisical about them. We know that we're comfortable with the procedures, so sometimes we miss things and we have problems. The non-routine ones is where we have the big problems. So things that we don't do as often, we don't have as much experience. Things like transferring pyrophoric liquids, not something you sit down and practice routinely. Something you have to make an effort on, and obviously it's all part of training. So, when you're reviewing your SOPs, look at in particular things that are non-routine. I'm talking about operating, how to operate a centrifuge. Everybody that uses a centrifuge knows how it works. But obviously there are some issues in terms of how some of this equipment operates and what can go wrong. You want to pay attention to what can go wrong. We talked about all this stuff. And we talked about all that stuff. Regular testing, flow rates, and air direction, absolutely necessary. Training, again, should be initial. Whenever the nature of the hazards change, whenever it's apparent that training isn't working, all has to, you have to address all of these. And ideally, you should have some periodic training built into the chemical hygiene plan. It becomes part of your regulation, becomes part of your practice. And from that standpoint, if people know they're going to get training annually, for example, they can plan a lot easier that way. There are plenty of available resources, safety data sheets, chemical reference materials, safety videos. Anybody who's familiar with Jillian Kemsley from the West Coast editor of Energy News, she and I got together 3 years ago, put together a complete list at the time of safety videos in every different area. There's ones on PPE, there's ones on doing various processes. Many of them are done at UC San Diego behind what we know. It's a pretty good source of information for finding videos. Plus, they're all reviewed. I've reviewed them myself for quite a while. So, plenty of sources for information. We have not talked an awful lot about prior approval, so we'll do that now, particularly now to the supplements. The one thing that's guaranteed you must in your chemical hygiene plan address in terms of prior approval. If you're going to work with particularly hazardous substances, that's at least what OSHA says really needs to belong in the VHS category. If anything that's carcinogen, mutagen, teratogen, radioactive material, anything that's extremely reactive, hydrophobic, strong oxidizers, anything that's likely to cause a problem, you want to have as a prior approval. And certainly anything that's extremely toxic. All definitely a good idea. I stress the working alone. To me, that's the biggest potential problem. I see that a lot of the laboratory incidents that we have involve people working alone. And if you look at, for example, things like the Tunji case, if any one of 6 things had gone right, she'd probably still be alive today. We probably wouldn't be sitting here realistically. But, having a second person available, having a second person close by in case something does happen, is valuable. We really should discourage working alone. We can't eliminate it, but we can build safeguards into it, particularly in terms of communication and awareness of what we're doing. And again, the non-routine stuff definitely should not be done more. Routine stuff, if you're going in at 3 in the morning to check on a reaction, that's one thing. If you're doing new chemistry and research at 3 in the morning, nobody else is around. So certainly working alone should be something that requires prior approval. Certainly needs lockdown, tagout stuff before you re-energize, needs to have people signing off. That's part of the standard for lockdown, tagout. If I'm going too fast or you have questions, please feel free to stop me, but I'm on a roll here. Determine which chemicals require additional safety measures, engineering controls, designated area. A designated area is another part of the chemical hygiene plan that doesn't get enough attention. For many operations, you should have a designated area that's isolated, that people know that they shouldn't enter that area because of the particular hazard. Certainly lasers, radioactive materials, any time where there's a potential for an explosion, you don't want ancillary casualties. Now, if you're sitting there doing something behind a blast shield, you don't want somebody walking behind you, have it go off. So we have plenty of lab explosions, there's plenty of history there to show that there are hazards that we want to do in a designated area that's isolated. We talked a lot about this, and I'll move right on by. Okay, so I'm moving to the next section. We have a chemical hygiene plan now. How do we get it to work? That's the fundamental question, isn't it? It's all well and good to have safety policies, procedures, SOPs. If people are going to ignore them, they're not going to work. So that involves getting commitment from management and from workers, from employees and from students in academic setting. Everybody at every level has to be held accountable. If they're not accountable, then they're not going to pay nearly as much attention. There has to be a buy-in at every level, from management down to the lowest rank worker. I mentioned resources, authority, and time. I never remember your rule saying time, talent, and treasure. Time, talent, treasure. Okay. Resources, authority, time. You have to have all 3 of those. Those have to be built into the job responsibility. You don't have the time to do your job. You can't do it. You don't have the authority. You don't have the resources. cannot do the job, cannot do the thing. There are liabilities. When we have PIs getting arrested, okay, and fingerprinted and booked and indicted, that should be enough to get people's attention. That tells us that there is liability associated with our work. That's probably why we're here. It's a shame, but nothing gets people's attention like an accident. Nothing does. You know, I was having a conversation with Russ and with John Palmer. Carrot and stick. Carrot and stick. Which one works better? You can't just have a carrot. You can't just have incentives for being safe. You can't just use the stick. You can't just be the safety police. There has to be some blend in there of carrot and stick. Obviously, we know carrot by itself doesn't work. So you can't just say, hey, you'll be safe if you do this. It doesn't work. You have to have some clear direction in terms of how to proceed, and you have to work on this safety culture concept. It's not a new concept. It's been around a long, long time. So my ex-wife was hired for the summer by UConn as a secretary at Houston College. 1 week of lab safety training, which is anything else. She never even saw a lab. 1 week of lab safety. 1 week, not a 6 to 8 hour session. One solid week of lab safety training, chemical safety training, before she could start working. Many industrial facilities have a policy. The first time you go into the laboratory without eye protection, you are gone. Okay, would that work here? I don't think so. I don't think it would. I mean, you can throw somebody out of the lab and come back the next day. No, they're paying people. So keep in mind that we can learn a lot from industry. Industry can learn a lot from us. But by and large, the students that come out of here, many of them are going to go to industry. We don't want them to be surprised. And industry doesn't want them to be surprised either. There are a number of organizations, industrial organizations, who said our number one concern is we are getting people who have no lab safety culture, no understanding, no comprehension, not buying it. Okay, they do not want that. They want people that understand that safety is number one. You see these signs in industries, safety is number one. What you don't see anymore, correct me if I'm wrong, is how many lost days. We used to see back in the 80s, 90s, some huge monstrous sign in front of an industrial facility, 37 days since our last lost time accident. You don't see that anymore because of safety culture. They don't want to discourage reporting of incidents. They want people to understand we need to learn from these incidents. We need to report near misses. We need to report incidents, no matter how small, because that's how we solve problems. That's how we prevent serious accidents, right? Okay, we can do all that. And still work.
Oh, you pointed to 5 slides. That's good.
No, I did not. Encourage employee input, provide incentives as appropriate. What you can't do really though is say, okay, if this department has no accidents for a semester, then you're going to have a peace department. You can't do that because then people are not going to reproduce. Again, part of safety culture, you can have incentives, and incentives can work, but they can't discourage reporting of accident events. Review and evaluate, especially as necessary after incident. Okay, last section, last one, we're going to talk about CHO responsibilities beyond the lab standard. All of you have said you have other jobs. You all have other responsibilities, but you're all safety professionals. You're all getting paid your job because you have a safety function within your job responsibility. So that means that you may have to go outside the lab to look at, to consider safety issues. That's part of your job. Certainly are going to look at chemicals, safety issues inside the lab that don't involve chemicals. In many cases, non-chemical issues outside of the lab as well. Okay, so let's go bring down each of these. Hazard risk assessments are not limited to chemical causes. They need to consider them in every aspect of every process and procedure. You can't really separate these out and see those responsibilities. You can't say, okay, if the physical hazard is not my concern. It's your concern. You are safety professionals. And you must lead by example. That's clear. So some of the chemical safety issues outside the lab, fire protection, waste accumulation, transfer of chemicals through the facility. How do you get a gas cylinder from the first floor to the fourth floor? How do you do that? Somebody tell me. Now, keep in mind, this is steps. Okay? I don't mean climbing the steps. I mean, it's not just one step. Okay, you can't just say elevator. An elevator is confined space. A gas cylinder, if it's released, it's probably an asphyxiant because it's going to displace it. So you have now a potentially a permit required confined space. You want to fill out a permit for a confined space every time you move the cylinder? No. So that means what? You don't put people on the elevator with the cylinder. So what's the process now? Somebody's done.
Yeah,
Okay, well, before somebody push the button, put the cylinder, or put the cylinder on, push the button, and work it up the floor until it gets up there safe. Transfer of chemicals through the facility. How do they move through? You have carts with, you have storeroom people that are with carts moving through the crowded highways and in classroom settings, or do you do that apparatus? No, it's an issue. Secondary containment. Now I am talking about secondary containment. Carrying a container or something with a lip or an acid bottle with a rubber carrier. Secondary containment. Transfer of chemicals through the facility. If that's done safely, that's probably part of your responsibility. If it's not, it's something you should be aware of. Dealing with contractors. Contractors all over this campus, right? Everybody. And if they are there frequently, then people accept their presence. They don't necessarily question what they're doing. The law says, in essence, that you're supposed to provide contractors with information about the hazardous chemicals in the area in which they are working. That's done. You know why? And if not, why not? Is there no procedure, process? Is there no policy regarding that? It's something that should be done. I have probably visited 500 industrial facilities. All of them should have, as I was coming into the building, handed me a piece of paper that here's our policy, sign it, recognize that that we have hazardous materials here and we want you to keep your paper. That's happened 3 times. 3 times in, I've been visiting facilities for 40 years. So I'm not suggesting that it's uniform or that it's done everywhere, but it's something to be aware of. We have contractors that are on our campuses, and from that perspective, we need to be concerned about their safety as well, and plus their actions, how they affect the safety of our employees and our students. Right? Maintenance area. Sometimes they're not so good. A lot of accidents happen. What about laboratory emissions? Are laboratory emissions regular? Yeah. Okay, in California by the air resources. How many of you have ever been up on the roof of your chemistry building and looked at the air intake, the air exhaust, looked at the condition of your stack? Anybody? That's something that you do periodically in terms of inspections. Something you should do once a year. I went to the University of Baghdad 2 years ago, went up on the roof of their building, and because I was concerned, their hoods didn't appear to be working. They sounded like they were working. The blowers were working in the hood. There was nothing to pull them up. Okay, the 2.5 horsepower motors that were supposed to exhaust the air out of the building, of the 16 of them that were all installed, by the way, in 1983. 2013 I'm there, so they're 30 years old. But there's 16 that were new work. That's not going to pull 100 people. That's not going to pull 10 people. So that it's important that you look at every aspect of how air moves through your system, where it goes, where wastewater moves through your system. That's all part of responsibility in terms of overall safety. Whether it's your responsibility or not, it's something that we want you to be aware of. Okay, laboratory emissions. Maintenance areas, material handling, contractors, housekeeping. Who cleans your labs? Who cleans your labs? Anybody? Do you clean your labs, or are they all filled? Okay, do you have...
Doing too much in lab, just to avoid exposure.
Okay.
And the traffic.
Okay, that's good. A lot of facilities, and I'm not suggesting universities are the worst at this, it's actually industry's worst at this. They have a housekeeping contractor come in between midnight and 4 a.m. A lot of these people are not trained at all. Many of them don't speak English. Many of them may not be citizens. Many of them may be here illegally. So if somebody takes a mop handle and knocks the bottle off of a bench and it's on the floor, are they likely to report that as an accident? Or are they going to pick their mop and clean that up properly or improperly? Now, it's just a guess is that there is some liability there and some awareness. So you should know, and I saw some hands. I mean, I'll bet you not everybody in this room knows who cleans the labs. And that's something that, again, comes down to overall responsibility for safety. Overall responsibility. Fire safety, structural safety, all aspects of if you are a professional, safety professional, or you are not. Okay, obviously, lead by example is very important. Last slide. Laboratory security. This is kind of new. This is kind of like a post 9/11 scenario, right? We never really cared that much. Anybody ever heard the name Captain Chaos? There's this guy on the internet. There's always these guys on the internet that want to raise havoc, want to raise hell. And he says the best place to steal chemicals to do damage, to do harm with, is a university laboratory. Why? Because they're open. A lot of times they're open. Now, I don't know how your individual campus. I know that it ranges from anybody can walk in to nobody can walk in unless they've got a badge that will set off a key thing or a combination. It's somewhere in between there. But probably every campus has areas that are not secured. Part of your inspection, part of your awareness of the overall situation should be, are our labs secure from vandalism, sabotage, intentional releases, threats from activist groups? What's the most active activist group that doesn't like the chemical industry, doesn't like laboratories that do research? PETA, right. They've had many incidents, including a few in California. And at Penn State, they blew up a guy's car simply because he was doing using animals. Keep in mind that they may have a great concept, let's protect animals, let's not use animals for research. But if their methodology is going to risk your safety and the safety of your employees and your students, then we've got a problem. So lab safety and lab security are an important aspect of overall safety. You can't prevent people from doing unauthorized laboratory work. I mean, I'm sure you've all heard about people making illegal drugs, people making explosives. We had 2 incidents 3 years ago of people taking home poisons and getting suicide. From one campus in 1 month, 2 people in the Midwest. So, there are issues, yes.
I look at 5 minutes.
There you go. So, it does happen. And I tend to think that we get comfortable with the status quo. We get comfortable if you're used to walking into a laboratory, and everybody and anybody walking into that laboratory. With the turnover that we have in the university setting, not everybody knows everybody else. Not everybody knows you, and there's simply no way to completely prevent unauthorized entry into buildings. But you can lock your chemicals up. You can keep them secure. You can make sure you can minimize the storage in the appropriate area. All right, any questions? I told you it wasn't going to take long. We are done. If anybody has questions, Harry and I will be here for a while. If anybody's interested in being a certified chemical hygiene officer, there is a sample 30 or 40 questions exam in the back with the answers. Some of those questions are flat out of the exam, I can tell you that. I'll be glad to help anybody who's interested in knowing how to become certified, how to answer questions. And thank you, we both thank you all.
That was great. Thanks.
Were you guys careful about what you said? Because there was we're all texting each other the gossip.
I recorded me snoring.
So that was me.
After lunch.
Are you from San Diego?
Yeah, San Diego.
Did you used to work with Sarah Meyer?
Yes.
Yeah. She just had a baby last year.
Yeah.
Had a baby.
I'm looking for the picture.
Water Municipal District. I think she's going through withdrawals, but she says she misses working in the scene. She hated it when she was here. Yeah, it's always greener, right? Yeah.
I miss her too.
She's a funny lady. Are you in lab safety as well?
Oh no, I'm in. Not certified yet.
Oh, nice. And I'm Jeanette. Hi, nice to meet you. Are you in you from San Diego as well?
Yes. You know Daphne?
Daphne, yeah.
Who works with her? She's our boss.
I see. Oh, she's your boss. Terry used to tell me that you guys always got pushed aside because last season you got all the money and funding for the Radius agreement. You guys have to kind of let go, kind of like, it's still happening. I'm sorry you weren't in your area. I know, Lance, I know. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hopefully I'll see you at Risk Summit.
Yes.
Oh, cool. Okay. Okay, you'll be doing the homework. Or you're going to mess around. Thank you. How about you again?
Great.
Yes. Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Definitely. And I think a lot of people got out of it a lot, but I think we had issues with signing in. A lot of people wanted to attend but couldn't. So
A lot of people what?
wanted to attend but couldn't attend. So, they thought the class was full.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't. Well,